Outside the Manga law office, a voice recalls that 8 years have passed since the incident. The same voice expresses deep gratitude for the help received back then. Inside a book-lined room, Wakura informs Mr. Imai he has something to show him. Holding up a small traditional charm, Mr. Imai questions what it is. Wakura reveals his intention to give these charms to the 3 men who killed his sister. He explains the killers are re-entering society anonymously, protected by the Juvenile Act. On the table, 3 envelopes bear the names of the killers he wishes to find. With an anguished expression, Wakura speaks of his family's unending grief. He then bows deeply, pleading for Mr. Imai's assistance in his plan. Mr. Imai sits silently, holding the papers and contemplating the serious request. The scene changes to a wide, sunlit view of a sprawling cemetery. At a modern gravestone, Wakura and 3 friends stand in solemn remembrance. The group of 4 walks away from a temple building with serious expressions. A close-up focuses on the characters carved into the family grave marker. Before the grave, the young woman places flowers as Misumi begins a strange pose. Wakura drops into a sumo squat, prompting young woman to call out his name in disapproval. He explains he was just trying to copy a famous sumo wrestler. Another friend remarks that while inappropriate, Wakura's sister would have liked the gesture. The 4 friends stand together, hands clasped in a moment of silent prayer. 2 of the friends announce their departure, preparing to leave the cemetery. Misumi bows deeply toward the grave in a final, respectful gesture. Straightening up, Wakura states that they are finished paying their respects. He then brings up the news that the 3 killers will be freed next month. Wakura, his face partly hidden, quietly confirms he heard something similar. His slicked-hair friend watches him with a sharp, calculating expression. The friend poses a hypothetical question about encountering one of the killers. With a cold look, Wakura asserts that he would not inform any detectives. His friends react with nervous laughter, noting how scary that sounds. The slicked-hair friend continues, reminding him the killers are out there in society. He illustrates the possibility of a chance encounter, even in a public restroom. Wakura, now agitated, exclaims that he would be in trouble without a weapon. He sarcastically suggests throwing feces at them to inflict emotional damage. His friend pointedly suggests that a smart person like Wakura could commit a perfect crime. Wakura stands silently holding his phone, his expression unreadable after the jarring comment. When Misumi asks what is wrong, Wakura quickly dismisses his concern. A close-up reveals Wakura's wide, shocked eyes as he stares at his phone. Wakura says goodbye to Mr. Misumi. Wakura offers a playful wave to his sis too. His remaining friend calls out his name as he begins to walk away. The friend offers advice, telling Wakura to enjoy his life as a university student. Turning with a distorted, determined flourish, Wakura agrees that he will. With a grim expression, Wakura walks away from his last remaining companion. He proceeds alone down a path, his formal suit casting a dark shadow. Stopping for a moment, Wakura pulls out his smartphone, his face cold and serious. The phone's screen displays a map with several active GPS location markers. His face, showing faint marks of a past struggle, is focused intently on the map. He resolves to leave as soon as he can get changed, his plan now in motion. A train is shown speeding along the tracks, carrying him toward his dark purpose. Now disguised in a tracksuit and cap, Wakura stands alone inside the train car. A portrait of his sister, Michizuki Saya, reveals she was murdered at the age of. Wakura reflects on the tragedy that befell a single young girl. He knows the public's perception of his sister was incomplete. A memory reveals her as selfish while they lounged on the floor. Another flashback shows her big attitude as they ate a meal. He recalls her stubborn refusal to eat tomatoes. A younger Wakura shares a knowing look with his sister. Holding hands on a beach, he felt she was utterly irreplaceable. Now disguised, he begins his mission while riding on a bus. Looking at his phone, he expresses gratitude for his plan unfolding. He sees one of the 3 hidden GPS trackers has started moving. Wakura is certain his accomplice, Mr. Imai, contacted the killer's lawyer. His phone map shows the active marker belonging to Baba Knight. The targets are identified, including Baba and the ringleader's best friend. His hand tightens around his phone as his resolve hardens. He stares at his phone, determined to know his sister's murderers. Wakura wonders what kind of lives they are now living. He questions how they feel about the crime they committed. Holding a box cutter, he resolves to act based on their answer. The sheathed box cutter is shown, ready for potential use. He recalls his friend's suggestion that he could commit a perfect crime. Looking at the city, he thinks of the unforgivable crime against his sister. In his disguise, he vows to make them understand with his own hands. Arriving at Sakuranomiya Station, he checks the GPS on his phone. He decides against taking a taxi, wanting to avoid leaving a trail. At the bus stop, he resolves to leave no trace of his presence. He sits alone on a nearly empty bus, heading to his destination. His eyes are focused on his phone as he tracks his target. With a firm press, his finger hits the bus's stop button. Alighting from the bus, he feels relief at being a total stranger. He checks his phone again to pinpoint the charm's exact location. The map confirms the GPS signal is now extremely close. He walks purposefully down the street, holding a drink. He stands before a pachinko parlor, wondering if his target is inside. Silhouetted in the doorway, he scans the noisy, crowded establishment. His eyes are intent as he observes the patrons from the entrance. He remembers the description, certain he will recognize his target's eyes. The memory of 8 years spent controlling his rage surfaces. He recalls staring at the attacker's photos online after the incident. The faces of Sakamoto, Baba, and Akiyama flash in his mind. Walking through the parlor, he reminds himself their crime was deliberate. A flashback shows a car's headlights cutting through the dark. A bicycle lies mangled on the road under a full moon. His sister Saya cries out in pain after being struck. The boys approach, feigning an apology for the dark conditions. One of the perpetrators points out that her arm is bleeding. Baba suggests taking her by car would be faster than an ambulance. He insists they will drive her to a nearby hospital. Saya, though hurt, expresses hesitation and tells them not to force her. The boys' expressions turn cold, their false concern vanishing. Baba orders the others to help her up, beginning the abduction. In a flashback, a young Akiyama coolly identifies the nearest hospital as Tusei University's. A woman with her arm around a man encourages him to go to be sure. Standing on a dark road, a young woman watches a man approach a car. A schoolgirl looks forward with apprehension as a large hand reaches towards her. Inside the car, Baba drives as a man in the back talks to a girl. The slick-haired man asks the schoolgirl in the back seat if she lives nearby. With a worried expression, the girl asks if anyone has seen her missing phone. Her captor feigns concern, offering to help in the search for her phone. She explains they have already checked, as he questions if it's where she dropped it. The girl looks to the side, thinking to herself that the situation is weird. A white car, identified as stolen for the incident, drives through the city at night. Baba, the driver, stares ahead with a cold, focused expression at the wheel. Sakamoto, in the passenger seat, is shown to be obediently following orders. The schoolgirl sits quietly in the back, her face betraying little emotion. The car speeds past a large, brightly lit hospital building in the dark. Through the window, the girl's reflection is visible as she watches the hospital pass. She turns around, asking if the building they just drove by wasn't a hospital. Seen from behind, the girl looks forward as the world blurs past the window. A close-up of her face reveals her dawning suspicion and growing concern. She apologizes before insisting that they are wrong about what she saw. The slick-haired man looks on, calmly denying that the building was a hospital. Confused, he asks the girl if she was simply mistaken about what she saw. The driver confirms from the front seat that she probably mistook it for something else. From the back seat, the driver's silhouette is framed by the nighttime city lights. Baba's eye is seen in the rearview mirror, a sinister smirk forming on her face. Her eyes narrow in the mirror as she lets out a silent, triumphant laugh. Wakura stands in disguise, holding a reflective object that mirrors an intense eye. Peering from behind a machine, Wakura observes the loud flashing pachinko parlor. His eyes widen in shock as he spots the tracker he has been searching for. The camera focuses on the small good luck charm hanging from a pachinko machine. A close-up on the charm confirms its presence, a crucial clue now located. Wakura affirms to himself that this is the exact charm he gave to the killer. He concludes that if the charm is present, then so is his intended target. Wakura moves purposefully through the crowded parlor, looking for the charm's new owner. With his face masked, he walks with grim determination through the noisy establishment. He approaches the man who now possesses the charm from behind. Wakura grabs the man's shoulder, directly accusing him of being Baba. His intense, focused gaze is fixed on the man he believes is his target. The man he grabbed explodes in anger, demanding to know who he is calling an old hag. He insists on being called Miss, as Wakura stammers a surprised apology. Wakura mutters to himself, realizing with frustration that he has the wrong person. He points to the charm, asking the man if it is a Buddhist item. The man explains he got it from a blonde man for pachinko balls. Wakura listens silently, his face half hidden in shadow, absorbing this new lead. He asks if the blonde man is still around. Learning he went to the slots. Wakura stands at the end of an aisle, surveying the rows of slot machines. He thinks with cold contempt about the charm being traded for mere pachinko balls. His eyes burn with rage at the utter disrespect shown to a victim's memento. He watches a man with short, spiky blonde hair playing a slot machine. Wakura observes his true target, his expression calm but filled with chilling intent. Inside a pachinko parlor, a man with spiky blonde hair sits focused on a slot machine. The man's profile is starkly lit against the dark, chaotic interior of the establishment. An associate with slick-back hair stands behind him, observing the game with interest. From across the room, Wakura's eyes are wide with intense focus, having found his target. The blonde man, Baba, glances to the side, his expression a mix of boredom and concentration. Shadows fall across his face, highlighting the determined look in his eye. Disguised in a tracksuit, Wakura moves purposefully through the crowded parlor. He confirms internally that the blonde-haired man is the only one who matters on this floor. More than his hair, Wakura recognizes the distinct and unforgettable look in his target's eyes. His thoughts affirm that he has finally found Baba Knight, one of his sister's killers. A friend complains to Baba, expressing frustration that the machine isn't paying out. Wakura watches from a distance as Baba's associate stands by, observing the scene. He notes with cold disdain that the friend is carelessly using Baba's real name. Wakura's face sets with grim determination. He resolves to have a long, slow talk. Getting a female staff member's attention, he prepares to set his plan in motion. The employee turns and asks what is wrong as Wakura holds out a note. His hand is steady as he presents the small folded piece of white paper. Wakura feigns helpfulness, explaining that the blonde man by the slots dropped it. He points toward the slot machines, indicating the direction his target was heading. The employee smiles brightly, agreeing to deliver the note to the man for him. As she walks away with the note, Wakura watches, his trap now successfully laid. The deceptive message leads Baba to a large, dilapidated, and overgrown industrial warehouse. He rides his motorcycle into the vast, dusty interior, its engine echoing in the space. An overhead view captures him driving his bike through the cavernous, empty building. After parking his motorcycle, he stands alone in the middle of the derelict structure. He unfastens the strap of his helmet, the sound clicking sharply in the silence. Lifting the helmet from his head, he reveals his short blonde hair and goateed face. He looks up, confused to see a dark figure standing in the distance. The silhouette of Wakura is starkly framed against a bright light from an opening. Baba's expression is wary and suspicious as he studies the lone stranger. The two men face one another across the wide, debris-strewn floor of the warehouse. Wakura, now without his cap or mask, offers a casual greeting to Baba. His opponent furrows his brow, looking at the young man with annoyance and confusion. Baba's confusion quickly turns to irritation as he questions Wakura's presence. He reaches into his jacket pocket, his hand crinkling the note he was given. He holds up the paper, which summons him to this location His tone is aggressive as he demands to know if Wakura wrote the letter. Wakura calmly thanks him for arriving 10 minutes early for their appointment. Enraged, Baba clenches his fist, crushing the note into a tight, wrinkled ball. He stands over Wakura's shadow, demanding to know who he is. Leaning in threateningly, Baba asks if the young punk is looking for a fight. His face is a mask of aggression as he challenges the smaller man. Wakura calmly lists his meticulous preparations for leaving no evidence of his actions. He continues, explaining his knife will be disposed of in the sea after use. His opponent listens, his anger shifting to suspicion as he again asks who he is. Wakura coolly declares that he is nobody, a nameless avenger. Baba is left speechless, processing the strange and chilling confession. Seeing his opponent's silence, Wakura states his intention to leave. He begins to turn away from the confrontation, his expression unreadable. He stops his target with a final, pointed command, telling him to wait. In the warehouse, Kazuku asks why the charm was discarded so quickly. The blonde man seems confused, questioning what charm is being discussed. From a distance, he hesitantly begins to formulate a response. He casually states there was no particular reason for his action. Looking away, he adds that the item had no benefits anyway. A rigid, angry tension is visible in Kazuku's posture. A close-up reveals the look of pure, cold fury in his eyes. The blonde man turns and begins to walk away from the confrontation. Silently, Kazuku watches his target start to leave the abandoned building. The back of the man's jacket is shown as he walks away dismissively. Standing alone, Kazuku's thoughts immediately turn to his departed sister. He clutches the small GPS charm, his resolve hardening. With grim certainty, he feels the man's true nature has been revealed. He internally declares that this person's miserable life will end here. A shot of a gravestone appears as he considers the police's involvement. He acknowledges that the authorities would surely suspect him in this case. He resolves to avoid them to see his personal mission through. Having already returned the main tracker, his most direct link is gone. A map shows the electronic trail leading to Baba has vanished. He believes an unsolved case will send a message to the other attackers. A man with spiky blonde hair is suddenly caught off guard by an assault. He is thrown violently backward, slamming hard against a concrete wall. Kazuku chokes him, causing the man to gurgle for air in terror. With intense fury, Kazuku declares that his victim's crime is unforgivable. He screams that his target will remember his sins with death. As a knife is raised, the man desperately shouts for him to wait. His eyes widen in terror as he asks if Kuzuku is connected to Rihiro. Kuzuku pauses for a split second, his expression one of pure shock. The man asks frantically if he is family to the Shizumi River victim. Kuzuku shouts back that it's too late for such questions. His victim screams in terror that he has it all wrong. He insists that he is not Baba Knight, yelling it is the wrong person. Frozen in place, Kuzuku swallows hard, trying to process this. His mind reels with confusion at the completely unexpected revelation. Suddenly, bright headlights pierce the darkness as a motorcycle speeds toward them. A figure on the bike leaps forward, preparing to deliver a kick. The man on the ground looks up in sheer terror at the approaching vehicle. The rider yells at the pervert to get away from her little brother. She, the true Baba, reveals with a smirk that she made him carry the charm. Kuzuku is sent flying backward from the powerful impact of her kick. Baba's cold, calculating eye watches the scene unfold from the side. On the ground, Kuzuku covers his mouth, stunned and disbelieving. He collapses to his knees in the brightly lit, desolate alleyway. He coughs and retches, overwhelmed by the pain and shock of the attack. Baba taunts him with a laugh, asking if he is panicking now. She mockingly calls him and his sister Japan's most innocent pair. She explains coldly that their innocence is the very reason they are tricked. Her face contorts in rage as she screams about their obvious, brutal fate. Aboard her motorcycle, her expression is one of pure, unrestrained venom. Kuzuku looks up in horror, his thoughts only of his beloved sister. In a violent blur of motion, a motorcycle slams directly into Kuzuku Wakura. His body is thrown backward, twisting in midair against the industrial backdrop. With his head whipped back, his face contorts in a mask of shock. He continues to arc through the air, his body falling towards the ground. Wakura crashes headfirst onto the hard pavement with a brutal impact. The force sends his body sliding across the grimy tiled floor. He comes to a stop, lying sprawled and motionless on the ground. His two attackers, Baba and her brother, stand over his defeated form. After a moment, the assailants begin to walk away from the scene. Lying on the floor, Wakura's vision blurs as he watches them retreat. Baba glances back with a cold, detached expression before continuing on. In the dark, cavernous space, her brother points dismissively at Wakura's body. Wakura internally pleads for Baba to wait, his thoughts filled with desperation. Lying in a spreading pool of his own blood, he thinks of his failure. His frustration and despair boil over in a silent, internal scream. The scene abruptly shifts, represented by stark, abstract visual lines. This transition continues with more abstract, motion-filled elements. A sterile hospital corridor appears, introducing a new chapter in the suspenseful story. Detective Kanasaki explains that Wakura was found on a highway, suspecting a hitandron. He notes the tragic irony of the event occurring on Saya's death anniversary. His partner, Wakasa, tearfully pleads with the deceased Saya not to take her brother. Wakura is shown unconscious in his hospital bed, severely injured and hooked to machines. Kanasaki tells his grieving partner that it's late and time for them to go. As they leave the room, Wakasa offers a final, sad farewell to Wakura. Left alone, Wakura is shown with his face bandaged and a neck brace on. The camera focuses on the stark white sheets covering his still, unmoving form. A wider view reveals him surrounded by a complex array of medical equipment. An IV bag drips steadily, its rhythm matched by the beeping of a monitor. His head is turned to the side, his breathing assisted by a tube. Through the window, the city is visible as the monitor continues its steady beep. A close-up shows a medical device clipped to his finger, monitoring his vitals. Inside his comatose mind, Wakura's thoughts echo with frustration and failure. His thoughts turn to his beloved sister, calling her name in his mind. A tender memory surfaces of him as a child comforting his sister. His own voice from the past echoes a promise he made to always protect her. This gentle memory is shattered by a horrific, fragmented image of her disfigured face. A luminous, ethereal hand reaches down toward his sleeping physical body. The determined, uninjured face of his astral form begins to materialize. The second uninjured version of Kuzuku starts to peel away from his physical self. His conscious form, marked by digital static, looks on with sharp resolve. The digital distortion continues as his face fully separates from his body. His astral form is now whole, his expression clear and intently aware. Looking around the hospital room, his eyes are wide with utter shock. Standing beside his own bed, he sees his unconscious body lying there. He leans over his sleeping self, expressing his complete disbelief at the situation. With dawning horror, he realizes that he is somehow awake while his body is not. He questions what is happening as text explains he has emerged from a dream. His astral self sits on the bed, questioning his own strange presence. Kneeling beside his body, he wonders if he is having a hallucination. He stands up, his intangible form solid, looking down at his physical self. In his disembodied state, Wakuru Mochizuki reaches out to touch a solid wall. With a soft swish, his hand and arm phase directly through the barrier. Peering through, he observes the long, sterile hospital corridor stretching out before him. He propels himself forward, gliding down the empty hallway with a swoosh. His eye widens with curiosity as he peeks around a corner. He watches two nurses at their station, feeling a sense of annoyance. The nurse with a ponytail complains to her colleague about Dr. Kuwayama's advances. Unseen, Wakuru offers a silent greeting while the nurses discuss the doctor's arrogance. He looks on with a neutral, observant expression, taking in the scene. Making a playful, pouty face, he begins to test his invisibility. His expression shifts to one of comical shock, continuing his silent antics. Puckering his lips, he leans closer, still completely unnoticed by the nurses. Standing right before them, he confirms that he is imperceptible to them. The nurse jokes she would not mind if a younger doctor touched her. Laughing silently to himself, he waves his hand in front of her face. His eye narrows with focus as he prepares for his next, more daring test. His hand phases through the nurse's shoulder with another soft swish. He reflects on the strange feeling, realizing he has become like a ghost. Moving onward, he floats into a large ward where everyone is sleeping peacefully. His gaze sharpens as something unusual high above catches his attention. Drifting closer to one of the beds, he moves to investigate the sight. He wonders aloud what the strange phenomenon could possibly be. Floating forward, he positions himself to get a better look. His eyes widen in surprise as he peers over the bed's side rail. He sees a sleeping boy below and an astral form floating above him. The sleeping boy, Kenta, groans in his sleep, murmuring that he is in pain. Wakuru recognizes the boy as Kenta from his own neighborhood. Looking down at the restless boy, he wonders if he is having a nightmare. He observes the dreaming Kenta floating peacefully above his physical body. Cupping his hand to his mouth, he calls out to the dreaming boy. He watches the astral form, waiting for some kind of reaction. He reaches his hand out towards the boy's shimmering dream sphere. His hand passes through the barrier, causing a brilliant flash of light. Wakuru stumbles, finding himself suddenly transported inside the boy's dream. He is startled, looking around the new dreamscape of a child's playroom. Kenta sits on the floor nearby, holding his jaw in obvious pain. Wakuru crouches down, asking Kenta why he looks so glum. He questions if the boy's pain is being caused by a cavity. Kenta looks away, denying that a cavity is the source of his problem. Reaching out, Wakuru confirms he can touch the boy in this dream. He discovers a very wobbly tooth and offers to help remove it. Kenta looks up with a hopeful expression, asking if he really can. Wakuru enthusiastically agrees, telling him they should try it out. He advises Kenta to see a dentist sooner next time, acting like a brother. Gripping the loose tooth, he begins his countdown to pull it free. On the count of 3, he yanks the tooth out with a firm tug. Wakuru suddenly awakens in his physical body, lying in a hospital bed. A shiny red apple sits untouched on his bedside table. Outside his window, the morning sun illuminates the city skyline and trees. He sees his mother, who is asleep in a chair next to his bed. Wakuru awakens in a hospital bed, disoriented, asking if the recent events were a dream. Next to his bed, his mother is seen dozing in a chair, worn with worry. He recognizes his mother's presence, realizing he is in a hospital room. The traumatic memory of being run over by Baba's motorcycle suddenly returns to him. With the memory comes the recollection of Baba's cruel taunt about his and his sister's innocence. A surge of anger washes over him as he silently curses his attacker. His mother stirs in her sleep, letting out a small sound before waking. Looking over, she sees that her son is finally conscious. Her weary expression transforms into one of wide-eyed relief and shock. She scrambles to her feet, calling out loudly for a doctor. Despite the jarring return to reality, Wakuru cannot shake the memory of a strange dream. Dr. Kuwayama and another man in a suit enter the room to examine him. Lying in bed, Wakuru watches as the doctor prepares to assess his condition. The doctor leans in and asks him to state his name to check his awareness. In a moment of levity, Wakuru responds with a string of nonsensical words. Both the doctor and his parents look on with expressions of surprise and concern. His mother urges him to be more serious, prompting him to give his real name. Amused, the doctor comments that it is a good sign he can still tell jokes. His parents express their gratitude as a nurse is instructed to check his blood pressure. The nurse wraps a cuff around his arm, which squeezes as she reads his vitals. Looking up at the nurse, Wakuru has a moment of sudden realization. He recognizes her as the very same woman he encountered in his dream. Deciding to test his theory, he prepares to ask her a revealing question. He directly asks if she is having a difficult time with Dr. Kuwayama's harassment. The nurse freezes, her professional demeanor instantly replaced by suspicion. She looks down at him intently, processing his impossible question. Wakaru is left speechless by her reaction, realizing he has touched upon the truth. His eyes widen as he comprehends the full weight of what this means. He quickly tries to backtrack, waving his hands and apologizing for his words. Laughing nervously, he dismisses his question as something from a strange dream. The nurse, however, remains unconvinced and regards him with a thoughtful expression. Addressing him by name, she leans in, her voice low and serious. She demands to know how he could have possibly known about her private conversation. Wakaru is stunned into silence, unable to offer any logical explanation. Promising to return later, the nurse abruptly leaves, shutting the door behind her. Before she departs, she confirms she was just discussing the matter with a colleague yesterday. Left alone, Wakaru sits in quiet shock, processing the confirmation that his dream was real. Feeling that something is deeply wrong, he gets into a wheelchair to investigate. He wheels himself to the end of the hall, cautiously peering around the corner. He sees the nurse's station, confirming it is exactly where it was in his dream. Knowing where he must go next, he heads for the elevator. Arriving on the ward one floor up, he is certain this is the correct location. He looks into the multi-bedroom with a look of intense anticipation. Inside, the young boy Kenta spots him and excitedly calls out his name. Wakaru greets the boy back, his theory confirmed by Kenta's presence. Kenta wheels over, expressing his surprise that they are in the same hospital. As they talk, Wakaru surveys the room, noting its layout matches his dream perfectly. His attention is drawn to a specific spot, searching for one final piece of proof. His gaze focuses on a shelf next to one of the hospital beds. He sees the glass bottle filled with folded paper cranes, just as he remembered. In his wheelchair, Wataru stares intently at a jar filled with black paper cranes. His eyes widen in shock as he confirms the object from his dream is real. He concludes he was in the room last night, wondering how it was possible. Spotting his young neighbor Kenta, Wataru wheels over to greet him with a question. Wataru cautiously asks the young boy when he remembers last seeing him. The boy expresses surprise, asking if Wataru has already forgotten their recent encounter. Kenta enthusiastically explains that Wataru helped pull out his bad tooth the previous night. Standing behind her son, Kenta's mother dismisses it as just a dream he had. Wataru is left stunned, the possibility of it being a dream echoing in his mind. He contemplates the impossible idea that he somehow met Kenta the night before. The shocking reality sinks in as he grapples with having been inside a dream. A doctor voices his concern over the patient's unusually complicated internal organ structure. The doctor advises Wataru's family and Detective Masumi to be careful for a while. Detective Masumi watches as the grateful parents bow deeply in the hospital corridor. The detective looks on with a thoughtful and serious expression on his face. Wataru's mother turns to formally greet Detective Masumi, thanking him for his time. The concerned parents listen as the detective begins to question them about their son. Masumi asks about Wataru's condition, receiving news that he regained consciousness that morning. His mother confirms that he is now resting peacefully in his hospital room. A view shows Wataru sleeping soundly, a bandage over one eye and a neck brace on. The camera pulls back, showing his peaceful state from the foot of the bed. Masumi reveals that the motorbike involved in the hit Andren was found dumped nearby. The father anxiously asks if the police have managed to identify the culprit yet. Looking grim, Masumi explains that the search is complicated by the vehicle being stolen. He assures the family that the prefectural police will do their utmost to find them. Wataru's parents bow again, telling the detective that they are counting on him. The detective then turns the conversation, asking why Wataru was in that specific city. He presses further, wondering if Wataru was there to meet a friend. His father glances toward his wife, both of them appearing uncertain about the answer. He admits they aren't sure, stating that Wataru knows no one in that area. Detective Masumi listens to their answer, his expression unreadable as he processes the information. From behind them, Wataru interjects, revealing he went to see Baba Knight. Using his crutch for support, he explains he sought his sister's killer from years ago. He expresses his deep disappointment, having found no signs of remorse or reform. With cold determination, he vows to make them realize the gravity of their crime. He looks back over his shoulder at the stunned group after his declaration. Alone now, Wataru resolves to verify the strange events from the previous day. He forms a theory that he must have somehow entered Kenta's dream. He questions why only Kenta's dream was affected, sensing there are rules to this power. With a new resolve, Wataru makes his way down the quiet hospital corridor. His gaze focuses on a closed door with a blank nameplate, his next target inside. Peeking into the room, he senses another person's dream is beginning to manifest. He identifies the sleeping patient as the alleged sexual harasser, Dr. Kuwayama. With a focused look, he decides to enter the dream and investigate further. His leg passes through a glowing hexagonal field emanating from the sleeping doctor. Inside the dream, he finds a muscular version of the doctor flexing in a speedo. The two figures stand opposite each other in the surreal, brightly lit dreamscape. Dr. Kuwayama's dream self, hands on his hips, asks Wataru why he is there. Wataru directly confronts him about his sexual harassment of the hospital nurses. The doctor's muscular form looks genuinely surprised by the unexpected accusation. Within a dream, the muscular Dr. Kuwayama shouts about his entitlement to a nurse's comfort. Wataru steps forward, calmly offering to be the one to provide that comfort. He launches a swift, powerful kick directly into the dream doctor's groin. The next day, the sun shines on the multi-story hospital building. At their station, two nurses gossip about Dr. Kuwayama's mysterious and painful urology issue. One nurse suddenly spots the doctor, remarking on the timing of his appearance. Dr. Kuwayama is seen walking away down the hall, clutching his groin in obvious pain. The nurses giggle together, noting that he got his punishment and things will be peaceful. In the hospital hallway, Wataru, on crutches, exchanges greetings with another doctor. A close-up shows Wataru's intense, focused gaze as a profound realization dawns on him. He understands that the actions he carried out while asleep are affecting people in real life. Lying in his hospital bed, he confirms his physical body was there the entire time. He sits up with wide eyes, affirming that he was indeed just sleeping. Standing on crutches, he realizes his actions and dreams cannot be traced back to him. He considers how this applies to pulling a tooth or kicking someone in the crotch. His face set with grim determination, he declares a knife for revenge is now his. Two smiling nurses congratulate Wataru on his hospital discharge, presenting him with flowers. He bows and thanks them, as a summary explains the awakening of his dream power. A taxi pulls up to the hospital entrance, ready to take him away. Inside the car, Wataru agrees with Detective Misumi about catching the hit-and-run culprit. Misumi watches Wataru with a quiet, perhaps suspicious expression. Wataru reflects on the month that has passed since his failed revenge attempt on Baba. He decides to name his mysterious, dream-tearing ability Golden Slumber. Looking at photos of his targets, he feels confident he can finally avenge his sister. He acknowledges a key limitation. His ability does not seem to work on everyone. For the past month, he has been conducting experiments to understand this puzzle. Disguised in a cap and hoodie, Wataru arrives in Sakurenomiya City to find Baba Knight. He walks past the bright, prominent sign of a Chinko and Slot pachinko parlor. Inside the establishment, he scans the room, searching for any sign of his target. His gaze settles on a man he believes could be Baba Knight. A close-up shows Wataru wearing a cap and glasses, focused intently on his hunt. He stands near the man who is actually Baba's younger brother. He recalls mistaking this same man for his brother 2 months prior. Wataru feels certain that both brothers must still be somewhere in this town. He reasons that an ex-criminal like Baba would struggle to lay down new roots. He decides it might be better to target the little brother for information. Thinking about the brother's possible whereabouts, he formulates a new plan of action. With a determined look, he reaches out and decisively grabs the man's shoulder. The man wearing a tiger-themed hoodie is startled by the sudden contact. A close-up reveals the brother's surprised and slightly confused expression. The man turns and cheerfully announces the grand opening of his shop. Wataru is taken aback, admitting to himself that this development has shocked him. He holds the flyer, questioning the mention of a pachinko shop's grand opening. Examining the flyer, he realizes it's for the same pachinko chain he just passed. A city bus drives down the street, representing his next move in the investigation. Wataru arrives at another pachinko parlor, observing a long queue of people outside. He scans the crowd, confident he would recognize his target immediately if he were there. Disguised in a face mask, he expresses his frustration at not finding him. He stands amidst the chatter of the crowd, continuing his search. Walking away from the line, he concludes that his target is not here. Disguised in a black cap and mask, Kujiragi stands in a queue, deciding he must wait longer. Giving up on the line, he turns to continue his search through the crowded city streets. As he walks away, the large figure of another man looms in the foreground. He pauses, looking silently toward a modern building under a cloudy sky. A close-up reveals his intense, focused eyes peering over his mask. Suddenly, his attention is caught by a man in a skull-emblazoned vest, causing a jolt of shock. His mind races as he instantly identifies the man as the infamous Baba Knight. With wide eyes, he processes the stunning fact that his target is actually here. He watches from behind, questioning why his enemy would appear in such a crowded place. His astonishment grows, noticing Baba is walking openly without even a mask. He wonders how the man can carry himself with such confidence in public. The memory of sensational newspaper headlines about a huge incident 8 years ago surfaces. Looking at the oblivious faces around him, he questions why no one else is reacting. An older man nearby smiles at his companion, completely unaware of the situation. In Kujaragi's mind, a monstrous entity looms over the crowd, representing Baba's true nature. He stands apart from the throng, wondering if the world has truly forgotten the past. A moment of clarity strikes him as he realizes that isn't the reason. His eyes widen in horror as he understands the chilling truth behind the public's ignorance. The people around him are absorbed in their phones, utterly unaware of the danger nearby. He concludes that even if people know of the crime, they don't know the culprits' faces. Not just their faces, but their very names were kept secret from the public. The image of a courtroom materializes in his mind, revealing the source of this anonymity. He recalls the law that protected them, Article of the Child Protection Act. Standing on a dark street, he thinks about how the culprits will continue to live complacently. He reflects on how this law has shielded Baba's privacy for 8 long years. This legal protection has allowed them to live without ever reflecting on their actions. An attendant's call for the next person in line breaks the tension of his thoughts. Clenching his fist, he grimly accepts the harshness of the situation he faces. He acknowledges to himself that he already knew the law was on their side. With a look of renewed determination, he vows to fight this reality for his sister's sake. 2 hours later, he sits in a cafe, watching his target from a safe distance. At the counter, he stirs his drink, his gaze fixed on the street outside. His surveillance continues as he watches his target walk past a chinko and slot parlor. His eyes follow Baba, who is now walking with other people in the city. While walking along an elevated path, he contemplates the mysteries of his ability, golden slumber. A pedestrian crossing light is shown as he admits there is still much he doesn't know. He has realized, however, that he must fulfill specific conditions to enter someone's dream. The image of a hand appears, symbolizing the crucial condition of physical contact. He visualizes reaching out to touch Baba, a necessary but difficult step to take. The pedestrian light changes from don't walk to walk, signaling an opportunity. At a crosswalk, he observes Baba, questioning if he should make his move now. He ultimately decides against it, concluding that this approach will not work. The scene blurs, indicating a shift in time and focus to another location. In an alleyway, Baba sits on his motorcycle as his brother swings a baseball bat nearby. Baba's impassive face is seen in the reflection of his motorcycle's side mirror. His brother approaches, asking if he has bought a replacement for the mirror. The brother looks on with a concerned expression, awaiting a response. He reminds Baba that he had wrecked another mirror just the other day. Suddenly, the brother's expression shifts to one of wide-eyed alarm. He turns to Baba, urgently pointing out the presence of their approaching observer. Baba Knight crouches warily by his motorcycle, looking over his shoulder questioningly. His sharp, suspicious eyes narrow as he assesses the approaching figure. With grim determination, Kujiragi Kai stands alone in the middle of the street. He watches from a distance as Baba and his brother linger near a garage. Baba's brother shouts aggressively, his expression hostile and alert. Baba's hand tightens its grip around a heavy metal wrench. His brother remarks that the devil has appeared as Baba notes the ghost's arrival. Kujiragi raises his hands, insisting he is unarmed this time. Not believing him, the brother lunges forward, shouting that he is a liar. He insists that Kujiragi is just planning another attack. Ignoring the outburst, Kujiragi asks to speak with Baba alone. The brother yells in frustration, but Baba silences him with a sharp command. Stunned, the younger brother freezes in place, obeying the order. He reluctantly turns and walks away toward a nearby door. The door slams shut, leaving Kujiragi and Baba to face each other. Baba sarcastically compliments Kujiragi's stalking abilities, wrench held ready. Kujiragi begins by apologizing for his previous attempt to trick him. His apology is met with a questioning and suspicious look from Baba. Kujiragi slowly begins to extend his hand in a peaceful gesture. He offers a handshake, suggesting they make up and end their conflict. Baba stares back, his face a mask of cold, silent distrust. His expression remains unchanged as he weighs the unexpected offer. With a slight shuffle, Baba closes the distance between them. For a tense moment, their hands are close but do not touch. Kujiragi keeps his hand outstretched, waiting for Baba's response. In his own hand, Baba firmly grips the heavy wrench. He moves the tool towards Kujiragi's waiting palm. Baba places the cold, heavy wrench into Kujiragi's open hand. His cold, dismissive eyes show his contempt for the peace offering. Kujiragi looks on, his hope for a handshake instantly rejected. Baba turns his head, preparing to walk away from the confrontation. With a final glare, he tells Kujiragi to get lost. Kujiragi calls out, asking if Baba wants to put an end to this. Pausing, Baba wonders if Kujiragi is preparing to attack him again. he considers the possibility of being stabbed in the back. Kujaragi points out the difficulty of living in a state of constant fear. Whirling around, Baba angrily retorts that Kujaragi has no right to say that. Kujaragi listens calmly, his expression unchanged by the outburst. He admits that he was indeed carrying a knife during their last encounter. However, he clarifies that he never intended to stab him from the start. Kujaragi explains he had decided it was better to end things without killing. He insists that he is not a lust murderer like Baba. He states that if he could forgive the murderers, he would. The chance for Baba to choose a different path is presented to him now. Kujaragi warns him that there will be no next time. This is Baba's last chance to change Kujaragi's killing intent toward him. In a final pleading gesture, he asks Baba to take his hand. He asks him to say just a single word. He repeats that just one word is all that he needs. Head bowed, Kujaragi waits for an apology for his murdered sister. A memory of his sister in her school uniform surfaces, demanding an apology. In a stark alleyway, Wataru extends his hand towards Baba, pleading for contact. His hand remains outstretched, an earnest and desperate gesture for a truce. Baba, his nemesis, stares down at the offered hand with pure contempt. His own hand twitches slightly as his expression hardens into a glare. Baba's disdain quickly transforms into simmering anger, his eyes narrowing menacingly. With a sudden, aggressive move, he lunges forward, forcefully grabbing Wataru's hand. The two of them stand face to face, their hands locked in a tense grip. Baba tightens his hold, tugging Wataru closer with a powerful, sharp pull. He sneers, informing Wataru that he has never given him any thought. Wataru's eyes widen in shock at the sudden aggression and raw venom. With a cruel expression, Baba boasts that this is the hand that brutalized his sister. Without warning, he slams his forehead into Wataru's face with brutal force. The powerful impact sends Wataru reeling, a gasp of pain on his face. He staggers backward, his body thrown completely off balance by the violent headbutt. With a heavy thud, he collapses onto the hard pavement, gasping for air. Baba stands over him, dismissively stating he has forgotten the 8-year-old crime. Stomping near his head, he taunts that Wataru is the only one who cares. As Baba begins to leave, Wataru pushes himself up, his expression hardening. From an overhead view, Baba looks down on Wataru's defeated form on the ground. He turns his back and walks away from the confrontation with cold confidence. Approaching a nearby garage, Baba looks up at a high window before entering. The corrugated metal of the garage door is seen in a stark close-up. He disappears inside as the shutter clanks shut, sealing the entrance behind him. Left alone on the pavement, Wataru sits with his head lowered in thought. From behind, he watches the spot where his enemy has just vanished from sight. His face is now set with cold determination, his mind finally made up. Wataru rises to his feet, accepting Baba's violent rejection as a final answer. He acknowledges that Baba's response has sealed his own decision to act. Understanding the situation clearly, he prepares for the next step of his plan. He walks away from the scene, his resolve to enact revenge now solidified. His thoughts turn to Baba and the special condition required for his ability. He reflects on the one specific requirement needed to wield his golden slumber. In a symbolic image, two hands touch, representing the necessary physical contact. He recalls that only those who actively touched him were affected in the past. Just touching someone from the side was not enough to trigger his power. Even randomly bumping into someone had failed to meet the specific condition. He understood that he needed to make Baba initiate the physical contact himself. With Baba's violent grab, the crucial condition has at last been established. As the sun sets over the city, he vows to meet Baba Knight in his dream. The scene transitions into darkness, indicating the shift into the dream world. Abstract shapes resolve into the stark, shadowy trees of a dark, menacing forest. The ground is covered in tangled grass and undergrowth, deep within the dream. Wataru appears, approaching Baba, who is sitting on the ground with his back to him. He calmly greets his nemesis by name in the desolate and eerie dreamscape. Wataru asks if Baba is still fooling around with his personal matters. Turning around, Baba's face is a mask of annoyance at the unwelcome intrusion. He warns Wataru not to come near while he is busy touching his bike. Wataru questions if the object before them is truly a bike, casting doubt. Baba looks down, his eyes wide with confusion, questioning Wataru's strange words. Wataru silently observes the scene, his expression intense within the dark, dreamlike forest. Standing over a kneeling Baba, Wataru states that the bizarre object doesn't resemble any bike. Baba cradles the grotesque mass of flesh and bone, which Wataru notes isn't a vehicle at all. With a horrified scream, Baba finally recoils from the monstrous thing he was just touching. The creature's corrupted flesh seems to bubble and writhe, as if choking on its own decay. Wataru coldly notes the breeding maggots and flies, calling the nightmare a beautiful sight. Overcome with disgust, Baba questions how his own mind could have created such a horror. Wataru's sharp gaze narrows as he remarks on the overwhelming omen of death it exudes. In a rising panic, Baba stands and screams, demanding to know what this hellish thing is. Wataru dismisses his frantic questions, telling him to stop babbling amidst the swarming flies. He informs Baba that he is about to suffer the same fate as the dead cow. The Avenger prepares to carry out his revenge within the terrifying landscape of Baba's dream. With a cold expression, Wataru stands ready to deliver his judgment in the forest clearing. Wielding a large cleaver-like blade, he addresses his target, Baba Knight, by name. He promises that Baba will die just like the decaying cow before them. Looking on in terror, Baba hears Wataru confirm his impending death. Wataru states his intention to carry out the execution within the dream that very night. He explains how his ability, Golden Slumber, reflects dream damage into reality. This means that if he kills Baba now, the real Baba Knight will also perish. Baba feigns innocence, claiming the cow was already dead when he noticed it. Wataru refuses to let him use the excuse of forgetting his crimes from 8 years ago. His hand tightens its grip around the hilt of his weapon, ready to strike. He vows that Baba will not die peacefully, promising to inflict his sister's pain. Wataru's face twists with rage as he declares Baba will taste his sister's suffering. Suddenly terrified, Baba pleads for calm, suggesting they settle things by talking. He offers to perform a deep bow of apology, but Wataru coldly dismisses the gesture. Baba tries to reason with him, recalling Wataru's supposed reluctance to kill anyone. Unmoved by the plea, Wataru simply commands him to hurry up and stand. Baba's eyes narrow with a cunning, desperate glint as he changes his tactic. He acknowledges his hated status and poses a final, manipulative question about murder. He taunts Wataru, asking if killing him will make Wataru just like the murderers he detests. Ignoring the psychological ploy, Wataru lunges forward, grabbing Baba by the shirt. He drives his blade deep into Baba's stomach with a brutal, explosive impact. Wataru's eyes are wide with fury as he commits the vengeful act. He snarls that he has never once considered Baba to be a human being. His rage boils over as he calls his victim vermin and a filthy swine. Baba screams in agony from the force of the stabbing. Wataru continues his frenzied assault with fierce, slashing motions. His victim screams out the word murderer as he is attacked again. Wataru yells Baba's name, his voice filled with hatred and contempt. He proclaims that this is retribution for the crime Baba committed 8 years prior. Raising his bloody knife, he vows to pay him back 100 times over. He shouts that this is for his sister's pain. His face contorts as he screams that this is for her suffering. The final blow is delivered, representing her fear. Wataru screams as the intense nightmare comes to a violent end in his mind. He jolts awake in his own bed, still in the throes of the violent dream. He collapses back onto his pillow, the dream's fury spent. Panting and sweating, he sits up, trying to process what just happened. He remains on his bed looking around his room, disoriented by the vivid nightmare. In his quiet bedroom, Wataru Mochizuki sits up, looking disoriented and confused. He brings a hand to his mouth, his wide eyes betraying his inner shock. He questions himself aloud, wondering if he truly committed the violent act. As the reality sinks in, his dazed expression hardens with cold resolve. In a vivid memory, a hand plunges a knife deep into a man's chest. A close-up reveals Wataru's furious expression as he carries out the attack. He stands with open hands, grappling with the strange new feeling of retribution. Looking at his reflection, he confirms to himself that Baba is finally gone. On his desk sits a framed photo of a younger Wataru with his sister. He stands before the picture, his gaze somber and his thoughts reflective. His fingers gently touch the frame as he thinks of his late sister. Looking away, he offers a quiet apology for the long 8-year wait. He acknowledges that she must have grown tired of waiting for justice. Meanwhile, in another bedroom, a single drop of dark liquid hits the floor. Baba Knight's brother Luke groans as he begins to stir from sleep. He sits up, questioning the strange sensation as he looks around his room. Touching the leopard print sheets, he expresses confusion over the wetness he feels. He turns to his brother, chiding him for wetting the bed at his age. Luke complains that he specifically warned Baba not to get too drunk. His annoyance turns to horror as he sees Baba covered in dark blood. Baba weakly questions if it's blood, confirming Luke's terrifying realization. In a panic, Luke grabs his brother, screaming and demanding to know what happened. He stares in shock at his own hands, now covered in his brother's blood. Sometime later, Wataru is at his university, where a professor praises his report. The professor agrees that the well-written paper can replace Wataru's class attendance. Overjoyed, Wataru throws his arms up in a silent, triumphant cheer. He explains to his confused professor that this pose is his expression of gratitude. With a small smile, the professor remarks that he understands Wataru's eccentricities. Wataru offers a final word of thanks as he leaves the classroom. Outside, his friend Masashima enthusiastically calls his name while running towards him. She wraps him in a tight hug, and he calmly notes her university attendance. The two go to a campus eatery to celebrate his recent hospital discharge. Masashima presents him with a large, steaming bowl of noodles as a gift. She explains it is to celebrate his recovery, encouraging him to eat up. Wataru begins his meal, but his expression becomes distant and deeply troubled. His focus blurs, the image of his food fading into an abstract haze. Masashima watches him, her expression showing concern over his somber mood. After he lets out a sigh, she quietly asks him what is wrong. He forces a smile, dismissing her concern by claiming that it is nothing. Internally, he is tormented by the violent memory of stabbing Baba Knight. He reflects that he has been preparing for this day for a long time. The memory of his furious attack on Baba is vivid and intense. He recalls the look of shock and pain on his victim's face. He acknowledges that no matter his reasons, he has now killed someone. This inescapable fact is a truth he will carry for his entire life. He tells Masashima aloud that he is carrying the weight of a crime. His friend listens silently, her expression showing her concern and bewilderment. Their conversation is abruptly interrupted by the sharp ringing of a phone. His smartphone screen displays an incoming call from his associate, Mr. Misumi. Wataru's face fills with alarm as he realizes who is calling him. Wataru Mochizuki answers his phone, where the caller identifies himself as Misumi. In an office, Misumi explains he just received a call from the prefectural police. Hearing the name Baba Knight, Wataru's eyes widen as he confirms he remembers. Misumi then reveals that Baba was attacked in his sleep that very morning. In a hospital bed, the heavily bandaged Baba is shown to have narrowly survived. The request to come to the hospital from Misumi leaves Wataru completely stunned. Later, Wataru, Misumi, and a female colleague walk down a sterile hospital corridor. A hooded Wataru sits silently on a bench in the hallway, waiting. Under the shadow of his hood, his sharp eye observes the scene unfold. He watches the officers, wondering if Baba is truly inside the nearby room. Wataru gets up and walks alone down the brightly lit, empty corridor. Peering through the door's window, he confirms that his target is indeed there. Through the opening, he can see the indistinct form of Baba in the bed. Wataru wonders how much Baba remembers of the dream attack he orchestrated. A female detective inside the room begins to address her colleagues about the situation. She requests they postpone the interrogation as Baba just regained consciousness. An older detective starts the questioning anyway, stating he is just confirming facts. He recounts the timeline of Luke finding his brother and calling for an ambulance. The detective asks Luke to confirm that only the two of them were present. Luke Knight, Baba's brother, affirms the detective's account of the morning's events. The older detective looks on silently, his expression serious as he considers the testimony. He reveals that their investigation found no signs of anyone entering the apartment. Enraged by the insinuation, Luke asks if the detective is suspecting him. From the bed, Baba weakly calls out to the detective, interrupting the tense exchange. He defends his brother, insisting that Luke is not the one who attacked him. Wataru listens intently from the side, his face mostly obscured by his hood. Baba continues, stating his brother lacks the motive or the courage to stab him. Hearing this, Wataru ponders the significance of Baba's use of the word guts. Misumi wryly suggests that perhaps a large cat climbed into the apartment. He immediately dismisses this notion, concluding it was undoubtedly a human's work. The bizarre lack of evidence of anyone entering or leaving puzzles Misumi. He theorizes that if the brother is the culprit, he must have planned a deception. Wataru walks alone, concluding that Baba does not seem to remember the dream. Arriving outside medical examiner's office, Wataru politely introduces himself. Misumi presents Wataru to his colleague as a criminal psychology student who helps them. The woman Okeda identifies herself as the director of investigation. She and Misumi begin discussing the case, starting with the murder weapon. Okeda notes the wound was incredibly precise, barely avoiding a fatal outcome. Wataru internally marvels at the astonishing power and precision of his ability. He questions why Misumi would bring him into the investigation at all. Wataru knows that Misumi is fully aware of his close connection to Baba. Misumi then proposes the theory that the culprit intentionally spared Baba's life. Okeda, surprised, asks if he means the attacker wanted Baba to live. Misumi looks on intently, waiting for her professional opinion on his theory. She concedes that based on her expertise, such a scenario is not impossible. Okeda still questions the motive for deliberately complicating the crime. Misumi counters with a grim question about the existence and purpose of torture. He points out that Baba is a man who committed a grave crime 8 years ago. The three investigators stand together, pondering the strange and complex case. Misumi turns directly to Wataru, pointedly asking for his thoughts on the matter. Wataru stands with his back to the viewer, realizing the current investigation is a typical move for Misumi. A close-up reveals Okeda's sharp, analytical expression as she listens to the discussion. During the debriefing, Wataru boldly clarifies he is present not as an investigator, but as the victim's brother. Okeda gasps, shocked that Misumi knowingly brought the victim's grieving brother into the investigation. In profile, Wataru admits that as a family member, he has imagined making the murderer suffer. His expression hardens as he states that if he were to inflict torture, he would ensure it ended in death. Misumi calmly listens to this confession, concluding that an outside perpetrator now seems highly improbable. Okeda states her plan to requestion the brothers, while Misumi announces his return to the station. Internally, Okeda acknowledges that she cannot afford to underestimate an investigator as cunning as Misumi. Wataru's face is shown in an intense close-up as he recognizes Misumi's clever deduction about the attack. Standing alone in the hallway, Wataru thinks to himself that there were other reasons he left Baba alive. In a hospital room, Baba Knight tosses and turns in his bed, groaning in pain. His face is contorted in agony as he endures a nightmare, his brow beaded with sweat. He lets out another pained groan, clenching his fists as he suffers in his sleep. A horrific, hallucinatory image of a giant fly's head emerges from his chest, chirping menacingly. Baba continues to groan, his face a mask of torment from the horrifying vision. The camera focuses on the stark, sterile ceiling tiles above the hospital bed. With a gasp, Baba jolts awake, his eyes wide with terror from the nightmare he just experienced. His panicked breaths echo in the quiet room, the sound reverberating off the ceiling. Seen from above, the terrified Baba looks around the empty hospital room, trying to reorient himself. He mutters in frustration that it isn't even nighttime yet, clearly shaken by the ordeal. A hand reaches out to take a glass of water from the bedside table. The startled Baba looks up to see Wataru standing over him, offering the drink. Baba stares with suspicion, wary of this sudden and unexpected visitor at his bedside. Wataru offers a slight smile, encouraging the wary patient to drink the water. From outside the hospital, their two silhouettes are visible in the brightly lit window. Baba cautiously takes a sip of water through a straw, his eyes still fixed on Wataru. Wataru reassures him, calmly stating that the glass contains nothing but water. After Baba drinks, Wataru says with satisfaction that it is a good thing. Wataru's voice echoes down an empty corridor as he reminds Baba of his rights as a patient. He holds the glass, his other hand gesturing towards Baba as he begins his interrogation. Placing the glass down with an audible clank, his demeanor shifts to one of cold intent. He questions Baba about why he is in the hospital, feigning ignorance about the stabbing. Wataru's expression turns severe as he reveals the police suspect him of holding a grudge. Lying back, Baba weakly asks Wataru if he has any idea who the culprit might be. Just as Baba points a finger to speak, Wataru's hand moves towards his bandaged wound. He presses his fingers firmly into the stab wound on Baba's chest. The pressure plunges deep, causing a surge of intense, sharp pain. Baba's face contorts in agony as he lets out a strangled groan, his mouth agape. Wataru internally expresses his satisfaction, noting that causing pain in real life is more rewarding. Gasping for breath, Baba glares at Wataru, his face a mixture of pain and hatred. Wataru looms over him, his face half cast in shadow, and repeats his question about the culprit. A stark close-up shows Wataru's cold, determined eyes, his expression unyielding. Baba, seething with anger, demands to know what Wataru was doing the previous night. Wataru replies with a cheerful, unsettling smile that he was sound asleep by 10. Leaning over the bed, Wataru mockingly wishes Baba a peaceful night's rest. He tells Baba that in order to sleep well, he must answer a question. Wataru threatens Baba with the possibility of waking up with missing fingers or senses. Baba spits out a curse, his face twisted in a snarl of defiance and rage. Finally defeated, Baba tells Wataru to hurry up and ask his question. Wataru's shadowed face reveals his grim satisfaction as he declares he has waited for this. At Baba's bedside, he demands to know the location of the other two murderers. Baba looks on, understanding Wataru intends to judge them with his own eyes. Wataru confirms he wants to see if the three of them truly regret their crime. A full moon hangs over the city at night, setting a tense atmosphere. From his bed, Baba weakly asks Wataru what is wrong. He then questions Wataru, asking if he hasn't already met the other two. Baba seems annoyed, asking why Wataru doesn't just tell him what he knows. Wataru taunts him, asking if he realizes how hard it was to find cockroaches. Looking away, Baba thinks for a moment, stating that he is quite sure of something. Wataru leans in, shocked, and asks what Baba is trying to say. Baba reveals that his information concerns Akiyama, who called him a month ago. A flashback shows Baba at a desk, taking a call on his smartphone. The phone screen displays an incoming call from an unknown, unlisted number. In the flashback, Baba recalls Akiyama saying something very specific during their conversation. He tells Wataru that Akiyama expressed a desire to meet him after getting out of prison. Wataru's eyes narrow with focus. He has a glimpse of his next target. An informational page details Wataru's ability, Golden Slumber, which has specific conditions. A chart displays the 3 targets, showing Baba Knight as apprehended. In an elevator, a summary explains Wataru's quest for revenge for his sister. Wataru and Okada stand with their superior, whom Okada addresses as Mr. Masumi. Okada brings up the case of Baba's stabbing from the day before. Masumi confirms the official report. Baba was not stabbed by anyone, he did it himself. He reiterates that the case was settled as an attempted suicide by Baba Knight. Okada, however, expresses her feeling that there is another side to the story. Masumi looks away thoughtfully, considering her persistent intuition about the case. After a sigh, he grants Okada permission to investigate on her own time. He warns her to be discreet, as any fuss could affect the victims' families. In the hallway, Okada spins around to face Wataru directly. She thanks Masumi for his concern, Wataru looking on silently. The two stand close, their faces shown in a tense, focused profile view. Wataru walks away confidently, knowing he can use his golden slumber on Baba anytime. He sits on a training bench, planning to find his next target, Sakamoto. He decides to deal with Baba after he has located the other 2 murderers. Wataru believes his revenge will succeed once he makes contact with the remaining targets. He laments that his initial clue, the GPS trackers and the charms, has expired. He considers using his ability to infiltrate the police department to find information. However, he acknowledges that in that state, he cannot talk to anyone or read files. The limitation makes him feel as powerless as an observant, but ineffective mosquito. He realizes that entering a dream for the first time holds a physical influence. Wataru is shown asleep at his desk during a university lecture. The professor calls him out by his full name in front of the entire class. Looking annoyed, the professor tells Wataru that his snoring is noisy and disruptive. His classmate, Makihima, hits him to wake him up as he yawns. Later outside, Makihima asks him if he has been sleeping in class a lot recently. She jokingly suggests he's losing sleep because a sadistic queen is taming him. While his body sleeps, Wataru's consciousness meets Okada to discuss Baba's case. He internally acknowledges her dedication, noting she is passionate about her work. Okada confirms she is investigating Baba's suicide attempt and has questions for him. She abruptly asks Wataru if he happened to meet Baba the day he was injured. Wataru is jolted by a sudden, sharp question, his face a mask of shock. Okada inquires about his reason for asking, mentioning that Baba's brother said something. Internally, Wataru tells himself to stay calm, believing an innocent question poses no threat. Okada then expresses her certainty that it must all be a misunderstanding. Looking down, Wataru firmly states that he has a solid alibi. He then admits to Okada that it is true he met with Baba Knight that day. Wataru quickly downplays the encounter, claiming nothing important was discussed. His confession surprises Okada, who finds the fact that he met him at all surprising. She reveals that Baba's brother saw them shake hands, a detail Wataru awkwardly confirms. Okada presses further, asking how he knew Baba's location when it was a secret. Feigning his own surprise, Wataru claims it was a chance encounter while sightseeing. She acknowledges that he did well to recognize Baba after so many years have passed. Wataru's expression hardens as he explains that the faces from 8 years ago are unforgettable. He provides his alibi, stating he never left his hotel near the station that entire night. Okada checks her phone, noting the hotel is within walking distance of Baba's house. Wataru internally concludes that being honest is the best strategy, as his ability protects him. He offers his thanks to Okada for her time and her questions. With a smile, Okada says her inquiry is merely to satisfy her own curiosity. She warns him that if this information leaks, he could become a victim of speculation. Her tone becomes more serious as she states she has one more personal opinion to share. She firmly advises him that for any reason, he should not approach the murderers. Furthermore, she stresses that any physical contact with them should be unthinkable. Okada formally concludes her warning, asking him to excuse her. For his own safety, she implores him not to do anything so rash again. Wataru listens to her pleas with a cool, unreadable expression. He calmly informs Miss Okada that he cannot promise her such a thing. His thoughts reveal he would follow his heart, as emotions are not bound by law. Okada looks down at him, processing his defiant response. Wataru breaks the tension, casually announcing that he was only kidding. He stretches his arms, remembering something else he wanted to mention. Pivoting the conversation, he asks if she has a taste for horsehair crabs. Okada looks back at him, puzzled by the sudden and strange question. She mishears him, asking if he meant letters, before he clarifies the type of crab. Wataru mentions he might go to Hokkaido and could bring back a souvenir. She tells him not to trouble himself and to pass on her regards to Mr. Masumi. A lingering suspicion remains on her face as she watches him. A train rumbles past on the tracks below, concluding their tense encounter. Suddenly, Wataru jolts awake in a classroom, gasping for air. His classmate Makihima looks over as he pants, clearly disoriented from the experience. He crashes forward onto his desk, completely exhausted from the mental ordeal. Makihima jokingly asks if he's okay, noting the queen made things difficult for him. He apologizes to her, asking if she minds if he goes back to sleep. She lets out a small amused laugh at his strange behavior. He insists that his situation isn't funny, but she continues to chuckle. In her office, Okada reviews security footage, confirming Wataru's alibi. A memory of Mr. Masumi bidding Okada farewell is recalled from a past event. She concludes that physically it would have been impossible for Wataru to attack Baba. Wataru is seen from behind, his unique two-toned hair clearly visible. Okada's face is shown in a close-up, her expression thoughtful and serious. The memory of Wataru's strange comment about Hokkaido lingers in her mind. In a vast modern archive room, police officer Okada steps through a doorway. She wonders if her targets, Akiyama or Sakamoto, could be hiding in Hokkaido. Reading a file, she confirms the latest data places Baba Night in Sakuranamiya City. The file reveals Akiyama's location is unknown, while Takuya Sakamoto's is also a mystery. She concludes that Sakamoto has no ties to Hokkaido, and she was overthinking the lead. Suddenly, Wataru appears behind her, slamming his hand on her desk with approval. He reveals he knew she would investigate his false Hokkaido clue more deeply. Back in a university classroom, Wataru jolts awake with a gasp as Makihima watches. He unconsciously wrote down Sakamoto's true location: Roku Construction in Amagi City, Shizuoka. His classmate Makihima looks over with concern, asking him what just happened. Wataru abruptly runs from the classroom, shouting that something urgent has come up. With a look of grim determination, he vows that Takuya Sakamoto's time is coming. He recalls that Sakamoto is one of the 3 killers from 8 years prior. At a payphone, Wataru knows Sakamoto is now and likely using an alias. He politely asks the female voice on the phone for Sakamoto Kazuma. The receptionist asks for his name, and he provides the alias Nakamura. She informs him that Sakamoto has changed his contact information, suggesting direct communication. Wataru listens to the buzzing dial tone after the call has ended. He hangs up the phone, certain that Sakamoto definitely works for the company. Standing alone, he resolves to go to Sakamoto's location, unsure of his current appearance. The next day, the scene is set in the bustling cityscape of Amaki, Shizuoka. Wataru begins his surveillance of the Roku Construction Company after sleeping at an internet cafe. The camera focuses on the company sign, confirming he has arrived at the right place. Through the window, his sharp eyes scan the office for any sign of his target. The office door creaks open as he observes from a distance. He sees 3 men standing outside the building, their backs to him. The men are casually discussing their interests in K-pop and the idol group Nogizaka. Wataru's expression is serious as he analyzes the men, comparing them to his target's image. He quickly determines that none of these men match his target's description. Concluding they are irrelevant, Wataru dismisses them and moves on with his surveillance. He peers into the office window, getting a clear view of the interior. Inside, he sees an office with the director and 2 female employees. A quick shot shows the reflection in the office windows. Wataru observes the director, noting the significant age difference between him and his staff. The blonde employee looks on with a slightly surprised expression. Posing as a friend, Wataru approaches the accountant, Fushida, to ask about Sakamoto. Fushida calls out to her boss for guidance on the visitor's inquiry. The director looks up from his work, surprised by the interruption. Fushida explains that a friend of Sakamoto's called the previous morning. The director questions her, surprised that Sakamoto would have a friend visit. Fushida informs Wataru that Sakamoto has already left the company, but offers a message. Wataru reacts with shock while the director sternly states that won't be necessary. The news hits Wataru hard. He realizes his crucial clue has seemingly vanished. The director scolds Fushida, telling her not to give out information so easily. The blonde employee warns about hiring people with criminal records, which Fushida acknowledges. Frustrated, Wataru watches as the blonde employee announces she is leaving for an appointment. The office door creaks shut as the director watches her leave. The director lets out a sigh of relief once he is alone with Fushida. Wataru observes as the director approaches Fushida's desk with a flirtatious demeanor. The director looks down at Fushida with a soft, somewhat lecherous expression. From behind, the company director addresses his young accountant, Fushida. In an imagined, heart-filled scene, he affectionately asks his kitty what they should do. Wataru observes this inappropriate interaction from a distance, his expression unreadable and silent. Wataru overhears another employee anxiously remind the boss that his wife will be home soon. Outside the Roku construction building, Wataru resolves to return again to pursue his objective. 2 hours pass, and Fushida leaves the office as the director calls out a final, flirtatious goodbye. From his hiding spot near a post, Wataru notes that the accountant is now gone. Now disguised in a suit, Wataru recognizes this as his opportunity to face the director alone. A hand reaches out, pressing the office doorbell with a distinct ding-dong chime. The director opens the door, mistakenly thinking his mistress has returned for something she left. Wataru presents a police badge, identifying himself as an inspector from the Amagi station. With eyes wide in surprise, the director stares at the official-looking identification card. He nervously invites Wataru inside, while Wataru internally celebrates his successful ruse. Once inside, Wataru reflects on the usefulness of his fake ID to get information quickly. Seated across from the director, Wataru begins his serious inquiry about Sakamoto Kazuma. He asks the director pointedly if Sakamoto has recently quit his job at the company. The director confirms that Sakamoto was involved in a physical altercation 2 months ago. He explains that while the company hires ex-convicts, Sakamoto's assault was too severe. Wataru concludes that Sakamoto has reverted to his old criminal ways, just as he suspected. Leaning forward intensely, Wataru presses for Sakamoto's current address or whereabouts. The director looks weary and evasive, questioning what Wataru means by now. He feigns deep thought, claiming he needs a moment to recall the details. The director tries to stall, saying he has to leave soon and needs more time. He attempts to end the meeting, promising to call Wataru later with the information. Wataru realizes that providing a real contact number would be a suspicious and foolish move. The director asks if it would be an inconvenience for Wataru to leave his contact details. Feeling cornered, Wataru decides that he has no choice but to play his hidden trump card. The director watches him with a hint of suspicion, sensing a shift in the interrogation. Wataru reaches forward, sliding a plain white envelope across the desk toward the director. The simple, unmarked envelope rests ominously on the surface of the table between them. Looking down at the object with a puzzled expression, the director asks what it is. Wataru calmly explains that inside the envelope is a photograph of a man and a woman. He then pointedly identifies the woman as Fushida, hinting at their illicit affair. The director's face shatters with terror as an image of him embracing Fushida flashes in his mind. Wataru offers a deal, provide the information, and he will ignore the affair. Startled by the sudden blackmail, the director stands up abruptly from his seat. He clutches his chin, sweating and looking terrified by this unexpected turn of events. Panicked, the director promises to check for the information right away, feigning surprise at the urgency. Wataru bows his head slightly, thanking the man for his newfound cooperation. The flustered director claims he needs to use the restroom to find what Wataru needs. Wataru removes his glasses, the sound of the frames clanking softly in the quiet room. Alone in the restroom, Wataru leans over the sink and breathes a quiet sigh of relief. He puts his hands together, expressing a silent, dramatic apology for his deception. He admits to himself that the envelope was empty, a successful bluff that exploited a weakness. Despite his victory, he knows with certainty that he cannot afford to stop now. The sound of the office doorbell ringing again interrupts the tense silence of the restroom. Wataru realizes with a start that the director's supposed customer has arrived. Peeking through the door, he thinks he just needs the information before making his escape. His eye widens in shock as he sees the identity of the new arrival. Wataru recoils in utter disbelief, his hand flying to his mouth in silent shock. In an office restroom, Wataru expresses his shock at the unexpected appearance of Inspector Misumi. Misumi calmly observes to the company director that the restroom seems to be occupied. The director nervously explains that a young policeman from Amagi station is inside. A look of sheer disbelief crosses Wataru's face as he overhears their conversation. Hiding in the stall, his thoughts spiral, unable to believe the turn of events. He questions if the director's guest is truly the Misumi he knows and fears. A wave of pure panic washes over Wataru, realizing the gravity of his situation. He fears that if he is caught now, they will conclude he is plotting a crime. A flashback shows the director had previously granted Wataru permission to use the restroom. Wataru curses his terrible luck, feeling utterly trapped by the circumstances. He feels his escape route has been completely cut off, leaving him no way out. His face contorts in terror as he concludes that his plan is finished. Outside, Misumi quietly wonders how to turn this desperate situation to his advantage. From his hiding spot, Wataru questions why Misumi would show up in this place. With no way out, Wataru feels completely cornered by Inspector Misumi in the restroom. A summary page outlines Wataru's revenge mission and his accidental run-in with Misumi. Misumi, feeling the pressure, desperately tries to figure out his next move. The restroom door opens with a soft clack as Misumi steps into the room. Wataru stands with his back to the door, initially unaware of the inspector's entrance. Seeing Misumi's reflection in the mirror, Wataru braces himself for the inevitable confrontation. His hand grips a small, mirrored compact, which he uses to watch his surroundings. In a sudden move, Wataru rushes out of the restroom, trying to get past Misumi. A blur of motion fills the frame as the two men move quickly. Misumi stops Wataru, calmly telling him that he has performed his role perfectly. The inspector's hand is shown firmly gripping the doorknob, controlling the only exit. Wataru looks back, his face a mask of confusion at Misumi's unexpected praise. Misumi turns away, coolly asking if there are any problems with their secret arrangement. The two men stand in the restroom, with Misumi assuring Wataru there is nothing to worry about. Wataru, still processing the situation, asks Misumi about his own stake in the matter. Misumi confirms his involvement, cementing their covert and complicated alliance. A third man in a mask appears, cryptically asking Wataru for his business card. The masked figure then abruptly slams the stall door shut, ending the strange encounter. Wataru bursts back into the office, urgently asking the director for the information. His eyes widen as he finally receives the document he came for. The director advises him to go investigate, but warns that Sakamoto may have already quit. Wataru confirms with the director that the document shows Sakamoto's workplace. He quickly expresses his gratitude to the director and rushes out of the office. Wataru turns to leave, his back to the director as he makes his swift exit. The director cheekily informs him there's no picture, telling him to take it easy. After Wataru departs, the director quietly closes the office blinds, his part in the ruse complete. The director and a young policeman stand silently after the intense exchange. The young officer asks the director if he requires anything else. Misumi, now outside, realizes that Wataru forgot his glasses in his haste. He is shown holding the glasses, a glint of light reflecting off the lenses. Wataru runs through a dark city alley, panting heavily from his frantic escape. He finally stops, breathless, realizing he has successfully obtained the crucial information. Staring at the paper, his eyes widen as he reads the name Mahjong Flake. He examines the map, noting that Sakamoto's workplace is surprisingly close to his current location. Now wearing the glasses, he questions Misumi's true motive for appearing at that specific place. He recalls the suspicious news of Baba Naito's failed suicide, doubting the official story. In a stark mental space, he considers the risk of encountering Misumi again. Standing resolute against a graffiti-covered wall, he clutches a file, his purpose clear. With a sharp clack, he ignites a lighter, rejecting a thought of direct violence. He drops the burning object, letting a violent impulse turn to ash below. Resolved, he decides he must uncover Misumi's plans during their inevitable next meeting. An abstract, desolate landscape flashes by, hinting at the lonely path ahead. He reaffirms that there are no mistakes, only purpose, before wondering where his glasses are. Looking up at the city buildings at night, he identifies his destination. He arrives outside the brightly lit establishment known as Mahjong Flake. The policeman, his associate, steps out, looking sharp and ready for the task. Inside, he observes the club is smaller than expected and filled with casual patrons. A sign on the street points the way to the Mahjong parlor on the second floor. Upon entering, he is greeted with a loud, enthusiastic welcome from the staff. He notices a wall of photos, finding it strange that members use nicknames. A club employee approaches, politely inquiring if the newcomer intends to play. The policeman suggests a private conversation, gesturing the employee to a quieter spot. He watches a nearby game, his thoughts focused on identifying his true target. He reveals his identity as a police officer, discreetly showing his official badge. The officer quietly asks the employee if Sakamoto Kazuma is present tonight. The employee confirms Sakamoto is there, indicating a table in the corner. He thanks the employee, cautioning him to keep their discussion confidential. Looking toward the corner, his eyes lock onto the table where his target sits. With his target located, the officer's expression is one of grim determination. At the table, Sakamoto and his friends are deeply engrossed in their mahjong game. The officer realizes he must observe them carefully to identify Sakamoto among them. One of the players at the table wears a distinctive baseball cap, his face obscured. Another player with curly hair and sunglasses nonchalantly smokes a cigarette. The final player is Sakamoto, his face partially hidden by his dark bowl-cut hair. One of the players at the table slams down a tile, declaring a victorious hand. Elsewhere, an older man cries out in frustration after losing yet another game. The losing player spots the officer and loudly offers him an empty seat. The officer feels a wave of embarrassment, knowing he is only an amateur player. A new player, Akira in disguise, politely asks if she can take the seat. The older man, surprised, gestures for the newcomer to take the available spot. Akira smiles warmly, expressing her excitement to join the high-stakes game. She greets the players at Sakamoto's table, her back to the observing policeman. The air crackles with unspoken tension as she takes her seat opposite her target. The game is set, with Akira now seated among Sakamoto and his two friends. She notes that her associate, the policeman, is already present and watching. The policeman deduces that Misumi is also there to observe the men for Sakamoto. Akira now sits at the table, fully integrated into the game with her three opponents. With intense focus, she acknowledges that her ultimate target is right before her. A flashback reveals her an hour earlier, meticulously preparing her male disguise. In a restroom, she carefully applies makeup, crafting a new persona for her mission. She inserts colored contact lenses, altering her appearance for the infiltration. Staring into the mirror, she confronts her reflection, stealing her resolve. With a final touch, her transformation is complete, her expression now hard and focused. Sakamoto's eyes narrow with suspicion as he studies the new player across from him. Akira maintains a cool and collected demeanor, hiding her true intentions. Sakamoto asks if something is wrong, but she calmly denies any issue. At the mahjong table, Sakamoto remarks that he feels he has seen Wataru's face somewhere before. His curly-haired accomplice laughs dismissively, asking what nonsense Sakamoto is talking about. Wataru remains silent, their expression unreadable as they process the unnerving comment. Looking up with a neutral face, Wataru calmly insists that it must be a mistake. Internally, Wataru thinks that Sakamoto does not need to worry about the familiarity. Their expression then hardens, their focus sharpening on the man they have been hunting. A frantic thought reveals their relief. After a long search, they have finally found him. Noticing Sakamoto seems shaken, Wataru realizes he sees the image of their sister in them. A brief sharp pang of distress flashes across Wataru's face as the memory hits. Shaking it off, Wataru vows not to repeat past mistakes because this is reality. They mentally express their pleasure at meeting Sakamoto, ready for the mahjong battle to begin. While Misumi observes from a distance, Wataru inwardly plots how to touch their target. A title page identifies the target as Sakamoto Takuya, now using the name Sakamoto Kazuma. A close-up on their determined face shows Wataru's certainty that they have finally cornered him. In the second round of the game, Wataru thinks that the bastard cannot run away anymore. Looking down at their tiles, Wataru quietly contemplates their next move in the tense game. With a sharp gesture, Wataru discards a tile, making a confident and decisive play. Upon hearing Sakamoto call out pawn, Wataru instantly recognizes the voice, confirming his identity. Hands move across the table as Sakamoto claims the discarded tile to form a set. Sakamoto turns his head, questioning what Wataru is doing with their seemingly amateurish plays. Wataru looks away, staying silent in the face of their opponent's pointed question. Clenching their fist in frustration, Wataru can only offer a quiet apology for the poor move. The camera focuses on the set of three identical tiles that Sakamoto has just formed. Sakamoto internally questions Wataru's strategy, noting they were just trying to imitate his moves. Wataru is frustrated that their plan is failing and that Sakamoto remains so heavily guarded. Their expression intense. Wataru resolves that one way or another, they absolutely must touch him. A dark thought bubble reveals the name of their secret weapon, Golden Slumbers. Wataru knows an accidental touch is not enough. Sakamoto himself must initiate the contact. A symbolic image of two hands nearly touching illustrates their desperate need to connect. Wataru manages to win a small hand, declaring sumo with a chu toi toi dora. Sakamoto interrupts the flow of the game, suggesting they talk about the rate. Looking up with wide, surprised eyes, Wataru asks if the rate is going to be different. With a smirk, Sakamoto confirms they are playing at a high-stakes Dikapine rate. Wataru stares in shock, completely taken aback by the sudden increase in the game's stakes. Checking the scoreboard, Wataru sees they are in first place but now under immense pressure. They inwardly question why Sakamoto is raising this critical problem only now, in the middle of the game. His accomplice taunts Wataru, hoping they don't intend to welsh on their debts. Wataru is horrified by the suggestion of using their identity documents as collateral. They worry about exposing their identity to Sakamoto, especially with Misumi watching them. Wataru is acutely aware of Misumi's observing presence, which greatly complicates their plan. They reflect on their history with Sakamoto, which devolved from normal to profound hatred. If their true identity is revealed, they know they cannot pretend this meeting was by chance. Sakamoto smugly announces that the third round of the South Wind is about to begin. Wataru clenches their fist, knowing they must do something to regain their lost points. Regaining their composure, Wataru instructs Sakamoto to please continue with the game. As the host for this turn, Wataru feels a good premonition about the hand they've been dealt. Looking at the tiles before them, Wataru sees a promising path to victory opening up. Their hand is in tenpai, meaning they are now just one single tile away from winning. Wataru calculates that drawing A of Su will allow them to win by Tsumo. Slamming a tile down with a sharp sound, Wataru boldly declares Richi to the table. The high-stakes mahjong game unfolds under an atmosphere of intense concentration. Confident in their hand, Wataru declares they will follow this round. Across the table, Sakamoto's accomplice coolly acknowledges Wataru's ambitious play. Suddenly, Sakamoto counters, aggressively declaring that he is also Richi. Wataru's face falls, realizing their carefully laid plan isn't working out. The fourth player at the table quietly considers his own next move. Stunned by the sudden turn of events, Wataru looks on in disbelief. A close-up shows a mahjong tile being claimed from the discard pile. With a triumphant expression, Sakamoto declares, Ron, winning the hand decisively. He reveals one of the tiles that completes his winning combination. Holding up another key tile, he begins to explain his victory. Sakamoto announces his high-scoring hand, a combination of Richi and Dora. Utterly dismayed, Wataru laments their terrible luck for the day. A sharp glint in Wataru's eye reveals a flicker of suspicion. The players begin resetting the table, the automatic shuffler mixing the tiles. Wataru pauses, a feeling of doubt and unease creeping over them. As the players' hands build their new walls, the game continues. Wataru questions their own memory, feeling that something is amiss. A sudden realization strikes them. There should be 2 pin tiles. The thought solidifies in their mind that a tile has mysteriously vanished. Looking at their opponents, Wataru suspects they are being cheated. Sakamoto's accomplice confidently states that he is going to be next. A subtle, smug expression plays across Sakamoto's face as he observes. Wataru calmly announces the need to use the restroom, excusing themselves. They rise from their seat and walk away from the tense game. In the hallway, Wataru's thoughts confirm Sakamoto's deception and tile switching. A mental image forms of Sakamoto cheating with a sleight of hand. Sitting alone, Wataru recalls a detail involving the numbers 6 and 9. They remember Sakamoto winking his right eye as a secret signal. The accomplice clearly understood the signal was meant to ruin their plan. Seething with anger, Wataru realizes the full extent of the manipulation. In the quiet hallway, Misumi approaches the fuming Wataru. Startled from their thoughts, Wataru is surprised by Misumi's sudden appearance. Misumi observes that Wataru is being deliberately targeted by the other players. Wataru looks up, surprised that Misumi has noticed the foul play. He advises Wataru to give up and simply move to another table. Wataru politely thanks him for the advice before returning to the game. Misumi watches them leave, his expression thoughtful and silently observant. He muses that Wataru has the sharp potential of a police officer. At the table, Sakamoto's accomplice urges the game to continue. Wataru interjects, asking the other players to wait for a moment. Sakamoto condescendingly blames Wataru for not confirming the stakes earlier. Acknowledging his point, Wataru proposes adding one more rule to the game. They declare that the winner can make any request of the other players. Sakamoto and his accomplices look on, confused by this strange proposition. Sakamoto is taken aback by Wataru's audacious and unexpected demand. He mockingly reminds Wataru of their current losing position. Wataru challenges his nerve, asking if he dares to accept the new rule. Internally, Wataru plots to raise the competitive spirit to hinder them. This rule has another advantage. Winning would let them touch Sakamoto. Sakamoto internally dismisses his opponent's risky move, certain she cannot possibly win. Pointing confidently, he publicly agrees to her daredevil proposition, accepting the deal. He leans over to his ally, justifying his decision by noting she asked for it. With a low score displayed, he internally gloats, sure of victory due to his cheating. Despite her own dismal score, Wataru declares with fierce eyes that the round will begin. Sakamoto's accomplice looks on, thinking his opponent's desperate move is simply foolish. A hand presses the button on the automatic mahjong table, steadily starting the game. Inside the machine, the dice tumble and clatter, deciding the start of the next hand. Wataru knows reversing the situation is hard, but sees a slim chance with a certain tile. The dice stop rolling, their total coming to 8, setting the stage for the next play. A secret advantage becomes clear to Wataru, a single tile that only she can see. Her strategy forms as she considers how she might use the observer, Misumi, to her benefit. With grim determination, she recognizes this as her one last chance to win the high-stakes game. The rules are clear. The winner can make a request, but Wataru is far behind. The players' ranks are displayed, with Sakamoto in first place declaring he is all in. Watching from the sidelines, Misumi is completely baffled, unable to understand Wataru's thinking. The situation is summarized, questioning if Wataru has any chance to turn the tables. In the final round, Wataru calmly assesses her hand, which is powerful but incomplete. Misumi observes the board, recognizing the intensity of the arrangement even as an amateur. He notes that her current Manga hand is strong, but still far from what she needs. To turn the game around, Misumi deduces she must aim for the high-scoring Daisangan hand. Wataru rejects the idea of a simple Yakuman win, knowing it won't be enough points. Her hand places a tile onto the table with a decisive clatter, changing the game's direction. Misumi identifies the discarded tile as Haku, a crucial piece for the hand he anticipated. He realizes he may have judged too quickly, as the outcome is now entirely uncertain. As the fifth round ends, Wataru prepares to make her next determined move. She glances at Sakamoto, thinking that her play has now limited his own abilities. With a smug grin, Sakamoto taunts her, warning her not to get too excited. His curly-haired accomplice, wearing glasses, watches the tense game unfold. Wataru's eyes widen in shock, reacting to a sudden, unexpected play from her opponent. The accomplice discards a tile with a sharp clack, altering the flow of the game. Sakamoto eagerly calls pawn, claiming the discarded tile with a triumphant grin. Wataru is visibly dismayed as her opponent's move completely shatters her strategy. Misumi notes how difficult a Yakuman hand is to achieve, seeing her chances dwindle. Sakamoto gloats that even with a perfect hand, she would have lost to him anyway. Wataru calmly picks up a tile, her expression unreadable as she considers her next play. She discards a tile with a soft clatter, her original plan now completely abandoned. Misumi advises her to throw away the Hatsu tile, which no longer holds any value. Looking at her hand, Wataru accepts that her plan for a Daisangan is now impossible. Her mind races with desperate thoughts, determined to focus and find a new way to win. She stares at her tiles, telling herself that she absolutely cannot give up now. Interrupting the game's flow, she declares that she has a question for her opponent. Sakamoto looks up, a silent question mark hanging over his head, wondering what she wants. Wataru boldly confronts him and his accomplice, directly accusing them of cheating. Sakamoto angrily denies the accusation, suggesting she is only saying it because she is losing. She calmly explains that she didn't come up with the idea herself but heard it. Wataru turns and gestures, claiming the information came from the man behind her, Misumi. Sakamoto is stunned by this accusation, gesturing wildly towards his own tiles in disbelief. As her opponents are thrown into disarray, Wataru looks on with cool composure. Her hand rests on her tiles, her psychological trap now successfully sprung. An agitated player with curly hair confronts Misumi, demanding he speak his mind. From his seat, Misumi coolly states he is an outsider with no intention of interfering. He internally concludes that Wataru, the player who made the accusation, has misunderstood. Thinking to himself, Misumi expresses annoyance at being dragged into the table's drama. Wataru offers a quick apology for the interruption they caused. They then issue a veiled threat, stating they know all about their opponent's tricks. Sakamoto retorts sarcastically, asking if Wataru feels better now after the outburst. The curly-haired man is left speechless by the sudden turn of events. With a smirk, Sakamoto thinks to himself that it's too late for his foe to recognize the trap. His confidence is high, as he needs just one more tile to complete his winning hand. A view of the table shows the tiles that Wataru has played so far. Filled with anger, Sakamoto declares that the game is about to end. Wataru intensely analyzes their hand, calculating the fastest path to victory. The observant Misumi notes that Sakamoto seems to be waiting for his winning tile. Wataru commits to a high-risk play, deciding they are going all in. Misumi studies Wataru's hand, seeing a potential, though difficult, path to victory. With a calm expression, Wataru simply passes their turn, sliding a tile forward. The discarded tile moves across the table, a key piece in their developing strategy. Wataru looks on with fierce determination, prepared to execute their plan. Sakamoto senses that his moment of triumph is getting closer. Wataru's gaze sharpens, resolving to settle the entire conflict right here and now. A mahjong tile is slammed onto the table with a sharp, resonant tap. In a dramatic turn, Wataru declares Riichi, placing a bet on their next draw. Sakamoto leans forward, utterly stunned by the unexpected and aggressive move. Misumi questions the play, wondering why Wataru would break a promising hand. Wataru knows that their opponent's overconfidence will ultimately be his downfall. They recall Sakamoto's childish tendency to set traps and gloat over his victims. This is precisely why Wataru avoided a predictable move, anticipating Sakamoto's mindset. Believing their opponent will soon break, Wataru waits with only 3 turns left. Misumi realizes Wataru is now waiting for a specific discard from an opponent. Wataru discards another tile, committing fully to their daring play. The game state shows that only 2 tiles are left in the wall. A smug Sakamoto believes that the game is now all over for Wataru. Wataru draws another tile, frustrated that only 1 remains. Sakamoto taunts them, mockingly asking what they will beg for now. The final 2 tiles sit stacked in the wall, their faces hidden. With intense concentration, Wataru prepares to draw the very last tile of the game. Misumi watches on, thinking the game is lost if the tile isn't what Wataru needs. Wataru's hand closes around the final tile with a surge of energy. Misumi repeats his thought that the game is over if it's not the correct tile. Wataru holds the tile, their face obscured but their focus absolute and unwavering. With fierce resolve, they vow to rise from the depths of hell. A sudden realization dawns on Misumi. Wataru's earlier Chunkan was a setup. He remembers thinking that that move had ended Wataru's chances of winning. He recalls seeing Wataru give up the 4 red dragon tiles in that play. He now understands that 2 seemingly useless tiles were part of the feint. Those tiles had vanished from play, only to reappear at this crucial moment. Wataru's finger slides over the top of the final tile, preparing to reveal it. They flip the tile over with a practiced, decisive motion. With a snap, the tile is revealed, completing Wataru's miraculous winning hand. At the mahjong table, Sakamoto lets out a scream of utter shock. Misumi's eye widens as a startling possibility enters his mind. Revealing a hidden tile, Wataru explains they had switched them during the earlier chaos. With a powerful set of tiles now on display, Wataru declares the game is over. Wataru considers the weight of the moment, knowing just 1 turn remains. The outcome hinges on luck, requiring them to avoid the tile Sakamoto is waiting for. A symbolic vision shows the fated choice between Wataru and Sakamoto rests on a scale. The image of Wataru's hand reaching for the tile represents the pull of destiny. Their fingers close around the tile, understanding this is more than a simple victory. Looking up with cold satisfaction, Wataru acknowledges the effort that led to this point. A sharp profile view highlights Wataru's intense focus, driven by a deep need. With fierce determination, Wataru resolves to finally erase a long-held regret. Their hand grasps the final tile, ready to seal their fate by their own actions. A sharp beep sounds from the score counter as Wataru prepares their winning move. The crucial tile is revealed with a dramatic flipping sound, completing their hand. Wataru calmly announces their winning Yakuman hand, a self-drawn victory worth points. With the match won, Wataru asks if it is now time to state their request. A title page depicts the triumphant moment, summarizing Wataru's hard-fought victory. A close-up shows the winning tile in a smoky, dramatic light. Sakamoto stammers in disbelief, unable to comprehend his loss to a Yakuman hand. Wataru looks on coldly, telling Sakamoto to keep his promise now that they've won. In a furious outburst, Sakamoto jumps up and accuses Wataru of cheating. He grabs Wataru's arm tightly across the mahjong table in his rage. Wataru internally recognizes that Sakamoto has initiated contact, fulfilling a hidden condition. Now that their ability is active, Wataru coolly challenges Sakamoto to provide evidence. Sakamoto can only grit his teeth, his face a mask of pure, impotent anger. With a final curse, he slams his hands on the table in frustration. Wataru reflects on their success and considers what their next move should be. The curly-haired accomplice calmly tells Sakamoto that he should admit defeat. Sullen and beaten, Sakamoto finally asks what Wataru wants from him. He warns them, however, that he will not fulfill any outrageous demands. A tense, silent moment passes as Wataru looks at the defeated Sakamoto. Wataru decides to first probe their opponent's conscience with a single question. They ask with piercing intensity about Sakamoto's history with serious crimes. A profile shot captures Wataru's sharp, focused gaze during the interrogation. An opposing view shows Sakamoto's reaction, caught off guard by the question. His accomplice looks on as Sakamoto expresses his confusion about the line of questioning. Wataru prefaces their inquiry by suggesting everyone has committed minor transgressions. They offer examples like theft or hurting feelings to set a baseline for the discussion. After posing the heavy question, Wataru waits silently for Sakamoto to respond. Sakamoto looks down, his expression thoughtful as he considers his past actions. He points accusingly, demanding to know how Wataru knows about his criminal history. Wataru observes that Sakamoto seems to remember something and asks how he feels now. Internally, Wataru resolves to verify if the arrogant perpetrator feels any genuine remorse. Their thoughts turn specifically to his involvement in the infamous Shimizugawa incident. The curly-haired accomplice mockingly encourages Sakamoto to share his tale of courage. A close-up reveals Sakamoto's narrowed defensive eyes as he prepares his response. He retorts that his past actions were certainly not a story of courage. Wataru listens intently, their expression unreadable as the confession begins. A profile view shows Wataru absorbing Sakamoto's initial defensive admission. At a mahjong table, Mochizuki Saya asks Sakamoto about his courage, prompting a confession. With his face shadowed, Sakamoto admits with a pained expression that he still regrets his past. Saya reacts with visible shock, her eyes widening at his unexpected admission of remorse. Sakamoto explains that because of this regret, he feels absolutely no pride in his actions. Internally, Saya questions how Sakamoto could possibly feel regret on his own accord. A close-up on a glass of whiskey signals a shift in time to the past. The camera pans to a bottle of Suntory whiskey, confirming the beginning of a flashback. A foot points to a specific location on a city map laid out on the floor. The scene flashes back 8 years, showing 3 teenagers planning in a messy room. A younger Akiyama Ryu reveals his plan to target a little girl in a specific location. His accomplices, Baba Naito and Sakamoto Takuya, listen with intrigued, sinister expressions. Akiyama points to the map, noting that the area should be clear of other cars. His plan is crudely illustrated. They will hit the girl from behind with their vehicle. The drawing continues, showing them pulling the victim into their car to take care of her. With a chilling smile, Akiyama describes taking her to a secluded place for their fun. Baba and Sakamoto exchange a silent, knowing look, absorbing the gravity of the plan. A worried Sakamoto, clutching a stuffed dog, asks if their plan will truly succeed. Akiyama smiles reassuringly, holding up a small camera as his guarantee of control. He explains their blackmail scheme, threatening to ruin their victim's life with an uploaded video. With confidence, Akiyama boasts that this method of coercion has always proven successful for him. He turns to his hesitant friends, urging them to cooperate and not back out now. Baba and Sakamoto look on, with Baba quietly agreeing to proceed with the horrible plan. Baba takes a drink, his expression still showing a hint of unease about their scheme. He voices his fear about the serious crime of rape, asking if their safety is guaranteed. Akiyama listens to his concerns with a calm, untroubled smile on his face. He coolly dismisses Baba's question, stating he wants to verify the details first. Akiyama admits that even with careful planning, no criminal act is ever completely risk-free. With a sly expression, he reveals his cynical trump card, their status as minors. He explains that even if they kill someone, the juvenile law ensures no death penalty. Baba and Sakamoto are stunned, having been unaware of this specific legal protection. Akiyama continues, arguing that for them, the risk is minimal, just a few years in prison. Sakamoto looks down, quietly contemplating the supposedly low chance of being caught. Akiyama tempts them with the promise of a rare opportunity to assault a delicious girl. Baba looks over at Sakamoto, questioning if he is still committed to the plan. Sakamoto looks back, his expression showing a flicker of doubt and fear. With a final chilling stare, Akiyama puts the decision entirely on his 2 accomplices. The next day, their car is parked on a quiet, tree-lined residential street, waiting. From the driver's seat, Baba spots a girl approaching and alerts Akiyama in the back. Through the car window, they see the lower half of a girl riding her bicycle. Akiyama, smoking casually, dismisses the girl, telling Baba to let this one pass. Another girl on a bicycle appears, riding down the street towards a bright light. Inside the car, Baba and Sakamoto watch another potential target go by without interest. Baba remarks that the local girls seem unafraid, while Sakamoto notes their perceived similarity. Leaning on the steering wheel, Baba looks out, his patience clearly wearing thin. The monotony is broken by the buzzing of his phone, signaling an incoming message. He glances at the screen, seeing a text from Sakamoto asking how many girls have passed. Baba and Sakamoto exchange a look, their boredom and frustration growing. Sakamoto checks his own phone, wondering how much more interesting things can get after waiting an hour. Baba looks at his phone and seems to agree with Sakamoto's impatient sentiment. In the backseat, Akiyama suddenly turns his head, a new target having finally appeared. Saya warns Sakamoto that once he enters this world, there is no leaving. From behind the wheel, Baba's eyes scan the road in the car's rearview mirror. Turning to his accomplice, Baba remarks with disappointment that no good girls have appeared. Sakamoto excitedly points out a potential target, declaring they will get her next time. With an annoyed expression, Baba questions what his accomplice is talking about. Looking out the window, Sakamoto urgently announces that their intended victim is coming. A young Mochizuki Saya rides her bicycle, completely unaware of the danger she is in. Sakamoto frantically urges the driver to hit her, and Baba agrees with grim determination. A foot slams down hard on the accelerator pedal with a sudden, violent screech. The dark car roars forward, its headlights glaring as it closes in on the bicycle. From behind, Saya is seen pedaling down the road, oblivious to the vehicle accelerating toward her. Akiyama, the group's ringleader, glances back with a look of intense, cold focus. After the collision, the mangled bicycle lies abandoned against a guardrail. The front of the wrecked bicycle is shown, its basket crumpled from the impact. Inside the car, the four accomplices sit in a tense silence after the abduction. A close-up shows a pair of hands clasped tightly, a sign of silent nervousness. Baba's heart pounds with adrenaline as he realizes the gravity of their crime. Akiyama smirks, expressing that this is the first time he's felt such a thrill. Now conscious in the car, Saya calmly understands her situation and asks to be let go. Sakamoto looks out the window, thinking that it was always meant to be her. He begins to taunt Saya, asking if she regrets the choices that led her here. Saya defiantly states she has no regrets and demands to be taken home immediately. In response to her defiance, Sakamoto lets out a soft, sinister laugh. He coldly informs her that there is no need for regret as her fate is sealed. Akiyama reveals the chilling truth. She was their specific target from the very beginning. Hearing this, Baba looks on with wide-eyed shock from the driver's seat. Sakamoto's voiceover concludes his confession, stating his lingering regret over the incident. The scene shifts to a deep forest, where the group stands before their car. Baba asks Akiyama if he already knew the girl they had just abducted. With mocking pity, Baba and Sakamoto comment on what a poor girl she is. Sakamoto speculates with a smirk that perhaps she and Akiyama had met before. Their dark car is shown parked in a secluded, overgrown area of the woods. Akiyama gets out of the car, his arrival announced by one of his accomplices. He slams the car door shut after exiting the vehicle in the isolated location. Walking away from the car, Akiyama adjusts his jacket with an air of confidence. He explains to the others that he had to punch Saya because she fought back. Akiyama then offers his accomplices the chance to assault the victim first. Baba and Sakamoto react with surprised, eager excitement at his offer. With wide-eyed anticipation, Sakamoto asks if they can really play with her first. Akiyama reveals his necrophiliac desires, stating he has no interest while she's alive. His horrifying statement leaves Baba and Sakamoto visibly disturbed and speechless. Dismissing their shock, Akiyama coldly orders them to stop staring and begin. Baba and Sakamoto now stand before the car where their victim is being held. Sakamoto nervously raises a camera, announcing that he has started filming the events. A hand rests on the car's exterior with a soft, ominous clack. Baba announces his intention to begin, preparing to enter the car. He leans over the bound Saya, commenting that the video will be nice. A close-up captures Baba's leering expression as he anticipates filming the assault. Fighting back, Saya lands a powerful kick to Baba's face with a loud thump. Baba recoils in pain and anger as Akiyama laughs, mocking him for being kicked. In the back of a car, a bound schoolgirl sits with defiant eyes. Her expression remains unbroken, filled with intense and silent resolve. Her captor, Ryukin, suggests his accomplice Baba should strike the girl. With a cruel smirk, Baba agrees that the suggestion is a good one. Under a sliver of moon, a dark forest sets a foreboding scene. From the rustling woods, their accomplice Sakamoto emerges with a knowing look. He observes his partners, commenting on their listless, dejected appearance. Baba and Ryukin stand together, expressing their grim satisfaction with their actions. With a slight smile, Sakamoto notes how very pleased they seem with themselves. His expression then shifts from amusement to one of stern disapproval. In a sudden burst of rage, Sakamoto punches Baba, calling them both idiots. Seizing an opportunity, the captive girl makes a desperate run for freedom. With her hands still tied, she flees into the dark, dense woods. Her captors shout in alarm, realizing their victim has escaped their control. Ryukin gives chase, his face a mask of panicked determination. The three boys, panting heavily, finally corner their exhausted prey. They find the girl collapsed on the ground, breathless from the frantic pursuit. One of the captors orders the other to make sure she is tied up securely. Baba, still out of breath, apologizes to Ryukin for the chase. Sakamoto stands over them, his back turned as he catches his breath. He recalls being suddenly overcome by the dark mood of the group. In that moment, he remembers having given Ryukin a paper knife. Sakamoto admits, even to this day, that he knew it was the wrong thing to do. As a result, Ryukin's lust amplified while holding the sharp weapon. Sakamoto concludes his story, explaining that Ryukin began to torture the girl. In the present, Misumi listens to the confession, his face unreadable. He acknowledges that he has heard and understood Sakamoto's grim tale. Yoru's intense gaze locks onto Sakamoto, confirming he has recognized his past. She then asks if, having admitted his crime, he has sought forgiveness. Sakamoto is taken aback by her question, asking what she could possibly mean. Yoru clarifies that forgiveness must come from the victim and her family. Completely bewildered by the concept, Sakamoto stares at her in confusion. His confusion quickly gives way to derisive, mocking laughter. He and an older man erupt in laughter, ridiculing Yoru's earnest question. Yoru's expression shifts to one of utter shock and disbelief. Sakamoto dismisses her idea, stating his true regret is something else entirely. He reveals his only regret was not fully exploiting the juvenile law. He recalls knowing about the law but doubting its full potential back then. He understood that, as a minor, he could commit any crime he wanted. His only lament is not having realized the extent of this sooner. Leaning back, he calls his past restraint a waste, laughing at his foolishness. He muses that, with more time, he would not have stopped with one assault. Misumi's hand slams down on the mahjong table, his patience finally broken. Sakamoto continues to gloat, loudly proclaiming his deep sense of regret. Yoru's face contorts with rage as she glares at the unrepentant man. In a blur of violent motion, Misumi lunges across the table towards Sakamoto. Yoru can only watch, calling out Misumi's name in stunned surprise. Misumi's expression is one of cold fury as he grabs his target. He violently throws Sakamoto backward, sending him crashing to the floor. The commotion startles the other patrons, who look on in utter shock. A man in a suit, Misumi, looks on with a confident, slightly arrogant expression. Standing over the seated Sakamoto, he expresses disgust, feeling his hands are now dirty. Misumi reveals his identity by presenting his police badge to a shocked Sakamoto. He crouches down, asking the unrepentant Sakamoto if he feels any remorse for his actions. Onlookers, including a young woman named Yoru, stare in disbelief at this revelation. Sakamoto erupts in anger, demanding to know why Misumi struck him. Grabbing Sakamoto by the collar, Misumi warns him not to voice his trashy thoughts. Sakamoto glares back defiantly, questioning Misumi's ominous warning. Misumi reveals that their old accomplice, Baba, was mysteriously injured while he was asleep. Sakamoto clarifies that while the official report was a failed suicide, he believes someone else stabbed Baba. Standing by a window, Misumi explains he came to warn Sakamoto and advises him to relocate. From a distance, Yoru watches the two men, unable to hear them but sensing their gravity. Misumi pushes a chair back into place with a decisive movement. He turns to the onlookers, calmly dismissing the incident as nothing to worry about. Sakamoto is left looking pensive and troubled after Misumi's revelations. At the mahjong table, Sakamoto looks up as Misumi approaches him. Misumi notes with a sigh that the young woman, Yoru, has already left the parlor. Announcing his departure, he prepares to leave the mahjong club. Sakamoto and Misumi walk away together, observed by the remaining patrons. A view of the city at night sets a somber, urban mood. Walking down a dark, wet alley, Yoru reflects on the purpose of the juvenile law. Her face is shadowed with anger as she thinks about the chance for rehabilitation. A dynamic slash of motion represents her fury at how Sakamoto abused that chance. Yoru clenches her fist tightly, her rage solidifying into a dark decision. Sakamoto's boastful face appears in her memory as he gloats about committing a better crime. Her hatred burns intensely as she concludes that Sakamoto has no right to live. A new chapter begins, titled The Chase, starting after the mahjong club confrontation. Misumi's brother, observes Misumi and Sakamoto entering a building from a distance. From a cafe, he reads a magazine while deducing Sakamoto lives in a nearby apartment. Looking up at the building, wonders what his brother and Sakamoto are planning. Inside an apartment, Sakamoto sits anxiously on a leather couch, waiting. Misumi approaches Sakamoto, asking for his phone to ensure it is not recording. He holds the phone, explaining that he can now track Sakamoto's location via GPS. Sakamoto looks up nervously, asking if his life is genuinely in danger. Misumi confirms that Baba was stabbed, but the attacker's identity is still unknown. He sternly advises Sakamoto not to believe in things like curses. Sakamoto listens silently, his face obscured by his hair, processing the grim warning. Misumi instructs Sakamoto to be cautious for the next month. He outlines the safety measures, lock the door, and use police influence for patrols. Misumi states that, without evidence, the police can't do anything, leaving Sakamoto to protect himself. The apartment door slams shut, leaving Sakamoto alone inside. Sakamoto sits alone on the couch, looking defeated and contemplating his situation. The door bursts open again as Sakamoto frantically calls out for Misumi to wait. Misumi pauses in the doorway, turning back to look at Sakamoto. Sakamoto demands to know how Misumi will take responsibility if he gets attacked. He pleads to be taken along, arguing he can blend in with a crowd. With newfound bravado, Sakamoto asserts that he is not a helpless rat. Misumi listens to the desperate proposition, his expression unreadable as he considers it. From his lookout point, observes Misumi and Sakamoto finally leaving the building together. Lowers his magazine, confirming that his targets are now on the move. From a distance, Akiyama watches his target, questioning why Sakamoto has a travel bag. He observes Sakamoto and Misumi beside a black BMW, wondering about their intentions. Inside the car, Misumi installs a small camera, stating it's a precautionary measure. With a shadowed face, Akiyama feels that something significant has already begun to unfold. He speculates on the possibilities, observing them from his hidden vantage point. Standing on a city street, the rumble of an approaching car engine grabs his attention. Akiyama decisively raises his arm, flagging down a taxi with an urgent gesture. Slamming the door behind him, he startles the driver, who asks for his destination. The black BMW pulls away, its bright taillights cutting through the evening darkness. He gives his first command, instructing the driver to follow the car ahead. Inside the taxi, he wonders about their destination, suspecting Sakamoto is trying to hide. The powerful BMW roars down the road, speeding away with clear purpose. In Misumi's car, the phone rings, displaying an incoming call from his colleague, Oketa. Misumi answers, acknowledging the difficulty of Oketa's recent work. From her office, Oketa confirms her identity and asks if he is able to talk. She brings up the disturbing incident involving Baba Naito that they had previously discussed. Driving, Misumi recalls the fact that Baba had a visitor on the day he was stabbed. Oketa reports that she tried questioning Baba, but he was completely uncooperative. She recounts how Baba stubbornly insisted he knew nothing, refusing to say a word. With a concerned expression, Oketa theorizes that Baba may have been threatened into silence. Misumi understands, his face grimly determined, and decides he will ask Baba later. He instructs Oketa to handle the Shimizugawa files discreetly to avoid public notice. Seeing the BMW turn, Akiyama urgently tells his driver to follow them right. The taxi driver informs his passenger that the upcoming turn leads to the highway. Akiyama's eyes widen with alarm, realizing the chase is now escalating onto the highway. He resolves to continue, certain Sakamoto is not simply going home by himself. He considers Sakamoto's nomadic lifestyle, knowing how hard he is to track. Leaning forward, Akiyama knows that he cannot afford to lose his target now. He anticipates that the perceptive Misumi will soon notice the car tailing them. The empty on-ramp represents a point of no return for the intense chase. From an overhead perspective, Akiyama realizes he must do something to break the stalemate. The taxi driver asks if they should continue following the car ahead. Akiyama confirms the order, his eyes intensely focused on the vehicle. In the BMW's rearview mirror, the pursuing taxi remains a constant, bright presence. Misumi's eyes narrow with suspicion as he finally notices the persistent tail. He grips the car's interior handle, his knuckles tense as he prepares his next move. The BMW's engine roars as it suddenly accelerates down the highway. The car surges forward with blazing headlights, initiating a direct confrontation. Akiyama nervously asks his driver if he can speed up a little bit. The driver explains that he cannot, as the car in front is slowing down. Akiyama realizes with dawning horror that Misumi is trying to identify him. Misumi stares ahead, his expression cold and calculating as he executes his plan. The view from the BMW's rear window shows the taxi approaching, with its lights glaring. The taxi's headlights fill the back window as it gets uncomfortably close. Akiyama panics, seeing the trap closing and knowing he is about to be exposed. He shouts desperately at the driver, telling him to speed up immediately. He urgently commands the driver to drive past the BMW right now. The taxi swerves aggressively, overtaking the black car in a blur of motion. Misumi watches the taxi pass, wondering if his suspicion was just his imagination. Akiyama looks back in frustration, realizing he can no longer follow his target. With his target about to exit the highway, Akiyama knows he is almost out of time. A large highway sign flashes past, showing the distances to Hirono and Tokyo Nihonbashi. As his quarry escapes, Akiyama realizes he must abandon his current plan and improvise. Leaning forward, he asks the taxi driver for a favor, requesting a ride to Tokyo Station. The driver considers the long distance, estimating the fare will be 60,000 yen. Akiyama presents 70,000 yen, telling the driver to keep the rest for his trouble. As the taxi speeds off with a roar, Akiyama explains he has one more request. He makes a strange request, asking the driver not to wake him during the journey. The driver readily agrees, assuring Akiyama that he can rest without being disturbed. His face cast in shadow, Akiyama expresses his gratitude for the driver's cooperation. In the speeding taxi, he accepts that direct pursuit has failed, but feels this is sufficient. He resolves to attempt killing Sakamoto from a distance, right from the highway. He remembers Sakamoto's sleepy demeanor from the Mahjong Club, seeing it as a weakness. His new plan is to use his golden slumber ability to enter Sakamoto's dream and kill him. He recalls that Misumi had installed a dash cam in the car. Even if the camera records the death, he believes Misumi's suspicion will not change. Settling into the back seat, he prepares to bet everything on this one final chance. His physical body slumps over in the taxi as he enters a deep sleep. In a void of darkness, his consciousness begins to separate from his sleeping form. A glowing hexagonal pattern roars into existence, signaling the activation of his power. With a powerful roar, his ethereal form bursts forth from his sleeping body. His expression is one of pure, unadulterated rage and vengeful determination. Now a spectral hunter, he launches himself towards his prey, shouting Sakamoto's name. He declares that after 8 years of sworn revenge, Sakamoto can only watch and cannot run. With a boiling murderous intent, he vows to end the long pursuit right here. Perched atop the speeding taxi, he races down the Tumei highway, his aim fixed on Sakamoto. As he closes the distance, he shouts a challenge, ready to strike at his target. He knows the risk of Sakamoto escaping is high. It is now or never. He accepts that the police will investigate him, but is fully prepared for the consequences. He recalls his connection to the recent attack on Baba, a key piece of evidence against him. He knows only he, Misumi, and Okeda are linked to both the past and present cases. He understands that if Sakamoto is harmed, it will create a new confusing situation. He has planned for the police to assume a third party is targeting the murderers. His eyes burn with anticipation as he prepares to finally end Sakamoto's life. His spectral form races along the highway, closing in on Misumi's car. His focus is absolute, his gaze locked onto the vehicle carrying his target. A glowing web-like sphere of energy materializes around Misumi's car, a sign of his power. Reaching out with his hand, he prepares to breach the vehicle's defenses. Peering through the energy field, he confirms that his target is inside and dreaming. He sees that Sakamoto has fallen asleep in the back seat, completely vulnerable. With a powerful leap, his astral form descends upon the car, ready to invade. He lands gracefully on the vehicle's roof, balancing atop the energy sphere. Stepping onto the glowing field, he declares that his chance has finally arrived. His face a mask of cold fury, he warns Sakamoto to be ready for him. He plunges his hand through the energy field, breaching the car's interior. His ethereal form materializes inside, next to Misumi and Sakamoto. His eyes are wide with grim purpose, his revenge now imminent. He looks around, momentarily disoriented to find himself physically inside the car. Sakamoto stirs from his sleep, complaining about the sudden heat. As Sakamoto fully awakens, Akiyama realizes the dream has collapsed, his opportunity lost. In the back of a car, Akiyama Ryuji sits with a serious, focused expression. He notices the dashcam, confirming his suspicion that Detective Misumi is monitoring him. Akiyama analyzes the camera's view, confident it cannot record his non-physical actions. His target, Sakamoto Kazuma, begins to doze off in the passenger seat. Sakamoto falls completely asleep, presenting Akiyama with the perfect opportunity to strike. With cold determination, Akiyama prepares to invade his target's mind for the last time. The scene dissolves into Sakamoto's dream, a tranquil beach under a vast cloudy sky. There, a shirtless Sakamoto relaxes on a lounge chair, complaining about the intense heat. Akiyama's dream form materializes, standing ominously over the unsuspecting Sakamoto. Oblivious to the danger, Sakamoto casually asks the mysterious figure to bring him a drink. Akiyama stands silently beneath a palm tree, his presence casting a dark, threatening shadow. The idyllic scene shows Sakamoto lounging under an umbrella, completely vulnerable and exposed. Akiyama's face is shown in a sharp close-up, his vengeful intent perfectly clear. Sakamoto's casual demeanor shifts to one of nervous apprehension as he senses the change. With a chilling finality, Akiyama asks Sakamoto if he has any last words. Sakamoto can only react with confusion as Akiyama lunges, wrapping a cord around his neck. Just moments before, Sakamoto had nervously withdrawn his casual request for a drink. Akiyama furiously accuses the struggling Sakamoto of murdering a schoolgirl 8 years ago. He reveals that the victim was his irreplaceable and most beloved sister. Akiyama declares that Sakamoto must pay for his unforgivable crime with his own life. He stares down the terrified Sakamoto, his thoughts screaming that his actions are unforgivable. Pulling the cord tighter, he expresses that no apology could ever be enough. With pure hatred burning in his eyes, Akiyama promises he will never grant forgiveness. Back in reality, Detective Misumi drives on, unaware of the psychic attack unfolding beside him. Misumi glances at his rearview mirror, his eyes reflecting the road ahead. Suddenly, Sakamoto begins to choke violently, clawing desperately at his own throat. Misumi turns in shock, calling out Sakamoto's name as he witnesses the bizarre event. The detective's face contorts in alarm as he questions what is happening to his passenger. He slams on the brakes, bringing the car to a screeching halt on the highway. Leaning over from the driver's seat, Misumi frantically asks if Sakamoto is all right. He scrambles out of the car, shouting Sakamoto's name in sheer panic. Misumi finds his passenger slumped and unresponsive, his face a mask of horror. Elsewhere, The grand historic facade of Tokyo Station stands against a modern city skyline. A taxi pulls up to a curb, its door opening to let out a passenger. The elderly taxi driver lets out a sigh, his work for this fare now complete. He politely informs his passenger that they have arrived at their destination. The passenger, who is the real killer, confirms his arrival at Tokyo Station. He steps out of the taxi, the door closing with a soft thud. The killer stands silhouetted against a bright doorway, his deadly mission accomplished. A large clock on a brick building facade marks the steady passage of time. In the daylight, the killer examines his scraped and dirty hands. A close-up reveals the grime and minor injuries on his palms and fingers. He stands silently, contemplating the aftermath of his actions and his next move. He concludes that the police are now aware that some kind of superpower is involved. He identifies Baba Naito as the person holding the most dangerous information. He resolves that Baba must die before he can reveal anything to the police. Inside a modern police headquarters building, an urgent investigation is underway. The chief addresses his team, demanding to know what is wrong with the Sakamoto case. His team reviews the dashcam footage of Masumi's desperate cries to the dying Sakamoto. The chief grimly informs his subordinates that Sakamoto had no pre-existing medical conditions. A close-up view reveals a distinct belt mark around the victim's neck. Investigators gather, noting the forensic evidence of strangulation on the deceased. The lead investigator theorizes Sakamoto was strangled, linking it to the Baba Naito case. Detectives Endo and Kawataba express disbelief, though one admits it's the only explanation. Senior Detective Higashiguchi finds the entire situation to be far too illogical. The chief issues an urgent order to his subordinate to protect Baba immediately. He commands his team to quickly locate Akiyama Ryuji, keeping the investigation private. His detectives stand by, listening intently to the briefing. The chief connects Sakamoto's death to the old Shimizugawa case, identifying the next targets. He declares that both Baba and Akiyama will be quarantined and protected. His plan is to narrow the list of suspects based on their motives. The victim's own past crimes, he states, are irrelevant to their duty. His team understands this is about more than just stopping a murderer. For the sake of their reputation as policemen, the chief vows to catch the killer. In a car, Okada drives with a look of intense, focused determination. The face of Higashiguchi is shown, his expression calm and thoughtful. Young Detective Endo looks on with a stern and serious demeanor. His colleague Kawataba listens, her face reflecting the gravity of the situation. With a prosthetic covering part of his face, the chief declares they must succeed. Akiyama sits on a train, a map showing his journey towards Sakuranomiya City. His hands are clasped together in his lap, a sign of tense patience. He tells himself that he cannot rush and must remain calm for now. The chapter titled Conscience appears as he travels alone on the train. A car speeds down a highway, its driver filled with apprehension. Okada knows she must find Baba before the killer does, fearing the investigation will stall. Her thoughts align with Akiyama's. Both feel the urgent need to reach Baba. Akiyama's form is shown in a dark, narrow space as he prepares to act. His eyes gleam with intense focus as he unleashes his supernatural ability. His ethereal form sprints with impossible speed across a city rooftop. With grim determination, he confirms his readiness to proceed with his plan. He senses Baba's hospital room is close, seeing it as the perfect time to sleep. Racing towards the building, he vows to find Baba, hoping he is already asleep. Inside, a nurse cheerfully greets an elderly patient during her morning rounds. Akiyama realizes with alarm that patients are being woken up and he is out of time. From the building's exterior, he finally spots his destination. His urgent surprise is emphasized as he realizes his window of opportunity is closing. He arrives at a hospital room only to find the bed empty and neatly made. The nameplate on the door confirms this was the room of Baba Kensuke. With a frustrated expression, he realizes he was one step too slow. He deduces that Masumi must have ordered Baba to be moved ahead of schedule. He turns from the empty room, his plans suddenly thrown into chaos. Just then, Okada rushes past him down the hall, calling out for Baba Knight. Looking into the empty room, Okada is shocked to find her target gone. Akiyama is stunned by her unexpected appearance, calling out her name in surprise. Okada turns to a nearby nurse, asking where the room's patient has gone. The nurse calmly informs her that Baba-san was discharged after an acquaintance picked him up. Akiyama and Okada stand together, equally surprised and thwarted by this new development. Okada looks down at her phone, trying to get more information. A phone rings unanswered as she attempts to make a call to her target. Akiyama concludes the call won't connect, muttering Baba's name in frustration. With a thoughtful expression, Miki Baba wonders where someone could have gone. She offers a pack of cigarettes to her brother in the passenger seat. Kensuke accepts the gesture with a quiet word of thanks. She asks him why he made the sudden call to be picked up from the hospital. He explains that a strange dream woke him up, dismissing it as trauma. As she lights her own cigarette, Mickey tells him it's time they had a serious talk. She insists that he finally tell her what he truly believes happened. With a direct gaze, she asks him who he really thinks stabbed him. Kensuke reveals that the police dismissed his testimony regarding the attack's timing. A flashback shows Wataru lunging aggressively towards Kensuke in a dark industrial space. He connects his assailant to the infamous Shimizu River incident. He tells his sister the attacker somehow managed to find their home. Mickey listens intently to his story, her hand held thoughtfully to her chin. Kensuke looks at her, asking if she also finds the situation suspicious. Gazing out the car window, Mickey calmly agrees that she understands his concerns. She reveals she has been thinking about the strange circumstances herself. Her hand rests on the steering wheel as she silently considers their next move. Kensuke questions her passive acceptance, but she reaffirms her loyalty to him. Mickey takes a slow drag from her cigarette, her expression cool and resolved. She carefully stubs out the cigarette, stating there is no need to rush things. As they drive away, she cryptically reveals she has another plan in motion. Elsewhere, Baba Knight recalls visiting Kensuke's room for a conversation. He is confident that Kensuke now understands his true, sinister intentions. He reflects on his ability to commit crimes without leaving physical evidence. The power of golden slumber is its greatest merit, ensuring he remains untraceable. He believes the police have no way to justify or prove his involvement. He considers what Kensuke, now aware of the investigation, might choose to do next. One option is that Kensuke will try to flee and hide somewhere far away. The other, more likely option, is that he will be forced to fight back. Baba Knight muses that his target left behind something useful for his plan. He lets out a soft, sinister laugh, pleased with how his scheme is unfolding. He plans to cruelly dangle the hope of survival in front of his victim. He sees a positive trend, believing Kensuke's strong will to live can be exploited. He thinks it is worthwhile to use someone who sincerely hopes to be saved. The very moment that hope crosses his victim's mind is when he will strike. A spinning top symbolizes the intricate and delicate nature of his plan. He declares his intent to take his revenge, his power swirling around him. He vows to knock his target down to the absolute edge of despair. The city skyline provides the backdrop for the unfolding drama. In his office, Detective Minami sits with a stern and focused expression. He is deeply troubled, as the reason for Sakamoto's death remains a mystery. A map on his desk shows the locations of the attacks, noting the 6-day gap. He questions the killer's motive for sparing Baba while murdering Sakamoto. His phone buzzes on the desk, displaying an incoming call from his colleague, Okada. Minami answers with urgency, asking if she has found the missing Baba. Okada reports that Baba has vanished and is unreachable, fearing the worst. Minami considers requesting cooperation from other jurisdictions, frustrated by the situation. Suddenly, another detective rushes into the office with urgent news for him. Minami quickly ends his call, stating that something important has just come up. His colleague breathlessly announces that Kensuke Baba has just appeared at the station. Inside the police office, Detective Okada bursts in, urgently announcing that Baba has appeared. With a shared sense of purpose, he and Detective Minami race down the hallway. Their destination is revealed, the stark official door of interrogation room. A close-up captures the intense, waiting eyes of Baba Kensuke from within the room. As Minami enters, Baba greets the detective with a casual and slightly mocking tone. Leaning back confidently, Baba sarcastically thanks the detective for his recent hospital discharge. Minami stands impassively in the doorway, his face a mask of professional stoicism. The detective shuts the door behind him, sealing them inside the interrogation room. Minami immediately challenges Baba, suggesting his discharge was actually an escape from the hospital. With a smug grin, Baba confirms that the detective has already figured that much out. Minami coolly states that Baba's appearance has saved him the trouble of a search. Baba mockingly offers to tell the detective what happened to his accomplices, Akiyama and Sakamoto. Ignoring the taunt, Minami simply asks Baba to state his conditions for cooperation. Baba begins his story, claiming that ever since he was attacked, he has suffered from PTSD. With his arms crossed, Minami listens to the tale with a stern, skeptical expression. Baba clarifies that despite his trauma, he has not yet considered taking his own life. He adds that the memory of the violent assault continues to pierce his thoughts. Clutching his chest, he reveals his belief that the criminal who attacked him knows this. Minami's gaze hardens as Baba claims his attacker possesses some kind of special weapon. The detective dismisses the story, reminding Baba that there is no evidence to back his claims. Baba acknowledges this, explaining that the lack of proof is precisely why he came to them. Minami's eyes narrow as he listens to Baba's proposal for them to join forces. Baba lays out his final offer, promising to confess to all his crimes if they cooperate. The title page signals the start of a new chapter, promising a battle of wits. Minami identifies his subject as Baba Naito, a perpetrator of the Shimizu River incident. With his face cast in shadow, Baba indicates that he is ready to get to the point. Minami, holding a manga volume, asks Baba who was responsible for stabbing him. The detective stands over the seated Baba, beginning the formal interrogation. Leaning on the table, Minami's face is obscured by shadow as he prepares to listen. Baba looks up defiantly, ready to tell his side of the story. Before they begin, Minami states that he has something he needs to tell Baba first. He reminds Baba of the young girl's life he took 8 years ago and the grief he caused. Minami warns that given the many people affected, he will not be delicate in his words. With a resentful look, Baba tells the detective not to expect any sympathy from him. He then asks Minami if he can trust him not to be sold out or betrayed. Minami counters that being a detective does not mean he is a man without emotions. He reveals that he witnessed the death of Baba's accomplice, Sakamoto, just that morning. Baba listens intently, learning that the detective was present for Sakamoto's final hours. The detective recounts his impression that prison had failed to instill any shame in Sakamoto. Baba sneers, questioning if Minami is suggesting that Sakamoto deserved to be killed. Minami's expression remains grim and serious in the face of the pointed question. In a sudden, paranoid outburst, Baba points at the one-way mirror, demanding to know who is listening. He screams furiously, questioning a detective's right to judge people in such a manner. Minami stands over the agitated Baba, calmly and firmly ordering him to sit back down. Lowering his head, Baba seems to relent, momentarily subdued by the detective's command. Minami clenches his fist, insisting that time is of the essence and Baba must comply. The two men face each other across the sterile room in a tense, silent standoff. With a sigh of defeat, Baba slumps back into his chair at the interrogation table. The detective assures him that he is now safe, as the police have no right to judge. Minami adds that this duty means he must protect even shitty people like Baba. In a sparse interrogation room, Detective Misumi explains that his actions are his duty. Baba listens with a resentful expression, preparing to make a demand. He insists that Misumi must make him a promise before they proceed. With a sharp gaze, Baba demands that Misumi swear not to lie. Misumi agrees to the terms and vows to capture the responsible criminal. Wataru Mochizuki walks cautiously down a quiet residential street, disguised in athletic wear. He glances back over his shoulder, ensuring no one is following him. Turning a corner, he confirms that he has not been tailed. With a determined look, Wataru continues through the neighborhood toward his home. He strolls down the sunlit street, his thoughts focused on his next move. Wataru concludes that he is in the clear and not being watched. At his house, his mother remarks on his rare visit during the day. Over dinner, his mother playfully suggests he came home for her cooking. A television in the background reports on the birth of a baby otter. Wataru internally notes that Sakamoto's death still has not appeared in the news. His father informs him that he and his wife will be busy tomorrow. With a warm smile, his mother confirms they are going on a date. Despite the comforting atmosphere, Wataru is preoccupied with thoughts of Baba's plans. Lying in bed, he reflects on his family moving to escape painful memories. His mind is consumed with the urgent desire to kill Baba and Akiyama. He grows anxious, wondering why Misumi has yet to contact him about Sakamoto. Suddenly, his phone vibrates with a call from an unknown number. Startled, Wataru grabs the phone, his eyes wide with alarm. He answers cautiously, offering a simple greeting into the receiver. The line remains silent, leaving him listening to an unnerving quiet. He asks again if anyone is there, trying to get a response. Sitting on his bed, he holds the phone, pondering who could be calling. The call timer continues to run, yet no one speaks from the other end. Concluding it's a wrong number, he decides to end the strange call. His thumb moves deliberately towards the end call button on the screen. A distorted voice suddenly commands him to go to the living room. The call abruptly ends, the screen returning to the menu with a beep. A look of dawning, abject terror washes over Wataru's face. He leaps from his bed in a desperate, panicked motion. He sprints frantically down the stairs, his heart pounding with dread. His face is a mask of horror as he nears the living room door. He bursts in to discover the gruesome, bloody scene of his parents' murders. His mother lies on the floor, a knife plunged deep into her back. His father is slumped on the couch, his throat slit and bloodied. Wataru's face contorts in a silent, primal scream of absolute horror. The shock of the scene is etched into his wide, disbelieving eyes. He jolts awake, panting heavily in his bed, the terror still fresh. His mother's real voice calls from the hall, telling him the bath is ready. He sits up, realizing the horrific scene was just a dream caused by fatigue. His resolve hardens. He knows he cannot afford to rest now. Looking out his window, he plans to search for Baba in Sakuranomiya tomorrow. His phone begins to vibrate again on the bed beside him. Wary from his nightmare, he turns toward the insistent sound. The screen once again displays an incoming call from an unlisted number. He cautiously picks up the phone, his expression uncertain as he prepares to answer. A smartphone screen brightly displays an incoming call, the answer icon glowing invitingly. Wataru answers, his wide, startled eyes revealing his shock as he greets the caller. On the other end of the line, Detective Misumi calmly addresses the young man by name. Holding the phone to his ear, Wataru hesitantly asks if the caller is indeed Misumi. Misumi apologizes for the confusion, explaining he is using an unregistered, unlisted device. Wataru asks for the reason behind the call, his mind immediately jumping to Sakamoto's case. With a grave tone, Misumi informs him that Sakamoto Kazuma was murdered earlier that day. He reveals the circumstances are similar to Baba's, suggesting the same offender is responsible. Internally, Wataru deduces Akiyama is the next target, but fears Baba is also in danger. Misumi reports that Baba is already secured and that the search for Akiyama is underway. The news that Baba is secured in Tokyo leaves Wataru utterly shocked and confused. Two detectives discuss how Baba would have naturally expressed his doubts about Wataru to Misumi. Holding the phone, Wataru senses a hidden, calculated intention behind the call itself. Two demonic, snarling foxes symbolize that a great and complex deception has just begun. Misumi formally invites Wataru to join the investigation team, arranging a meeting for the next day. Wataru agrees to the meeting but questions Misumi's judgment in deciding to include him. He points out that based on motive, he is the most suspicious person involved in the case. Misumi nonchalantly tells him to prepare a better alibi, implying a shared understanding between them. A close-up on Wataru's face reveals a subtle, knowing smirk forming on his lips. He accepts the terms, realizing his enemies are limitless, and anticipates their meeting. In a surveillance room, Misumi hangs up his phone as his two colleagues listen in. The title of the manga is displayed prominently across the top of the panel. Misumi, his face set with grim determination, orders his subordinate to prepare the car. His female colleague calls out his name, her expression filled with concern and doubt. She presses him, asking if he genuinely suspects Wataru is the true culprit. Misumi cryptically states that they will discover the truth by trusting what Baba says. A new chapter, Confusion, begins, showing Baba sitting on a bed in a hotel room. Baba mockingly asks Misumi about the point of the camera, given the recent events. He reminds the detective that he was powerless to save Sakamoto when he died. Misumi retorts that the camera can at least be used to record a final will. The female detective announces the arrival of the younger brother, interrupting their tense exchange. Wataru's brother greets them, asking what is happening and telling them to return later. He then announces his surprising intention to stay and sleep in the room for the night. Misumi firmly instructs everyone present in the room to take their seats. The group is briefed on Sakamoto's murder, which resembled the previous attack on Baba. Misumi explains their theory. Moving Sakamoto was a deliberate ploy to provoke the killer. His female colleague clarifies their goal is to hide Baba where the criminal cannot reach him. She reveals their location as a hotel under construction, chosen for its obscurity. Baba expresses his apology to his brother for involving him in the dangerous situation. Later that night, both Baba and his brother are shown sound asleep in separate beds. In the adjoining room, Misumi and his team monitored the situation on a screen. The female detective confirms their position is in the room right next to their targets. She expresses her honest doubt to Misumi about trusting the brother's involvement. Misumi admits he suspects Wataru, but proceeds to assess the probability of his guilt. He gives a surprisingly low probability of 10%, shocking his two colleagues. He suggests they should wait for the operation's outcome before passing judgment on anyone. Misumi decides to rest for the night, announcing his intention to his female colleague. She asks him how much longer they need to keep watch over the camera. He reassures her, stating he feels that Baba is safe from being killed tonight. He reasons that if Wataru were the culprit, he would have already attacked by now. With a knowing look, Okada confirms her understanding, stating the real battle begins tomorrow. Gazing out at the city skyline, she privately notes Misumi's habit of sleeping on his stomach. The next day, Wataru follows his instructions, heading to take the train online. His feet descend a station staircase, carefully following the white tactile paving on the ground. Emerging into the station concourse, he stands confidently, prepared for what the morning will bring. With an intense focus, he anticipates that his adversary, Misumi, has a plan in store for him. Walking toward a bus stop, he resolves to be the winner, confident in his secret ability. He is surprised to find a charter bus waiting, questioning why it would be there for him alone. A digital sign on the bus reveals its purpose, a gathering for those connected to Shimizu River Junior High. The bus door opens with a soft chime, inviting him to step aboard. With a look of grim resolve, Wataru decides he must face whatever is waiting inside. He walks up the steps and into the vehicle's interior, ready for the confrontation to begin. On the bus, his mother greets him with a cheerful wave, while his father offers a warm welcome. Wataru's eyes widen in utter shock and confusion at seeing his parents among the passengers. He demands to know why they are on the bus, insisting that he never asked them to come. His parents explain that Misumi invited them, requesting they keep their presence a secret from him. An elderly man, his sister Sayano's former teacher, Mr. Kominato, remarks on how much he has grown. Wataru recognizes the man with a jolt of surprise, identifying him as his late sister's teacher. Further down, a group of young women, friends of his sister, spot him and call out his name. Acknowledging his sister's closest friends, he greets them politely, noting it has been a while. He stands silently in the aisle, processing that everyone here was close to his sister. His mind races as he tries to deduce the ominous meaning behind this strange reunion. Misumi appears at the front, formally greeting all the assembled passengers with a confident smile. A close-up shows Misumi's self-assured expression as he confirms that everyone has finally arrived. Wataru takes a seat, his face set in a cold, watchful expression as he waits for what's next. He greets Misumi coolly, questioning why he wasn't informed about the other guests. Misumi returns the greeting, explaining that he simply wanted to surprise Wataru. Wataru's intense gaze reveals his deep suspicion and readiness for the inevitable confrontation. Misumi addresses the group, claiming he has gathered them all to prevent future tragedies. Wataru listens with a cynical, sidelong glance, not believing a word of Misumi's official explanation. He immediately recognizes that Misumi's stated purpose is just a facade for his true intentions. Misumi instructs the passengers to close the curtains, saving the fun for their final destination. He then directs everyone to put on the eye mask provided in the seatback pockets. Wataru instantly understands this is a tactic to hide their location from all the passengers. Mr. Kominato dutifully pulls his window curtain shut with a soft rustle, blocking the view. Wataru mentally notes their current location in Otemachi before the world outside is obscured. One of Sayano's friends also closes her curtain, shrouding the bus's interior in darkness. Wataru plans to calculate their destination by tracking the bus's speed and direction. He resolves to activate his golden slumber ability to get a grasp on the situation if necessary. Misumi's shadowy figure announces that the real event will begin within the next day. The bus's wheels begin to turn, setting the mysterious and ominous journey in motion. Wataru, now blindfolded, puts his faith in his deduction that they are heading northeast. He sits tensely in his seat as he feels the bus begin to move forward down the road. With his eyes completely covered by the mask, he listens intently for any auditory clues. Misumi and Wataru sit side by side, both blindfolded and silent, the tension palpable between them. Wataru breaks the silence, addressing Misumi and commending him on his work so far. Misumi acknowledges Wataru, his expression unreadable even without the concealing eye mask. Wataru asks about the condition of a man named Baba, to which Misumi replies he has been discharged. Wataru expresses satisfaction, stating that Baba's future testimony will surely be reliable. As the bus drives on, he reflects that every single person on board has a motive to kill Sakamoto. An older man, his eyes covered by a black mask, sits as a passenger. Nearby, a younger man with a high collar also wears a blindfold. Two women, both masked, are among the group on this mysterious journey. Another female passenger has a grim, determined expression beneath her eye mask. It is revealed that all these people shared a deep connection with his sister. Misumi tells Wataru that his pointed question about Sakamoto's killer is hurtful. Attempting to disarm him, Misumi insists that this is just a friendly gathering. On the bus, Misumi leans over a nervous, blindfolded man in a cap. The man in the best brigade cap shifts uncomfortably, clearly agitated. Identified as Rocco Norio, he clutches his mask, his face a mask of panic. With a subtle gesture, Misumi holds up a pair of sunglasses, a private signal. Rocco Norio continues to sweat, his distress growing under the strange circumstances. Misumi then turns his attention to Wataru, asking if something is on his mind. Leaning closer, he inquires if anything is bothering the observant young man. A man named Amagi reveals his police identity, questioning Rocco about Kazuma Sakamoto. Rocco's face is cast in deep shadow, reflecting his intense inner turmoil. Misumi watches the interrogation coolly, his own expression sharp and calculating. With his eyes closed, Misumi appears composed as the bus continues its journey. He sits with Wataru and Rocco, all three masked for the clandestine trip. Wataru and Misumi exchange veiled words about their uncertain future opportunities. Wataru agrees, expressing hope they will both gain something from the day's events. He tells Misumi that he is looking forward to what is to come. The bus speeds along as Wataru anticipates the strange event Misumi has planned. A close-up of a shovel hints at a grim and violent purpose. A baseball bat is shown, another potential weapon for the coming confrontation. The head of a golf club lies ready, adding to the ominous arsenal. A pair of heavy pliers completes the display of menacing tools on the floor. Seen from behind, a figure with long hair struggles against their bonds. The captive is revealed to be Baba, defiantly thinking Misumi underestimates him. A bright light fills the view as someone announces they will arrive soon. Wataru is told he can remove his mask but must keep the curtains closed. He wonders where Misumi could possibly be taking them after an hour's drive. Misumi walks down the aisle, addressing the now unmasked but still confined passengers. He offers everyone a cup of grape juice, proposing they raise a toast. Wataru accepts a cup, his expression pensive as he listens to Misumi. Several passengers raise their paper cups together, joining in the strange toast. Wataru mentally calculates their location to be somewhere in northern Saitama. He considers looking outside but decides Misumi has nothing to hide at this moment. Misumi gives odd instructions about leaving luggage and not picking anything up. Wataru sits silently, contemplating the strange rules of this mysterious gathering. His parents, also on the bus, remark to each other that the juice is good. Misumi observes the passengers, his secretive plan appearing to unfold smoothly. A view from the bus window shows the road speeding by outside. The white tour bus continues down the highway towards its unknown destination. Misumi approaches Wataru with feigned concern, asking him what is wrong. Suddenly, Wataru clutches his head, looking dizzy and unwell after drinking. An empty paper cup is shown, discarded in its holder on the bus wall. He dismisses Misumi's concern, insisting through his pain that he is fine. He tells Misumi to listen closely, preparing to reveal a crucial observation. Wataru reveals his discovery that the bus had 8 people when they departed. Wataru Mochizuki notices that the number of passengers on the bus has dropped to 7. He wonders about the identity of the person who disembarked during a recent stop. Covering his face in distress, Wataru speculates on who the missing person might be. Misumi calmly suggests Wataru has simply forgotten and should rest if he feels unwell. A hand rests firmly on Wataru's shoulder in an unsettling gesture of comfort. Leaning close, Misumi promises Wataru that he won't have to bear his burden alone. Wataru looks up, questioning the meaning behind Misumi's strange and cryptic words. The bus has arrived at a large, dilapidated, and seemingly abandoned school building. Inside, the group walks through a decaying hallway, passing the old music room. Kominato Sensei sadly remarks that falling birth rates have closed many schools like this one. With a glance at his watch, Misumi indicates that his plan is proceeding on time. One of the women expresses concern, asking Misumi if they should retrieve Wataru. Misumi calmly dismisses her worry, saying Wataru is probably just tired from college. He gathers the remaining passengers, announcing that it is now time for them to begin. Misumi reveals a hidden agenda, explaining he wants them to meet a specific person. The passengers, including Wataru's father, ask with curiosity who this person could be. Turning his back to them, Misumi cautions the group to remain calm for the reveal. He then makes his stunning announcement. The person is Baba Naito from the incident. Kominato Sensei's face contorts in shock, his eyes wide with utter disbelief and horror. The women in the group gasp, their faces frozen in expressions of shared shock. Wataru's father and another woman recoil, questioning the unbelievable revelation about Baba. The elderly teacher, Kominato Sensei, tells Misumi that he finds his joke deeply unfunny. With a cold and serious expression, Misumi confirms that he is not joking at all. As proof, he presents Baba Naito's official identification card to the stunned group. He confirms that he has brought the killer to this very school building with them. A close-up reveals Wataru's intensely determined face, set against a bright, glaring light. Wataru suddenly jolts awake inside the now-empty bus, his pose one of alarm. He glances with a growing sense of dread at the empty cup holder beside his seat. Looking around the vacant bus, he questions when he fell asleep and where everyone went. Staring at the empty cup, he realizes with horror that Misumi must have drugged him. Stepping out of the vehicle, he is shocked to find himself at the abandoned school. Misumi's cryptic promise not to let him carry the burden alone echoes in his mind. The group stands together, looking on in shock as the document is presented again. Misumi explains his choice of a private location was to avoid any public attention. The blonde woman, aghast, questions whether Misumi is truly a police officer. Acknowledging their confusion, Misumi calmly offers to clarify the complex situation for them. He reveals that another perpetrator, Takuya Sakamoto, was killed the previous day. Misumi recounts seeing Sakamoto before his death, noting his complete lack of remorse. He suggests that they would have shared his violent rage if they had been present. Wataru's father asks with trepidation if Misumi plans to harm Baba in some way. Misumi turns to the group and confirms with a single chilling word that he does. The faces of the passengers show sheer horror at Misumi's ominous confirmation. Kominato-sensei, aghast, accuses Misumi of lying and inciting them to commit murder. Misumi coldly justifies the act, stating it is not murder against such monsters. He argues that letting them live risks a repeat of the past tragedy. Misumi confidently guarantees that he can orchestrate a perfect, untraceable crime for them. The passengers stand together, facing Misumi as he continues his chilling proposal. Kominato-sensei stands with his arms crossed, his expression firm and full of disapproval. He confronts Misumi directly, dismissing his twisted sense of justice as utter madness. Misumi listens to the objection in silence, his expression unreadable and entirely calm. Looking out over a bleak landscape, Misumi asks if anyone else agrees with Kominato-sensei. The assembled group stands in a hallway, their expressions a mixture of shock and unease. Lost in thought, Mochizuki looks down, his face shadowed by the gravity of the situation. A tense argument erupts as Misumi coolly dismisses the group's panicked objections. A young woman with blonde hair glances back at Misumi, her face filled with worry. The young man named Tajima speaks up, asking if the policeman's words are true. Kominato-sensei turns to Tajima in disbelief, questioning what he is saying. Tajima confidently asserts his professional expertise in committing the perfect, untraceable crime. Furious, Kominato-sensei argues that what they are discussing is morally wrong. He tries to end the dark conversation, urging everyone to return to the bus. The blonde woman looks on, her expression showing deep conflict and uncertainty. Three dissenting members of the group turn and walk away down the empty corridor. With a look of profound defeat, Kominato-sensei glances back at those who stayed. He is shocked to see that Mochizuki and others have remained behind with Misumi. His face registers utter dismay at the division that is formed within their ranks. A close-up on Mochizuki's face shows the quiet resolve behind his decision to stay. Kominato-sensei turns to him, asking if he is truly committing to this path. From behind, Misumi calmly states that they must all respect each other's decisions. He watches impassively as the moral objectors begin to depart from the group. His face half shrouded in shadow, Misumi delivers a chilling 5-minute ultimatum. The group is now split, forced to choose between remaining or returning to the bus. Outside, the abandoned school building stands silent under a gloomy, overcast sky. Inside a classroom, their target, Baba Naito, is bound tightly to a chair. The view from the hallway shows the small barred window of the classroom door. Baba, his eyes covered by a bandage, grits his teeth in silent defiance. He struggles against his restraints, screaming threats and demanding Misumi let him go. A figure approaches the captive, who is still tied securely to the chair. Disguised in a white cloak, Misumi coldly asks Baba for any last words. The 5 remaining group members stand ready, now cloaked in identical white robes. Looking up at his captors, Baba snarls a curse at Misumi. Misumi announces that the group has only 10 minutes to carry out the execution. A cloaked hand grips a heavy wooden staff with grim and determined purpose. Baba glares, vowing through clenched teeth that he will remember this betrayal. A cloaked Kominato-sensei raises the staff high, preparing to deliver a brutal blow. The title page confirms the grim scene, as the cloaked figures prepare for vengeance. Wearing a hoodie with a skull emblem, Baba sits bound and helpless. He glares at Misumi, promising that he will never forget what is happening. A cloaked figure swings the heavy wooden staff with violent, decisive intent. In a vehicle outside, Wataru recalls Misumi's cryptic words about carrying the burden. His thoughts race as he realizes he must have been drugged and left behind. He wonders if Misumi's words were referring to him killing Sakamoto. Hearing a sharp whack from inside, Wataru sprints frantically down the hallway. He senses the presence of people nearby and rushes towards the sound. The view focuses on the small, grated windows of a classroom door. Wataru bursts through the door, his body a blur of desperate motion. His eyes widen in absolute horror at the scene of mob justice unfolding within. A cloaked figure brings the heavy staff down with immense deadly force. Wataru intercepts the blow, shielding Baba's body with his own back. A cloaked figure stands over the scene, their hand outstretched in a stopping gesture. Baba, still bound, expresses his frustration at his attacker's poor positioning. Inside a stark room, a cloaked figure firmly grips a long metal pipe. From his astral form, Wataru shouts Baba's name in alarm and disbelief. A hooded Misumi delivers a powerful punch, sending Baba reeling from the impact. The vengeful group stands together, their faces hidden by hoods and goggles. Another hooded figure swings a weapon, striking Baba's skull-emblazoned vest. With intense focus, Kominato-sensei brings his heavy staff down in a powerful arc. The weapon connects violently, the force of the blow jarring Baba's body. Wataru stares, stunned, as he begins to understand the grim reality unfolding. Misumi gestures towards the dropped weapon, inviting the next person to participate. A quiet, sinister chuckle escapes Baba's lips, mocking his captor's efforts. His quiet amusement erupts into a wild, maniacal laugh of defiance. Enraged by the laughter, Misumi lunges forward, striking Baba with his fist. The blow connects with brutal force, the impact sending out small shockwaves. Baba's head snaps to the side, his body absorbing the punishing strike. Still bound tightly to the stool, Baba struggles against his restraints. He slumps forward, his head bowed from the relentless, brutal assault. Another attacker lifts a chair, preparing to bring it crashing down. The chair shatters upon impact, delivering another vicious blow to the captive. His bound hands grip the chair as he endures the merciless beating. One of the cloaked figures calls out to Misumi, holding a chair aloft. The palpable killing intent confirms for Wataru that Baba is here. He finally understands Misumi's cryptic warning not to take revenge alone. He sees now that the bus trip was Misumi's elaborate test. Misumi recalls how he drugged Wataru's drink, ensuring he would be asleep. With Wataru neutralized, Misumi sought accomplices among the other victims' families. By their own hands, they all decided to take revenge together. Wataru's astral form watches helplessly as the group surrounds their captive. After the flurry of blows, Misumi grabs the stunned Baba by the head. The beaten Baba is left kneeling on the cold, hard floor. Misumi coldly invites the others to go ahead and take their turn. Mochizuki and two others stand grimly, their resolve hardening as they watch. Wataru stares in disbelief, questioning if they are truly serious about this. Mochizuki, his face set, accepts the invitation, stating he will be next. His gloved hand closes firmly around the handle of the baseball bat. The grieving father now stands over the man who destroyed his family. Baba remains kneeling, the discarded baseball bat lying ominously beside him. Mochizuki's face is a mask of determined grief, his eyes wide. Blood trickles from beneath Baba's bandages, staining his bruised face. With a surge of rage, Mochizuki raises the bat high for a final, killing blow. He screams that this is for his daughter, calling Baba a monster. From above, Wataru's astral form desperately yells for his father to stop. He furiously claims that he is the only one who should be killing Baba. Mochizuki's gloved hands tighten on the bat, trembling at the crucial moment. Baba looks up, taunting the hesitant father with a sneering wish of good luck. He cruelly reminds the father that this act of violence won't bring her back. The truth of the words hits Mochizuki, his expression shifting to despair. Wataru watches on, his expression concerned as his father's resolve crumbles. The rest of the hooded group observes the tense, emotional standoff. His will broken, Mochizuki lets the heavy baseball bat fall to the floor. His face cast in shadow, Mochizuki admits that he was a fool. With a face full of anguish, Mochizuki admits he was a fool for misinterpreting the situation. The metal baseball bat he had held clatters loudly as it falls to the floor. Two other cloaked passengers observe the scene, their expressions hardened with grim resolve. One of the Avengers stands over the captive Baba, declaring him to be a piece of shit. A voice questions Mochizuki's certainty that their target feels no remorse for his actions. Facing away, Mochizuki confirms with absolute conviction that he is sure of his judgment. Misumi coldly states that their captive will be sent to hell in a matter of seconds. Standing before his followers, Misumi expresses his profound disgust for people like Baba. Looking at Wataru, Misumi requests his cooperation in the event they must destroy evidence. Wataru's astral form agrees, stating that they will indeed have to cooperate. A stark, abstract image shows a sharp divide between absolute white and black. The group of vengeful passengers stands together, a united front of grim determination. Wataru's face is cast in heavy shadow as he silently processes their dark intentions. Misumi's determined face is shown in close-up, his sharp eyes watching Wataru intently. Facing Wataru's intangible form, Misumi acknowledges that he will respect his wishes. Misumi gives the group their final instructions, telling them to prepare and be ready to leave. As the group begins to move, Misumi thanks them for their cooperation in the grim task. Wataru's astral form stands among the cloaked figures, a silent and potent observer. He reaches out an intangible hand, his thoughts encompassing the entire group of vengeful people. The faces of a man and a woman in the group are shown, their expressions serious. Wataru's internal monologue reveals his grim conclusion that trying to treat them is useless. His form split between shadow and light, Wataru resolves to be the one to kill them. A thick, coiled rope lies on the floor, forming a noose under a stark light. A close-up focuses on a hand tightly gripping the fabric of a white cloak. Wataru's eye flies open in utter shock as the situation takes an unexpected turn. Baba, now free, stands holding the baseball bat, startling Wataru's floating astral form. His restraints now broken, Baba's calm, menacing face is seen from the side. A shadowed close-up captures Baba's bloodied and furious expression at the moment of his release. His hands grip the handle of the baseball bat with white-knuckled, furious intensity. Wataru lets out a panicked shout, trying to warn Misumi of the new danger. Baba stands menacingly over a cowering man, his expression a mix of calm and rage. A side profile captures the determined, angry face of one of the passengers. With a powerful swing, Baba strikes one of the passengers, sending them sprawling. Two of the Avengers look on in wide-eyed horror at the sudden, violent reversal. Misumi and another passenger stare in disbelief at the chaos that has erupted. Baba sneers at the terrified group, contemptuously calling them shitbags for underestimating him. Wataru realizes everyone is in grave danger as the freed beast unleashes his fury. An overhead view shows Baba standing triumphantly amidst his scattered and terrified victims. A woman screams as the group recoils in terror from the sudden, brutal violence. The chapter title, A Dream Awakens, appears over Baba's bloodied and determined face. Wataru's thoughts race in horror, realizing Misumi's plan has backfired, releasing Baba. With a furious expression, Baba roars at the group, ordering them not to move. He smashes the bat against a door, terrifying the passengers cowering nearby. A woman, her face filled with fear, desperately tells the others not to move and to sit. Baba points the bat at the group, demanding that all of them obey his command. Misumi and two others huddle together in a corner, stunned into silent obedience. Standing over them, Baba contemptuously calls them fuckers for their earlier actions. Wataru's astral form shouts a desperate, unheard "no" as he watches the scene unfold. Baba stalks toward the group, shouting that he will not forgive the bastards. He leans forward, his face menacing, and asks which one of them wanted to kill him. Baba menacingly asks if it was the policeman who was responsible. The terrified passengers wonder if one of them was the culprit. Wataru's astral form desperately questions what course of action to take. Floating above, he observes the dire hostage situation unfolding below him. He realizes his physical body is trapped in a drugged sleep. Drifting outside, he seeks another sleeping person he can influence nearby. A sudden, brilliant idea strikes him with intense clarity. He exclaims his realization, having found a solution to his problem. Focusing his power, he confirms his ability to enter the woman's dream. He identifies the sleeping Okita as his one chance to intervene. With intense determination, he reaches forward, knowing he must hurry. His intangible form steps into the dream world he has accessed. He confronts a surprised Okita in her amusement park fantasy. Looking up from her popcorn, she is startled by his sudden appearance. He urgently tells her to wake up while she only recognizes him. She calmly dismisses his plea, noting the parade is about to start. He frantically insists that her pleasant reality is only a dream. Wataru explains that Misumi is in grave danger, urging her to awaken. Still lost in the dream, she confusedly repeats Misumi's name. Her eyes widen as a sense of urgency finally breaks through. He tells her there is no time for explanation, she must go now. With a sharp slap, he forcefully shatters her dream state. Okita awakens in reality, dazed and disoriented by the sudden shift. Sitting in the car, she processes the strange mental intrusion. She leaps from the vehicle and sprints towards the building. Wataru's spirit watches from the car as she runs to the rescue. A close-up on his face shows his satisfaction. The plan worked. Okita bursts into the room, her handgun aimed and ready. Baba stands with his bat over the cowering group of hostages. The terrified hostages, including Misumi, look up as she enters. With a grimace, Baba acknowledges his defeat as the police arrive. Misumi lies on the floor, playing the part of an unconscious victim. Okita aims her weapon directly at Baba, ordering him to surrender. She repeats her command for him to raise his hands and drop the weapon. Her gaze is unwavering, her aim steady and professional. Baba looks down with a sneer of contempt, the act almost over. The baseball bat clatters loudly as it hits the floor. Okita, standing over the rescued Misumi, reassures the hostages. The group of hostages huddles together, looking shaken but safe. As the hostages are escorted out, Okita maintains her aim. Misumi gets up, expressing his relief that she arrived in time. Okita remains focused on Baba, who now confronts her directly. Baba's expression is one of annoyance, not fear. He puts on sunglasses, complaining about the ordeal he just endured. Turning his back, he continues to gripe about the situation. Okita calmly asks him to be patient for a little longer. She congratulates Misumi on a job well done, who quietly agrees. In a separate room, Misumi adjusts his collar, his mission accomplished. He and Baba stand together, revealing their alliance to a shocked Wataru. Baba complains to Misumi that his teeth were broken during the staged beating. A young man with dark, slick-back hair reassures someone not to worry about the situation. Detective Okada, a woman with glasses, asks her superior, Misumi, for an update. Okada explains that Wataru entered her dream, revealing his power to her and Misumi. Wataru's eyes widen in absolute shock as he questions the reality of the situation. His face cast in shadow, Wataru realizes with horror that the entire event was a lie. Misumi calmly acknowledges that he now understands the truth behind Wataru's words and actions. Standing over Wataru's suspended form, Misumi asks if he is paying attention to his explanation. With a look of astonishment, Misumi admits he is surprised by Wataru's unique power. He lays out his theory: Wataru can enter minds, but the target must be asleep. Recalling Sakamoto's death, Misumi states he clearly recognized a taxi following his car that day. The taxi driver's testimony described the passenger as a young man wearing a cap. He recounts how the passenger insisted on sleeping until they reached their destination in Tokyo. This mysterious behavior led Misumi to believe the passenger possessed a supernatural ability. He reveals his decision to create a suspicious scenario to force Wataru to use his powers. Misumi explains he used the very scenario Wataru just witnessed to expose his ability. The plan involved placing Okada in perceived danger to see if Wataru would intervene. A defeated Wataru stands silently, understanding the full extent of the trap he's in. Wataru finally comprehends Misumi's earlier words about not letting him carry the burden alone. He admits to himself that he believed Misumi's script about the group murdering Baba. With open hands, Misumi confirms to Wataru that he has been thoroughly outmaneuvered. Misumi, his face shadowed, offers his sympathies for the loss of Wataru's sister. His team, including Baba, asserts that no motive can excuse the extent of his crimes. Okada states with firm resolve that their actions are justified because they are the police. An onlooker observes the metaphorical wall facing Wataru, noting it is too tall for Misumi. A second figure agrees with the assessment that this is a challenge too great for Misumi. A cloaked figure comments on the insurmountable wall that now stands before the protagonist. Wataru stands before his own imposing shadow, a physical representation of the wall he faces. A towering, shadowy Misumi tells a small Wataru that they will review everything upon waking. With a look of finality, Misumi declares to Wataru that he has officially lost. Wataru stands defeated, his face obscured by a dark shadow, marking a new chapter. The investigation moves forward, citing the formal testimony provided by the now cooperating Baba Naito. The testimony of the Rokuko construction president is also entered as official evidence against Wataru. New evidence from the previous day's staged incident is added to the growing case file. Based on the compiled evidence, Misumi announces that a decision has been reached. In front of his team, Misumi formally declares they have requested an arrest warrant for Wataru. A young male detective looks on with a determined expression, ready for the next phase. Okada's face is shown in a serious close-up, understanding the gravity of the situation. Another member of the team appears thoughtful as he processes the official declaration. A fourth detective listens calmly, his expression neutral as the orders are given. Misumi explains that the case is complex due to Wataru's special ability, requiring time. Okada inquires about the nature of the concrete evidence they will need to build. He estimates that it will take approximately 1 week to build a solid legal case. As a new chapter begins, the police team is focused, Wataru now completely cornered. Misumi gives a final, strict order to his team: Wataru must not leave their sight. Surveillance begins at Wataru's apartment building, where he is now effectively imprisoned. Inside his room, Wataru looks out, his eyes sharp and analytical despite his situation. Lying fully clothed on his bed, Wataru is awake and alert, not truly resting. He sits up on the edge of his bed, groaning softly and clutching his head. Wataru covers his face with his hand as the memory of the trap floods his mind. He recalls the faces of the police team who outsmarted him, his shock still fresh. Wataru jolts awake in his room, disoriented and questioning how he got there. He moves to the kitchen, filling a glass with water from the tap. Taking a moment, he drinks the cool water, trying to compose himself. A heavy sigh escapes him as the weight of his situation returns. He recalls being outmaneuvered by Misumi, realizing he was brought here while unconscious. A brief moment passes, marking a shift in time and perspective. From a hidden camera's view, Wataru is seen standing in his bedroom. In the surveillance room, a detective calmly states that their target has opened his eyes. Misumi and Akechi watch the live feed from Wataru's apartment on their monitors. Akechi confirms that Wataru is now up and moving about the room. Inside his room, Wataru cautiously pulls back the curtain to survey the street. His gaze falls upon a white station wagon parked suspiciously outside his building. He questions the car's presence, concluding it must be police surveillance. Worry sets in as he speculates that an arrest warrant is being prepared. To test his theory, he kneels down, pretending to clean up the floor. He closely examines the small, transparent film he found, confirming his suspicions. The surveillance team reacts with confusion, one asking what is happening. Unfazed, Wataru calmly walks to his trash can and disposes of some items. His back to the camera, he affirms his thought that the room is monitored. He notes the displaced film from the air conditioner, confirm the camera's presence. His hand glides over a shelf of CDs, selecting a specific album. He carefully places the compact disc into his Marantz stereo player. With a soft beep, he presses the power button, starting the music. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, he listens intently between his two large speakers. Akechi voices his confusion, wondering if Wataru grasps the severity of his situation. Beside him, Misumi silently observes, her expression unreadable and calm. The CD case in his hand reminds him of his deceased sister. His thoughts turn to his sister, recalling she was the one who bought him this CD. A memory surfaces of his sister happily showing him the album, asking his opinion. Back in the present, he acknowledges the police are closing in for his arrest. He feels cornered, as if he is trapped on the edge of a cliff. However, he resolves not to give up, determined to see his revenge through. He urges himself to think, to find a way out of this predicament. His mind races, replaying past confrontations, searching for a forgotten clue or weakness. A violent memory of him sitting on someone while fighting flashes through his mind. He recalls a furious, visceral attack on an unseen opponent. Another memory shows him slapping someone's glasses from their face. In the briefing room, Misumi presents a photo showing a handprint on a victim. Akechi examines the evidence, noting the handprint's size matches Wataru's. Misumi then draws their attention to a particularly interesting and strange detail. She reveals that while a hand mark is present, there are no fingerprints. She explains that fingerprints are made of oils, a substance with physical mass. The detective considers that since Wataru was sleeping, no prints would be made. Misumi concludes this means Wataru could affect her without any physical contact. The detectives agree that the more they consider it, the stranger the case becomes. The burly detective, having listened silently, prepares to offer his own insight. He asks his colleagues if they have ever heard of a particular story. He describes an experiment by Herbert Sugel involving hypnosis and a hot iron. He reveals the twist. The subjects were only touched with a pencil. Despite this, the subjects screamed in pain, demonstrating the power of belief. A stylized image recalls a psychological experiment where a man developed a real physical blister. Detective Misumi explains the concept of the nocebo effect, where negative belief causes physical harm. Her superior, Akechi, theorizes that Wataru's strange ability might be related to this power. Meanwhile, Wataru sits in his room, looking on with a quiet, knowing expression. His hand reaches out and calmly presses the power button on his stereo system. He then carefully places a CD into the player, beginning a calculated performance for his observers. Seen from behind, Wataru leaves his apartment with his jacket slung over his arm. In the surveillance room, Misumi reports that Wataru is going outside, while Akechi wonders where. Wataru opens the main door to his apartment building, stepping out into the day. He walks with quiet purpose down the exterior staircase of the building complex. On the street below, he heads towards a nearby parking lot with a clear destination. Inside a parked car, undercover officer Akiyama is startled by Wataru's sudden, direct approach. Wataru peers into the car window, directly confronting the two surprised officers inside. Akiyama's partner panics, wondering if their surveillance cover has been compromised. A confident, almost mocking smile plays on Wataru's face as he observes their confusion. The officer laments their situation, believing they had taken every necessary precaution to remain hidden. The car window lowers with a soft squeak, allowing for a direct conversation. Wataru cheerfully commends the officers for their good work, his tone laced with sarcasm. The bewildered officer in the passenger seat questions what Wataru could possibly be talking about. With a sharp gaze, Wataru directly asks the officers if they know Baba's current location. The officer reacts with stunned disbelief, questioning why Wataru is asking this now. He wonders aloud if the stress of the situation has finally gotten to Wataru. The driver, Akiyama, coolly denies knowing anything about Baba's whereabouts. Wataru encourages the officers to do their best before he turns to leave them. He walks away from the car, the first stage of his new plan now complete. Akiyama gets out of the car, watching Wataru leave with a look of deep unease. On the phone, Akechi reacts with shock, confirming that Wataru asked for Baba's location. In the main surveillance room, he relays the stunning news to the rest of his team. Akechi instructs his field officers to maintain their positions and not lose sight of Wataru. Misumi voices her concern, wondering if Wataru plans to kill Baba before his arrest. Akechi grimly notes that Wataru is under constant surveillance until he goes to sleep. Elsewhere, Baba Naito relaxes, unaware that his security detail believes it's impossible for him to be killed. Akechi makes a swift decision, ordering his team to move Baba to a new secure location. He commands his officers to tighten their monitoring, fearing an imminent attack from Wataru. Akechi worries that his team may have overlooked a crucial element of Wataru's plan. He grimly concludes that Wataru has likely not given up on his revenge just yet. Wataru reflects on his success, hoping his actions have focused all police efforts on Baba. A symbolic image shows a heavy boot standing on the very edge of a crumbling cliff. Wataru is depicted on that same cliff, representing his precarious situation with the police hunting him. He contemplates his ability, golden slumber, and its potential to analyze his target's minds. A single thin thread dangles over the abyss, symbolizing the fragile nature of his plan. He acknowledges he has no time for careful examination and must bet on a slight possibility. With a determined expression, Wataru steels his resolve for the next phase of his plan. Close on his boot, he reaffirms his decision, knowing he must believe in his own strategy. He stands symbolically atop a mountain peak, ready to take revenge in a generational battle. Officer Akiyama reports over his earpiece that Wataru is now heading toward the station. Akechi watches intently, challenging Wataru to show him what trick he has up his sleeve. A new chapter begins as Wataru taps his transit card at the station's ticket gate. Akiyama confirms that his target has successfully passed through the turnstiles. Akechi, on the phone, notes Wataru is heading north and warns his officer to be cautious. From his surveillance post, Officer Akiyama voices his frustration, warning Wataru to stop making things worse. With cold resolve, Wataru inwardly challenges his pursuers to follow and witness his plan unfold. Nearly 2 hours later, their journey brings them to the entrance of Sakuranomiya Station. Seated on a bus, Akiyama maintains a close watch on his quarry, Wataru Mochizuki. Wataru disembarks from the bus, stepping onto the street to continue his mysterious objective. He walks with clear purpose down a city street, trailed by the watchful eyes of the police. Akiyama observes from a distance, expressing his utter disbelief at Wataru's brazen next move. He questions why Masumi would request help from Wataru, finding the entire situation deeply puzzling. Wataru arrives at the home of Baba Naito, leaving Akiyama to wonder about his strange intentions. Peeking from behind a wall, Akiyama considers that Wataru could have chosen a much subtler approach. The officer reports to his team that Wataru is now waiting at Baba Naito's front door. Facing the entrance, Wataru stands silently, his back to the viewer, awaiting a response. The door to the residence begins to creak open, slowly revealing who is inside. Baba Naito, a muscular young man with a blonde buzz cut, appears in the doorway. On the pavement outside, Wataru stands his ground, his expression intense and unreadable. A close-up reveals Wataru's determined face as the tense confrontation is about to begin. Baba Naito lets out an annoyed shh, his expression one of pure and undisguised irritation. The two stand opposite each other on the pavement, a tense standoff now fully underway. Inside the doorway, Baba glares down at Wataru with palpable hostility and contempt. His face contorted with rage, Baba demands to know why Wataru is not yet in police custody. Wataru calmly asks his adversary if he is currently home alone, his tone unreadable. The unexpected question catches Baba off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless and confused. Recovering, Baba smirks mockingly and asks if Wataru is there for his older brother. He then explodes with anger, questioning Wataru's intelligence and yelling that his brother isn't there. Wataru remains silent, his hand to his chin, thoughtfully absorbing the verbal assault. Baba continues his tirade, aggressively questioning if Wataru even has a brain. He gloats about his brother's cunning, having used the juvenile justice system to his own advantage. Wataru quietly retorts that Baba is the real idiot, turning the insult back on him. Baba threatens to treat him like a child, suggesting he be sent back to elementary school. The confrontation ends abruptly as the door is slammed shut with a loud, definitive sound. Left outside, Wataru's face is cast in shadow, his expression dark and utterly resolute. His brief meeting concluded, Wataru turns and walks away from the Baba residence. In the surveillance car, Detective Endo reports that Wataru has left after a very brief conversation. His colleague wonders aloud about the young man's future, given his strange and unpredictable behavior. Later that night, at 5 p.m., the scene shifts to a large, illuminated business hotel. Detective Endo confirms that Wataru has checked into the business hotel near the station. On the phone, Masumi orders his subordinate to confirm Wataru's specific room number from outside. Inside a hotel room, Wataru tells his captive, the real target Ruku Baba, that it is time to wake up. He and his accomplice, Okeda, stand over the bedridden Ruku, informing him Wataru will sleep soon. Ruku groggily complains about being woken after only 9 hours, but Okada dismisses his complaint. He argues that Wataru's ability is useless if his target's location remains unknown. In the surveillance van, Misumi voices this exact hypothesis, completely unaware of the ongoing deception. Okada ignores Ruku's complaints about being tired and forcefully tells him to get up. The following day, just after noon, Wataru is seen returning to Baba Naito's house. From his hiding spot, Misumi wonders what Wataru could possibly be planning this time. The younger Baba brother answers the door, his face a mask of pure fury. Wataru stands before him, his expression cold and unyielding, ready for the next move. A close-up on Wataru's eyes reveals the intense focus behind his calculated plan. Baba Naito gets in Wataru's face, threatening to call the police on him for harassment. Unfazed, Wataru calmly invites him to do so, calling his bluff with chilling confidence. Peeking around a corner, Wataru Mochizuki observes a police radio on a nearby surface. He confronts Ruku Baba's brother, calmly daring him to call the police. The brother, visibly angered by the challenge, dismisses him and tells him to leave. Wataru admits to himself that he cannot lie about his true feelings for Ruku Baba. From behind, the brother watches Wataru walk away down the empty sunlit street. A close-up reveals the brother's confused and suspicious expression as Wataru departs. Looking back from a corner, Wataru silently questions the unfolding events. From a car, Misumi watches Wataru enter a hotel while speaking into his phone. Reporting on Wataru's movements, Misumi notes he is heading to the station after hours. Detective Endo speculates that Wataru has finally given up after 2 days of activity. Misumi questions if Wataru is just a student, having tried to get information twice. Another detective notes that Wataru seems stronger and looked different on the second day. Endo looks on thoughtfully, wondering what Wataru had been planning all along. Inside the hotel, Wataru informs a sleeping Ruku that his double is now returning to Tokyo. Speaking into his phone, Misumi gives a decisive order to continue following their target. Endo sits silently in the surveillance car with his arms crossed, clearly disappointed. He turns to Misumi, expressing that he finds the uneventful situation to be a shame. Endo explains that he had hoped Wataru was involved, since he only visited Baba's house. Misumi replies coolly, suggesting it was all just a disappointing misunderstanding. His subordinate probes him, asking if he was secretly hoping for Baba's death. With a nervous smile, Endo quickly denies that he meant what he said. The curly-haired detective remains silent and pensive, a thoughtful look on his face. He admits honestly that he cannot shake a persistent bad feeling about the situation. Suddenly, the quiet is broken as Misumi's phone begins to ring insistently. Misumi answers the call, calmly identifying himself as he speaks into the receiver. His expression immediately turns serious, reacting to the information he is receiving. Ending the call, Misumi stands and walks towards the window without a word. He continues the conversation, confirming his understanding as he looks out over the city. With a final beep, the call ends, and Misumi lowers his phone slowly. Endo leans forward, asking if the call was from the central office. Misumi announces that the arrest warrant for Wataru is expected to arrive soon. A close-up shows Misumi's face, now set in grim and determined resolve. Endo's eyes widen with excitement as he processes the welcome news. He celebrates with a quiet fist pump, declaring that all their efforts were worthwhile. Misumi declares his plan to contact Endo and execute their strategy immediately. He states with finality that the time for action has finally arrived. Misumi announces his departure to the main office to get everything prepared. As he turns to leave, his colleague Okada urgently calls out his name from behind. Okada rushes towards him, frantically telling him to wait for a moment. In her haste, she stumbles forward, nearly falling to the ground. Misumi calmly asks what is wrong as Okada pants, catching her breath. She looks up at her colleagues and announces that she has bad news. With a look of shock, she reveals that Baba's younger brother has surrendered. Endo misunderstands, asking if the brother simply gave up, but Okada says no. She clarifies that the brother confessed to being the one who stabbed him. The detectives react with stunned disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. The curly-haired detective realizes their theory against Mochizuki will now completely fail. His eyes narrow as he fully grasps the dire implications of this confession. He concludes that the arrest warrant for Wataru Mochizuki is now completely useless. In the interrogation room, the brother calmly states that he is the true criminal. In the police office, Detective Misumi feels the investigation is pushing him to his limits. His colleague, Okada, wonders about Wataru's motives and his obsession with bending the facts. At the station, Ruku Baba shockingly confesses to stabbing his own brother. He surrenders to the authorities, apologizing for his sin and asking to be arrested. Ruku expresses a belief that being imprisoned is the best way to help others. From behind a one-way mirror, Wataru observes the confession, finding it strange. He senses that something is off about Ruku, who is not acting like himself. Elsewhere, a detective voices his concern that they may have been pursuing Wataru based on a delusion. Okada argues that the brother's confession still doesn't explain the death of Sakamoto. She insists that Wataru should not be cleared of suspicion just yet. Misumi listens to his team's debate, his own thoughts remaining a mystery. He makes a sudden decision, ordering his team to call off Wataru's surveillance. Misumi forcefully silences Okada's protest with a sharp, authoritative command. Okada is left speechless and concerned by her superior's abrupt order. Far from the city, Wataru sits peacefully on a pebbled shore beneath a large bridge. He looks out across the water, his expression calm and contemplative. Wataru realizes with satisfaction that he has successfully thrown the police off his trail. He confirms to himself that his complex operation was a complete success. A metaphorical image shows him having crossed a deadly cliff by walking a tightrope. He knows the danger isn't over, but this event was a major advantage. This success allowed him to understand the true, terrifying power of golden slumber. A flashback reveals he used his ability to enter Rukubaba's dreams the previous night. His hand is shown phasing through the hexagonal energy field of the dream world. Inside the dream, he creates the setting of a stark, empty interrogation room. A surreal rabbit-masked figure appears, representing Wataru's control over the dream. Ruku's brother is shown in the dream, panicked as a syringe is held to his arm. The brother shouts defiantly, certain that the manipulator will regret their actions. Wataru's dream self taunts Ruku, asking if he is afraid of the injection. Observing the scene, Wataru's conscious self notes how dangerous his creation appears. The syringe needle is shown piercing the skin in a sharp, intimidating close-up. The full syringe is highlighted, an instrument of psychological manipulation. Wataru initiates his strategy as a bead of sweat runs down Ruku's face. He begins his interrogation, asking a confused Ruku if he remembers a specific night. Wataru specifies the night he wants Ruku to remember, the night he stabbed his brother. Ruku is baffled as he sees an image of a hospital bed appear in the dream. He then stares in shock at the sight of his own brother lying in the bed. Wataru's dream form appears beside a startled Ruku, ready to guide his memory. Wataru instructs Ruku to remember the fabricated events of that night well. He notes with satisfaction that Ruku's dreamscape has changed according to his plan. He narrates the false memory of Ruku standing over his brother's sleeping form. Wataru continues the suggestion, asking if Ruku was holding a bloody knife. Ruku frantically denies it, looking at his own empty, trembling hands. A large blood-stained combat knife suddenly materializes in Ruku's hand. Wataru calmly points to the weapon, confirming its presence in the dream. He observes that Ruku has begun to dream things that never actually happened. He paints a vivid picture of a bloody knife in bed, asking Ruku what it means. Wataru insists that Ruku must accept this fabricated scene as his reality. He implants a false motive, suggesting Ruku held a grudge deep enough to kill. With the final suggestion, Wataru tells the terrified Ruku that he is the criminal. The dream climaxes with Ruku, face twisted in horror, plunging the knife downward. Baba Ruku lets out a cry of shock, staring at his dark, stained hands. In a surreal dark space, Wataru crouches menacingly on a shimmering black surface. A close view reveals Wataru's bare feet standing on the strange, liquid-like ground. Facing the terrified Ruku, Wataru asks if he now remembers what he has done. Ruku, sweating and wide-eyed, stammers in disbelief, asking how Wataru knows these things. Wataru gazes back with a cold, impassive expression, his plan successfully in motion. The scene shifts to Wataru sitting peacefully on a grassy hill, deep in thought. He contemplates his ability, golden slumber, and its power to influence other people's bodies. Wataru theorizes that the power of belief is the key to his strange ability. A violent memory surfaces of him giving Sakamoto a strong suggestion of death. This suggestion tricks Sakamoto's brain into believing the dream was reality, causing his death. He recalls a Columbia University study on the body's physical reaction to mental suggestion. Wataru considers that his own powers may be an extension of these psychological effects. Before a wall of monitors, he concludes his ability simply accelerates another's beliefs. Standing confidently, he thinks that if this principle is applied correctly to his target, Ruku will be successfully framed as the criminal Wataru needs him to be. In his office, Detective Misumi's intuition tells him that something is dangerously wrong. He suspects Wataru is somehow responsible for Ruku's uncharacteristic and sudden confession. Misumi wonders aloud to his colleague how Wataru could have possibly achieved this. His partner, Okada, reports that Baba's brother wants to leave their protective custody. She explains the brother insists Ruku is innocent and that he no longer trusts police. Misumi asks for her opinion on the situation, but she remains silent and thoughtful. As Okada walks away, Misumi suddenly notices an envelope and questions her about it. She turns around, looking towards a plain white door, seeming slightly disoriented. Looking back at Misumi, she asks what he means, genuinely unaware of the letter. He presses her, stating she just wrote on it and asking for the addressee. Okada looks down at her bag, a question mark indicating her complete confusion. She fumbles with her bag, searching for the object her superior is referring to. She pulls out a white envelope, holding it up as if seeing it for the first time. Misumi takes the envelope from her hand, intending to inspect its contents himself. A close-up shows his fingers carefully pulling the folded note from the envelope. The note reveals the secret address of Baba's hiding place, stunning the detective. Okada's eyes widen in shock behind her glasses as she recognizes the address. Misumi sternly demands an explanation for how she came to possess this information. She looks down at her desk, trying to remember, but her memory is a blank. Looking terrified, she apologizes, admitting she has no idea what she was thinking. Misumi's face becomes a mask of grim realization as he grasps the situation. He slams his hand down on a nearby printer, the sound echoing his urgency. Okada looks up at him, stammering his name, still in a state of utter shock. With a face contorted in alarm, Misumi shouts that this is an emergency. He orders all forces to be recalled immediately and to never act alone. Meanwhile, Wataru is shown retrieving the same white envelope from a bicycle basket. His plan succeeded. He manipulated Detective Endo into delivering the crucial information. Wataru takes the envelope, thinking that Endo did a good job following his suggestion. Holding the note, he confirms that he has now discovered Baba's hiding place. He recalls entering Endo's dream earlier, planting the suggestion to deliver the message. Riding the bicycle away, Wataru confidently plans his next move against his target. Back in the office, Okada stares at the note, unable to believe what she's seeing. She questions why she would have written down Baba's location on an envelope. Misumi understands that Wataru has completely outmaneuvered his entire police team. With extreme urgency, Detective Misumi orders his forces to gather, while Okada insists they must not act alone. In a sun-drenched park, a lone man in a suit, Officer Endo, sits peacefully on a bench. From a closer perspective, Endo is seen carefully tearing pieces of bread from a small bag. A gentle smile appears on his face as he calls out to a flock of pigeons gathering nearby. He looks up with a kind expression, holding out the breadcrumbs as an offering to the birds. The sudden ringing of his phone shatters the calm moment, startling him slightly. Looking down at his screen, he recognizes the caller as Misumi and wonders what he could want. Leaning back on the bench, he casually answers the call with a cheerful greeting. From the other end, Misumi's face is a mask of fury as he demands to know if Baba is safe. A relaxed Endo asks for clarification, unfamiliar with the name Baba and the intense urgency. Something in Misumi's tone causes a sudden realization to click in his mind. He leaps to his feet in a sudden, confused panic, scattering the pigeons around him. Standing in a daze, he questions his own actions, wondering why he's in a park feeding birds. A quick check of his phone's map reveals the horrifying truth. He is kilometers from his post. Misumi, sensing the strange behavior, orders his compromised colleague to return to Baba's location immediately. Elsewhere, Okada reports that she cannot reach Baba by phone, noting he is usually asleep at this hour. Misumi realizes Endo must have leaked information, deciding they have to go wake Baba themselves. He grimly calculates that it will take them at least an hour to reach Baba's hideout in Wangan. The detective fears that if their adversary strikes now, their entire investigation will be for nothing. Meanwhile, Wataru, having successfully obtained Baba's location, prepares to carry out his final plan. He abandons a bicycle parked against a railing, ready to make his next move. Stepping into the street, he confidently hails a taxi, knowing Misumi won't remain silent for long. Once inside the car, he urgently asks the driver for an estimated time to his destination. The driver calmly informs him the trip will take about 40 minutes, reminding him to buckle up. With intense eyes, Wataru presses the driver to hurry and leave immediately. He consults a memo detailing Baba's address and his staggered sleeping schedule, which is currently active. He acknowledges Misumi's cleverness in altering Baba's sleep pattern to make him a more difficult target. Wataru knows he must be ready to activate his golden slumber ability at a moment's notice. He resolves to use his power to send Baba to hell without being criminally charged for it. Sitting calmly in the vehicle, Wataru's expression is composed as he awaits the next phase. His sharp eyes focus intently on his phone, anticipating an imminent call from his pursuer. The phone buzzes and his gaze intensifies as he confirms the call has arrived. The screen displays an incoming call from Misumi, confirming his suspicions. Wataru ponders Misumi's intentions, preparing to counter whatever plan the detective has in motion. With a decisive press of his thumb, he answers the call, initiating the confrontation. In a speeding black BMW, Misumi and Okada begin their attempt to stall Wataru. Okada confirms that Wataru has answered, as Misumi asks where he is right now. She reflects on their strategy to prolong the conversation and stop Wataru's plan. Misumi continues the call, casually asking if Wataru is enjoying the view of Tokyo Bay. Wataru listens intently, his expression unreadable, as he holds the phone to his ear. Through the window, the iconic Rainbow Bridge is visible, confirming Misumi's accurate guess. Wataru is surprised by Misumi's quickness, realizing the detective is already aware of his movements. Misumi accuses Wataru of using Baba's brother as a scapegoat, declaring he is on to his scheme. With fierce determination, he vows that he will never allow Wataru to kill Baba. He warns Wataru that any harm to Baba will lead directly back to him as the prime suspect. Wataru coolly dismisses the threat of prison and claims to know 100 things about Misumi. He delivers a chilling taunt, stating Misumi doesn't understand the true essence of his ability. Misumi considers Wataru's words, wondering if he is bluffing or if he's underestimating his foe. Okada notes that Wataru's willingness to talk gives them a small chance of winning this confrontation. Her eyes suddenly widen in shock, a silent exclamation marking a dawning, horrifying realization. In a moving car, investigator Chizuki scribbles notes while her colleague Misumi watches intently. With a look of deep concentration, Chizuki continues writing, her mind racing. Misumi listens silently, his serious expression revealing the weight of their conversation. He confirms his understanding of her theory, acknowledging she suspects he's using his ability again. From the car window, Misumi voices his thought that Baba Naito could be influenced. A dark image of Wataru reveals the chilling idea of forcing someone to jump. Dismissing the danger, Misumi watches as Chizuki presents her notepad with a question. The written question asks if the plan is to encourage Baba to commit suicide. On a high rooftop, Wataru stands alone, questioning if this path is true revenge. The perspective shifts, showing the dizzying height from the building's edge to the street. Misumi's voice argues that making Baba commit suicide would be a hollow, brainwashed victory. Speeding away, he declares that Wataru has already lost to Baba. As Wataru's taxi nears a building, Misumi's voice warns that he has sinned enough. The taxi screeches to a stop in front of a modern apartment building. Its driver informs his passenger that their 49-minute journey is now complete. On the phone, Wataru expresses uncertainty about continuing the discussion with the available information. He then bows his head slightly, admitting his admiration for Misumi's cunning. The phone call ends with an audible click in Misumi's earpiece. In his own car, Misumi curses with frustration as the line goes dead. Beside him, Chizuki remains silent, her worried expression speaking volumes. The taxi driver asks Wataru if something is wrong or if he wishes to go elsewhere. With his face shrouded in shadow, Wataru resolves that the time for a decision has come. His driver waits patiently, his own expression unreadable in the rearview mirror. Wataru knows Baba is sleeping nearby and that this is his only chance. Seated in the back of the taxi, he acknowledges that this is his final opportunity. With quiet determination, he tells the driver that he has a request to make. Elsewhere, Misumi's black BMW speeds aggressively through the city streets. Chizuki voices her fear of being brainwashed, asking Misumi to stop her if needed. He reassures her, stating that Wataru's fate is now his own to decide. Their car pulls up to the building as Misumi announces that they have arrived. An overhead view shows their car parked close to the apartment building's entrance. Misumi and Chizuki leap from the car and sprint towards the front door. They run with fierce urgency, their faces set with intense determination. Their movements are a blur as they race up the building's interior staircase. Misumi urgently shouts for the keys to the apartment. Chizuki responds instantly, tossing the keys toward him. The silver door plaque for apartment comes into sharp focus. Misumi inserts the key card into the electronic lock with a distinct click. His hand grips the doorknob, turning it to open the door. He bursts into the room, frantically shouting Baba's name. Both investigators stand in the doorway, their expressions filled with tense anticipation. Inside, they find Baba Naito lying face down on the bed, completely still. A close-up shows his long dark hair draped over the edge of the bed. The investigators walk cautiously into the room, their dark silhouettes entering the space. Chizuki's face shows a mixture of relief and lingering anxiety. Misumi once again calls out to Baba in the quiet room. The scene is framed by the chapter title, Curse, as they stand at the bedside. The large dark skull logo on the back of Baba's shirt is clearly visible. Misumi reaches out, his hand hovering over the still figure on the bed. His hand makes contact, gently shaking the sleeping man's shoulder. A hand gently rests on the back of a sleeping figure, who lets out a soft sound. A close-up shows Okada's face, her eyes wide with shock and concern. Standing over the slumbering Baba, Misumi murmurs softly as Okada looks on. Baba begins to stir, his expression groggy as he questions what is happening. Misumi and Okeda look on with serious, focused expressions. Looking down at Baba, Misumi expresses relief that they arrived in time. Misumi leans in, asking Baba if he experienced any kind of dream. Still disoriented, Baba mumbles that he doesn't know what he dreamed about. Okeda presses him, asking if he feels any differently since waking up. Turning away, Baba complains irritably, telling them to stop waking him up. Clutching his chest, Baba questions the very idea of taking his own life. Misumi explains that Wataru could have planted a suggestion in his mind. Okeda anxiously asks if Baba has any ideas about what might have happened. A close-up shows two hands clasped together in a moment of tense connection. Misumi realizes the implication, understanding that this explains Baba's strange mood. Baba's expression darkens as he admits to feeling down and wanting to die. Misumi and Okeda exchange a look of shared alarm at his sudden confession. Okeda pleads with Baba to stay calm, insisting the thoughts are not his own. He ignores her, walking towards the balcony and stating his intent to jump. Baba turns back, offering to listen to their requests as a final bargain. Misumi yells at him to get a hold of himself and open his eyes. Okeda desperately agrees, telling him they will do anything he asks. He proposes that she do it with him, his hands on her shoulders. Baba promises that if she agrees, he will not commit suicide. Misumi stares in stunned silence, unable to process the turn of events. Okeda looks on, equally shocked by Baba's bizarre proposition. He pulls her into a forceful, unexpected kiss as a dynamic background shatters. Okeda reacts with anger, telling Baba to go jump off a building. The kiss is shown in a tight, impactful close-up. Baba laughs triumphantly, gloating that he almost got away with his ruse. Okeda and Misumi acknowledge that they are seeing the real, manipulative Baba. The group decides to abandon their current location for a new hideout. A black BMW speeds down the road, carrying the tense group away. Misumi wonders about Wataru's true aim, confused by his recent actions. Okeda is shown attempting to place a call to Wataru on her phone. In the car, Misumi remarks that he didn't expect Wataru to answer. From the back seat, an agitated Baba demands they stop driving around. Baba scoffs at the difficulty of an adult punishing a mere kid. Okeda warns Baba that he has already been targeted by Wataru once. Okeda's driver, Okeda, remains silent, listening to the tense exchange. Baba questions Misumi's ability to protect him, demanding she listen to him. Okeda muses that it would be strange for their car to be attacked now. Misumi theorizes that Wataru's true goal was to lure them out. Okeda glances out the window, his face showing the strain of the situation. With a challenging look, Baba asks if they are truly prepared for him. Misumi remains silent, her expression unreadable as she looks out the window. Baba laughs wildly, suggesting they go to a place he knows nearby. Okeda speculates that Wataru's purpose was likely to draw them out. The group arrives at a Chinese restaurant, a location Baba suggested. With a knowing smile, Misumi remarks on the restaurant's lack of grilled gyoza. At a Chinese restaurant, Baba Naito places a large and specific order with the waitress. His face twists in annoyance when an item is unavailable, and he demands the rest. A lavish spread of steaming hot food and drinks soon covers their round table. Grabbing his beer, Baba's aggressive mood begins to show through his firm grip. He loudly criticizes the police, questioning their inability to catch a single young adversary. His companion Misumi says if she were a cop, she'd have shot him dead. Baba's expression turns manic as he dares her to give him her weapon. With a stern glare, Okeda tells the idiot to be quiet and eat his food. A moment of quiet contemplation passes as Baba touches the cross on his necklace. He sighs, declaring that his former accomplices and the police are all fools. Getting up from the table, Baba announces to the others that he will be back. He points aggressively, claiming the leftover shumai for himself before he departs. His companions, Misumi and Okeda, share a silent, weary glance after his outburst. Misumi expresses her distaste for the unpleasant atmosphere Baba has created. The waitress cheerfully returns to the table, announcing that their steamed buns are ready. The fresh food sits on the table, a stark contrast to the tense, empty seats. Okeda takes a slow sip of his drink, his expression thoughtful and concerned. His companion notes that Baba has been gone a long time and drank a lot. In a brief flashback, Baba is shown looking at a menu with a surprised expression. Okeda's face reveals a flicker of suspicion as he considers Baba's odd behavior. The half-eaten meal on the table underscores the abrupt end to their dinner. Suddenly focusing, Okeda gets Misumi's attention, a new theory clearly forming. He asks Misumi to recall Baba's earlier comment about going to a specific place. Chewing her food, Misumi confirms that Baba had indeed said something like that. A sense of unease grows as Okeda notes that something about the situation is strange. He voices his suspicion, wondering why Baba would need a menu for a familiar place. Misumi stops eating, her eyes downcast as she processes the serious implication. A single bead of sweat forms on Okada's face as the gravity of the trap dawns. With a sudden clatter of dishes, both Okada and Misumi leap from their seats in panic. Okada rushes into the men's room, shouting that Baba is not there. Misumi checks her phone, exclaiming that the GPS confirms Baba is still in the building. Realizing their target must be above them, Okada sprints frantically up a flight of stairs. He understands with dawning horror that Wataru has manipulated Baba through his dreams. They finally reach the rooftop access door and try to force their way through. With a yell of frustration, Okada discovers that the door is firmly locked. On the roof, Baba walks calmly toward the edge, his long shadow trailing behind him. The rooftop access shed stands impassively, its doors sealed shut against them. From behind the locked door, Okada desperately shouts for Baba to open it. He rattles the doorknob in vain, realizing the lock is broken and impassable. Baba's foot steps perilously close to the ledge, poised on the brink of a fall. Looking up, his companions see Baba on the building's edge, ready to jump. Seen from behind, Baba looks out over the city, his hair blowing in the wind. Misumi points to the window, telling Okada she is going to break the glass. Okada's eyes widen as he spots another, unexpected figure on the rooftop. Standing calmly near an air conditioning unit is Wataru, watching the scene unfold. His eyes wide with shock, Okada realizes their true target is already there. Wataru stands confidently against the city skyline, in complete control of the situation. A close-up reveals his faint smirk, the expression of a predator watching his trap spring. His intense gaze signals that the opening act of his revenge is about to begin. With Baba on the roof, Wataru holds all the cards, ready to see his plan through. From behind a locked door, Misumi and Okada watch the rooftop confrontation with horror. A stunned Baba stares back at his opponent, his mind struggling to process the situation. The chapter title page introduces the Avenger, Wataru Mochizuki, his expression cold and focused. Watching from the doorway, Okada frantically wonders if Wataru brainwashed Baba into committing suicide. He continues to speculate on Wataru's motives, questioning if he is merely a witness. On the rooftop, Wataru stands calmly and advises Baba to be careful. He then expresses his annoyance that uninvolved people have been dragged into their conflict. Hearing this, Baba remains speechless, his face a mask of shock and confusion. A slow, sinister grin begins to stretch across Baba's lips, changing the mood entirely. He takes a single, deliberate step forward, surprising the composed Wataru. Baba menacingly declares that it will be Wataru's head that jumps from the building. He explains that Wataru's sudden appearance provides an excellent testing opportunity. Wataru's eyes widen, shocked by this sudden and violent turn of events. Baba dramatically brandishes a large combat knife, ready to test its sharpness. He threatens to teach the so-called psycho a lesson about right and wrong. From the doorway, Misumi gasps, horrified by the unexpected escalation. An aggressive stomp from Baba signals the beginning of his furious assault. Okada looks on with wide-eyed alarm as the deadly fight is about to begin. Wataru's expression hardens with shock and focus as he braces for the attack. With a savage roar, Baba lunges forward in a blur of motion. Wataru meets the charge, his own knife raised in a desperate defense. Their blades clash violently, filling the air with the sound of steel on steel. The two figures are locked in a frantic, life-or-death struggle on the rooftop. Wataru narrowly dodges a sweeping strike, his body twisting away from the blade. He screams for the violence to stop, putting on a convincing show of terror. Okada realizes with dread that Baba was never brainwashed to commit suicide. He yells that the door is stuck and demands a fire extinguisher to break it down. With growing panic, Okada fears that Wataru is about to be murdered. Baba's knife finds its mark, plunging deep into Wataru's left side. Wataru clutches his fresh wound, his face contorted in pain and shock. A single, heavy step forward shows Baba pressing his violent advantage. Wataru's eyes are wide with the stunning pain of the deep stab wound. With a crazed expression, Baba screams at his wounded opponent to die. Far below, the two are just small silhouettes on the edge of the building. Wataru sweats, his face a mixture of intense pain and physical exertion. Baba pulls his victim close, holding him in a brutal embrace as he gloats. Wataru curses in pain, the sprawling cityscape visible behind him. Leaning in, Baba laughs, telling Wataru that his struggle is finally over. He triumphantly exclaims that his new knife cuts exceptionally well. With a manic shriek, Baba declares Wataru deserves this for fighting him. His face is a mask of pure, victorious glee as he looms over Wataru. Tears of agony stream down Wataru's face as he endures the wound. A quiet, unsettling laugh begins to escape Wataru's lips, full of dark amusement. Baba's celebration is cut short as he notices Wataru's strange reaction. At that moment, the police finally burst through the door with a fire extinguisher. Wataru reveals Baba can laugh now, as he can finally be killed without guilt. His opponent stares back, confused and questioning Wataru's triumphant words. Wataru calmly confirms that his brainwashing of Baba was indeed a success. Baba is stunned, unable to comprehend the depth of the manipulation. He denies being controlled, but Wataru dismisses his predictable, desperate response. Wataru begins his chilling confession, revealing he entered Baba's dream to give an order. A flashback shows Wataru looming over a sleeping Baba, commanding him to kill Mochizuki. He explains how Baba, under this influence, came to this place with a knife. Baba's face contorts in horror as he struggles to comprehend Wataru's words. The entire confrontation, Wataru reveals, was engineered so he could claim self-defense. Police officers Misumi and Okeda are seen bursting through the rooftop access door. With dawning terror, Baba looks on, his mind reeling from the elaborate deception. Wataru feigns concern, telling Misumi to calm down and let him handle the situation. Misumi takes aim with his pistol, ordering Baba to drop his weapon immediately. Defiantly, Baba screams at Misumi, vowing to take this secret to his grave. He struggles with the implanted memory, denying he would ever say such a thing. Wataru taunts Baba with a smirk, noting he is practically asking Misumi to shoot. He observes that Baba is powerless to stop trying to kill him, even with a gun. Leaning in close, Wataru menacingly suggests it's time for Baba's last words. He is shown whispering the final, goading command into the ear of his victim. Baba's face is a mask of panic as the pressure finally breaks him. The barrel of Misumi's pistol is shown in a tight, threatening close-up. Misumi feels his arm moving on its own, his control slipping under the strain. From the side, he screams at Baba one last time to drop the knife. A stylized knife flashes across the panel as Wataru yells at Misumi not to shoot. Wataru's true thoughts emerge, demanding Baba enjoy the pain his sister once felt. His expression hardens as he dedicates this revenge to his sister's 8 years of despair. With a final, desperate scream, Baba raises his knife to strike Wataru. Wataru's facade drops, replaced by a cold, hateful command for the bastard to die. A gunshot rings out across the rooftop, the impact visible on Baba's back. Baba gasps in shock and pain from the sudden, piercing gunshot wound. As his target stumbles, Wataru moves in to deliver the final killing blow. He drives his own knife deep into Baba's chest with lethal precision. With cold, unforgiving eyes, Wataru bids a final, chilling goodbye to Baba Naito. He then shoves Baba's body off the roof, declaring his victory as he falls. The narrative confirms that the perpetrator, Baba, has been pierced by a bullet. A dark, shadowy close-up captures Baba's final scream of terror as he plummets. Misumi is seen from a low angle, having just discharged his firearm. His face is shown, a mixture of grim determination and the shock of his action. Wataru clutches the fresh stab wound in his side, blood seeping through his fingers. His feigned plea of "Stop, Baba" is juxtaposed with a cold, sarcastic thought. From the rooftop, Wataru watches Baba's body fall, mockingly saying goodbye. Misumi stands on the roof, observing Wataru from behind after the violent climax. Wataru stands quietly by the railing, his expression unreadable and composed. Misumi, his gun still lowered, looks on with a bead of sweat on his brow. He lowers his arm, visibly shaken by the events that just transpired. Running a hand through his hair, Misumi is overwhelmed as Okeda watches from the doorway. He rushes forward, calling out to Wataru with concern. Leaning over the railing, the officer asks Wataru if he is okay. Wataru calmly replies that he is fine, thanking Misumi for saving him. Okeda runs across the rooftop, moving towards the two men by the railing. The masked man with them comments on how dangerous the situation could have been. Okeda stares ahead, her expression a mix of shock and dawning suspicion. Wataru turns to the officers, asking if they witnessed the whole story. Misumi looks on, his face showing a subtle, grim understanding of the situation. On the rooftop, the masked man confirms that he, too, witnessed everything. An overhead view shows Misumi looking down from the roof at the scene below. Wataru expresses his relief, glad he won't be charged with a crime. Misumi instructs his partner Okeda to take the injured Wataru to the hospital. After his colleagues depart, Misumi is left alone on the expansive, empty rooftop. His expression is grim as he processes the fact that Baba is now dead. Far below, Baba's lifeless body lies on the pavement as a crowd gathers. The scene shifts to the imposing exterior of the police department headquarters. Inside, manager Hashijima dryly congratulates Misumi on his recent performance. Misumi stands before his superior, explaining he had no choice but to stop Baba. Hashijima dismisses the use of a pistol as a trivial detail, a mere accessory. He sternly reprimands Misumi for failing to notice Baba was armed with a knife. With a somber expression, Misumi quietly accepts that he is correct. His superior concludes the meeting, stating that he expects Misumi to take responsibility. Hashijima turns away, the tense debriefing now finished. Misumi stands silently, accepting the weight of the consequences. A television news anchor reports that a man fell from a building and died. Wataru watches the report from his room, learning a policeman shot the man. He clutches his side, wincing from the pain of his own stab wound. He grimly concludes that the pain was a worthwhile cost for killing Baba. Looking at a photo of his sister, he notes that only one target remains. His thoughts turn to the main offender, the shadowy figure of Ryu Akiyama. With burning intensity, he resolves to find his trail and complete his revenge. He recalls that his only clue is the testimony given to him by Baba. Baba had mentioned receiving a call from Akiyama about a month before. He remembers Baba recounting Akiyama's plan to meet after his release from prison. Wataru also recalls Misumi's belief that Akiyama was likely lying to Baba. A sudden, sharp realization strikes him as he connects the pieces of information. He goes to his bookshelf and pulls out a file to verify a key date. The document confirms that Akiyama's official release date was June 10th. A mental timeline forms, showing his own hospitalization from May 25th to June 27th. He deduces that since Akiyama called Baba in late June, their paths nearly crossed. He closes the file, his new theory solidifying in his mind. A visual timeline confirms the period when he and Akiyama were both free. He concludes that their near miss must have taken place at the hospital. He questions why Akiyama would choose to meet Baba in such a public place. He wonders if Akiyama saw him there by chance during a visit. Or perhaps Akiyama came to the hospital knowing Wataru was a patient. If it was a deliberate visit, he wonders how Akiyama obtained that information. He considers that Akiyama might not have recognized him after 8 years. He speculates that Akiyama must have come into contact with one of his acquaintances. His thoughts turn to the people who visited him, starting with his parents. He also considers the police officials who visited Misumi and Okeda-san. Finally, he thinks of his classmate, Akishima, as another possible link. He decides to use his ability, Golden Slumber, to investigate their memories. Ruling out the police and his father, Akishima becomes his only viable target. Standing on a nearby rooftop, he decides against using the building's main entrance. He is momentarily surprised to find the building has an auto-lock system. He quickly locates apartment, with the nameplate reading Akishima. With a silent gesture of apology, he uses his power to phase through her door. Wataru phases into Akishima's apartment, surprised by how clean it is. His expression is a mixture of determination and nervous anticipation. A vision of Akishima appears, reclining amidst a glowing hexagonal pattern. Clutching his head, Wataru lets out a cry of panic or frustration. He steels his resolve, knowing he must hurry and enter her dream. His foot makes contact with the ground of a strange, ruin-like dreamscape. Before him stands a stone structure, completely entwined by massive, pale tree roots. Wataru identifies the surreal location as Cambodian ruins, wondering if she's truly here. Through a dark, crumbling stone archway, he cautiously searches for her. Peering into the darkness, he calls out Akishima's name. Akishima is seen from behind, standing silently before a stone wall. He looks on with a questioning expression, trying to understand the situation. Turning slightly, Akishima softly speaks his name, her hair obscuring her face. She tells him to wait, seemingly aware that he has a question for her. Her declaration that the dream is the entrance to the truth leaves him stunned. At the top of stone steps, he watches as she tells him to wait. Akishima looks at him knowingly, confirming that she knows he has a question. Wataru is shocked, wondering how she or Akiyama could know his purpose. He asks if she is hiding something, and she simply confirms that she is. She begins to explain the truth she has been concealing from him. With a proud expression, Akishima announces that she is a sea cup. She insists on this fact, stating it is no more or less than that. She continues, expressing confidence in their shape despite their size. Wataru thanks her for the information, but clarifies it's not what he meant. Her playful demeanor vanishes, replaced by a serious and attentive expression. He asks her to recall her hospital visit, questioning if she saw anyone suspicious. He presses further, asking if anyone inquired about the location of his room. She repeats his name, thoughtfully processing the question about her visit. Akishima concentrates, her eyes focused as she tries to access the memory. He theorizes that Akiyama was at the hospital and that they might have passed by each other. The dreamscape abruptly shifts, the ruins replaced by a sterile hospital corridor. Wataru realizes this new scenery has successfully stimulated her memory. He asks her what she remembers about being in the hospital that day. Closing her eyes, Akishima focuses intently, trying to recall the details. She apologizes, stating she remembers nothing in particular of significance. Wataru stares in shock as a dark, shadowy figure passes by them. He follows Akishima as she walks away down the hallway, her memory blank. Whirling around, he grabs her shoulder, demanding to know who just walked by. He presses her again, asking if she is absolutely sure she remembers nothing. Wataru suspects his direct questioning tapped into her unconscious memories. He decides to ask her to recount her visit step by step from the beginning. Akishima recalls bringing him friend orange jello as a get-well gift. She explains that the hospital receptionist was the one who directed her to his room. Wataru points down the hallway, indicating the direction of his old room. His eyes suddenly widen as he senses a presence approaching from behind. A tall, dark, menacing silhouette appears at the far end of the hallway. The figure takes a deliberate, ominous step towards them. Silhouetted in a fedora and trench coat, the figure walks purposefully down the corridor. The mysterious man continues his steady, silent approach toward them. Wreathed in dark energy, the figure strides past as Wataru recognizes the threat. A close-up captures Mochizuki-kun's face, his expression a mixture of fury and alarm. He exclaims with shock that he just saw a person emerge from Wataru's hospital room. Wataru recalls the man's height of 180 cm, noting it matches a known feature of Akiyama. His associate Mochizuki-kun wonders aloud if the mysterious figure could truly be their target. Staring after the man, Wataru's expression is one of dawning horror and confusion. Mochizuki-kun's face shows pure shock and alarm, sweat beading on his brow as he processes the scene. The two young men stand before the mysterious figure, who turns, his sunglasses glinting ominously. Mochizuki-kun shouts Akiyama's name in disbelief, confronting the imposing man before them. In the hospital corridor, Mochizuki-kun points with a trembling hand, identifying the person he has spotted. Wataru watches his friend Makishima leave the room, his thoughts trailing off in a silent ellipsis. Finding Wataru asleep, Makishima laments his unconscious state and questions the stranger's visit. She decides to return later, mentioning she had come to deliver a gift she bought for him. Wataru watches his friend walk away down the hospital hall, a thoughtful look on his face. He jolts awake in his hospital bed, shouting in disorientation from a sudden realization. Wataru recalls that two different gift bags had been left on his bedside table during his sleep. He remembers seeing Makishima's simple friend bag placed next to the mysterious Horendu bag. Makishima says her goodbyes, thinking Wataru is asleep and unaware of the other visitor. Wataru recounts knowing that one of the gifts, a salted rice cake, was from his friend. A sudden, shocking idea hits him as he begins to examine the second, more mysterious gift bag. He discovers that the Horendu bag is empty because its bottom has been cleanly removed. Realizing this couldn't have been Makishima's gift, he knows it wouldn't have been left empty. He concludes the mysterious man in the fedora must have been the one to leave the strange bag. 2 days later, a view of a city building marks the passage of time in his investigation. Wataru explains he entered a nurse's dream, seeing her memory of the mysterious man. He confirms the man in sunglasses undoubtedly brought the Horendu gift that day. Wataru resolves to visit the Horendu shop, certain the man must have been there. Outside the shop, he observes that its location is suspiciously far from the hospital. A map marked with a skull icon highlights his theory that the man lives in the vicinity. Sipping a drink in a cafe, he decides he will stake out the area for his target. A close-up shows a hand placing a mug on a saucer with a quiet, deliberate clink. Wataru sits alone, questioning Akiyama's motive for visiting him in the hospital. He considers the unnecessary risk Akiyama took by approaching him so indiscreetly. His expression sharpens as he wonders how this risky move could possibly benefit Akiyama. He ponders the man's intentions for leaving him the strange, empty gift bag. Sitting at a table, he continues to question the purpose behind the mysterious man's actions. His thoughts fixate on the word purpose, his mind racing to find a logical answer. He leans forward, deep in concentration, trying to solve the puzzle of the bizarre visit. A look of dawning horror spreads across his face as a terrible idea begins to form. A waitress welcomes him, but his attention is fixed on something happening beyond her. He informs the waitress he is meeting someone, confirming his new and frightening suspicion. The sound of deliberate footsteps echoes as someone approaches his table from behind. He realizes Akiyama left the gift not as a simple clue, but for another reason. The truth dawns on him with terrifying clarity. The gift was bait to lure him here. The shadowy figure of the man in the fedora looms ominously behind his chair. The man places a hand on his shoulder, confirming his presence with a definite, deliberate touch. The man states there is no mistake, identifying Wataru as the one he was looking for. Wataru's head hangs low, sweat beading on his face as he understands the trap. He realizes with terror that he has been expertly lured into this direct confrontation. Looking up at Akiyama-ryu, Wataru acknowledges that his enemy has seized the initiative. From behind, the imposing figure of Akiyama stands over the seated and cornered Wataru. With wide, stunned eyes, Wataru realizes he has been deliberately lured to this cafe. A mysterious man is shown, his presence mirrored in the reflection of his dark sunglasses. Wataru stands before his nemesis, identifying the man in his mind as Akiyama Ryu. Seated at the table in shock, Wataru stammers the name of his sworn enemy. His opponent, wearing a fedora, observes him with a cool, unreadable expression. From across the cafe, the two figures are seen sitting in a tense, quiet confrontation. Behind the man's shoulder, Wataru's face is a mask of intense shock and focus. A close-up reveals his heart beginning to pound as he recognizes the man he believes is Akiyama. His thoughts scream that his greatest enemy is now sitting directly across from him. The man in the fedora watches Wataru, his own expression concealed behind his dark lenses. Wataru confronts him, demanding to know why he was brought to this meeting. The man calmly states his desire to discuss the recent fates of Sakamoto and Baba. He explains that he had previously warned the other two men to be careful. With a mocking tone, he praises Wataru for proudly fulfilling his vow of revenge. He warns Wataru that just as Baba was killed, he too is now vulnerable. Wataru defiantly declares that God has granted him a special weapon to use. The man scoffs at the threat, telling Wataru not to lump him with those other fools. With hardened resolve, Wataru insists he is serious and prepared to kill him now. He privately believes that contact has been made, allowing him to activate his ability. The man taunts him, asking if Wataru shouldn't be the one licking his shoes. Standing to leave, the mysterious man says he will have an answer for Wataru tomorrow. Wataru watches him silently, processing the sudden and unexpected turn of events. The man stops, turning back to ask if Wataru intends to use his special ability. He remains seated while Wataru stands, creating a tense shift in their dynamic. Wataru feigns ignorance, asking his opponent what he could possibly be talking about. The man confidently asserts that Wataru knows what he means but will not succeed. Maintaining a cool exterior, Wataru confidently states that he is capable of killing him. He taunts his foe, wondering if he only understands half of Golden Slumber's power. The man counters, noting Wataru has admitted a special condition is needed. He suggests Wataru should be the one to get on his knees and beg for forgiveness. The man delivers a final, chilling statement, declaring Wataru cannot kill Akiyama. Wataru is shocked, questioning how this is possible if the man is indeed Akiyama. The man slowly removes his dark sunglasses, the action marked with a subtle slip. His glasses fall away, revealing the face that has been hidden beneath them. With a scarred face and a cruel smile, he reveals his true identity. He is not Akiyama. Wataru's mind reels with the stunning revelation that this is a different person entirely. Leaping to his feet, he slams his hands on the table, demanding to know what is happening. The stranger calmly explains that he is merely a tool being used by Akiyama. The man Takanaga begins to deliver instructions, stating he knows Akiyama. Wataru is horrified, wondering how Akiyama could have possibly known his whereabouts. Takanaga offers some friendly advice, explaining Akiyama's castle is not easily taken. He then reveals his true purpose, declaring himself an ally willing to help Wataru. The shocking proposal leaves Wataru utterly bewildered and speechless. Takanaga confirms he is aware that Wataru's ultimate goal is to kill Akiyama. Wataru questions if this man truly intends to double-cross his powerful master. He voices his distrust, wondering how he can believe someone whose name he doesn't know. Takanaga acknowledges the skepticism, noting Wataru knowingly walked into a trap. He offers his first piece of intelligence, revealing Akiyama's alias, Kitajima Tatsuhito. He explains that Akiyama operates a quasi-legal brothel somewhere in Tokyo. Takanaga gestures forward, indicating that the address is on the card before them. Wataru Mochizuki is startled as a man in a dark coat confronts him. On the table between them lies a black business card for Club Rose. Wataru's expression is one of intense focus as he listens to the man's offer. He questions the man, asking why he would choose to help him. The mysterious man, Takanaga, asks why Wataru is feigning ignorance about their shared goal. Takanaga's gloved hand forcefully slides his own dark sleeve up his arm. He reveals that Wataru is not the only person who has suffered at their target's hands. A close-up shows Wataru's eye widening in shock at this sudden revelation. Takanaga displays his horrifically scarred arm as undeniable proof of his own victimization. He declares that their mutual enemy is a demon who should never have been released. Takanaga informs Wataru that he has also provided his personal contact information. He expresses his newfound belief in Wataru now that they have met in person. A waitress thanks Takanaga as he gets up to leave the establishment. Wataru is left sitting alone at the table, his face cast in shadow. His hand reaches down to pick up the black business card from the table. Holding the card, Wataru looks up with an expression of dawning, suspicious realization. He examines the senior membership card for Club Rose, questioning if it's a trap. Wataru decides he must see for himself, knowing a picture is worth 1,000 words. He resolves to use his supernatural ability to infiltrate what he calls a palace. Believing the information could be a lie, he prepares to confirm it with his own eyes. Arriving at the location, he observes that it looks like a normal apartment building. He spots a bald security guard standing watch inside the building's sterile hallway. Confident in his power, he knows he can easily get past the guard and go inside. The impassive guard stands his post, completely unaware of the invisible threat approaching. Wataru's leg is shown phasing through the solid wall, demonstrating his unique ability. Once inside, his face contorts in shock as he beholds the scene before him. He looks out over a lavish room where a cruel and bizarre spectacle is unfolding. A man in a suit coldly watches as a woman begs for her husband's forgiveness. The man cruelly suggests she should be thanking him for this treatment. Other associates look on with sadistic amusement, confirming Wataru's horrified reaction. He realizes the club is a place to make a spectacle of those in debt. Wataru recognizes the surreal and depraved scene as the work of a true demon. A sharp close-up on his eye marks the exact moment his focus changes. His gaze is drawn across the room to a figure standing apart from the others. Wataru feels something unusual as he notices a silhouette behind a glass partition. His horrified expression is shown as he realizes who is behind the glass. He recognizes the silhouette as that man, his one true enemy. Akiyama stands revealed, impeccably dressed and watching the cruelty with a smug look. Wataru sees him as the demon who killed his sister, observing like a spider. With burning certainty, Wataru confirms the identity of his final target, Akiyama. Sometime later, Wataru is riding in a taxi as his phone begins to ring. He answers the call from his new mysterious ally, Takanaga. Now on a rooftop, Wataru confirms to Takanaga that Akiyama is at the club. He states that Takanaga's information about Akiyama's whereabouts was true. Takanaga expresses his surprise that Wataru bypassed the club's military-grade security. Wataru hints at his power's usefulness and requests a meeting for the next morning. Takanaga agrees to a strategy meeting, noting it feels like they're becoming a team. A stylized image shows Wataru, his two-toned hair prominent, ready for what's next. The scene is set for Chapter Trap inside Akiyama's lavish headquarters. Akiyama smirks slightly, hearing a knock on his office door, ready for his visitor. Upon entering a lavish office, Takanaga is praised for his good work. His superior, Akiyama, stands by the window, inquiring about a certain boy. Takanaga reports that his attempt to ambush the boy at a university failed. With a hint of disappointment, Akiyama asks if he returned empty-handed. A silent moment passes as the weight of the failure hangs in the air. Turning away, Takanaga confidently vows to capture his target next time. Akiyama stands thoughtfully, processing his subordinate's report in silence. He then reveals that police reports place Wataru at the scene of Baba's death. Akiyama admits he knew Wataru was a threat and regrets not acting sooner. A black car is shown driving down a tree-lined street near a university. A swift, blurry motion cuts through the air, suggesting speed and action. This recalls Akiyama's memory of seeing Wataru in a wheelchair with his sister. In the present, Akiyama looks on from his car with a grim expression. The memory focuses on Wataru's past interaction with his sister in their wheelchairs. Akiyama rationalizes that Takanaga couldn't have known Wataru was dangerous back then. Takanaga notes Akiyama's intuition was right about Wataru's special method of revenge. He then advises Akiyama to keep a close watch on their target for now. Akiyama turns, questioning Takanaga's cautious phrasing of, "for now." Takanaga looks up, pretending to be slightly confused by Akiyama's question. Akiyama scoffs, asking if he should be scared of dying by a brat. Quickly, Takanaga reassures him that was not his intention at all. He explains it's natural for predators to be wary, especially weaker ones. A flash of Wataru's feral determination shows he is ready to kill. Takanaga silently observes the depraved scene unfolding in Akiyama's establishment. Seeing the cruelty, Takanaga remarks that they are running out of time. Later, outside a karaoke club, a plan is set in motion. Inside, Takanaga tells Wataru that Akiyama is now on high alert. He asks how many more people Wataru intends to kill for his revenge. Wataru remains silent, his hands clasped as he considers the question. He finally states with grim resolve that it is simply do or die. Takanaga feigns distress, saying Wataru is giving him a ton of grief. Wataru urges they end this quickly, but Takanaga reveals conditions aren't met. Takanaga explains there are specific conditions required for Wataru's plan to work. Wataru confirms he has a special method that requires a specific sequence. The first condition for his power is that Akiyama must touch his body. The second is that Akiyama must be asleep at a specific time and place. Wataru acknowledges that getting close enough for contact will be his biggest challenge. He turns to Takanaga, asking if he knows a way to make contact. He specifies that Akiyama himself must be the one to initiate the touch. Takanaga thoughtfully considers the difficulty of arranging such a specific contact. He explains that Akiyama is cautious and never lets strangers touch him. Wataru suggests a disguise, but Takanaga dismisses it as ineffective. They brainstorm for a good method to create an opportunity for contact. Wataru thinks deeply, his eyes focused as he formulates a new plan. He asks if there's any daily routine that blocks Akiyama's vision. Their plan leads Akiyama to his regular hair salon, where he is welcome. He settles into the stylist's chair, ready for his usual appointment. Akiyama requests his usual haircut from the salon's manager. The manager cheerfully agrees, ready to begin the styling process. The scissors move swiftly, trimming Akiyama's hair as the plan unfolds. After finishing the haircut, the salon manager holds a mirror for Akiyama's inspection. Akiyama looks at his reflection and confirms the style looks good to him. The manager then informs his client he is reclining the chair for a shampoo. He carefully places a towel over Akiyama's eyes, obscuring his vision completely. The manager announces he is leaving the shampooing to his assistant, Tanaka. Yoru, disguised as the assistant, nervously accepts the order with a determined look. With a soft squeak, his hand turns the faucet handle at the shampoo station. Leaning over his target, Yoru politely says he is ready to begin. He internally celebrates the success of his infiltration, made possible by his power. Yoru asks about the water temperature, which Akiyama confirms is fine. He then pumps a bottle of shampoo into his hand, ready to wash. While vigorously scrubbing, Yoru reminds himself that it is not yet time. He knows that to fulfill the condition, Akiyama must be the one to touch him. Akiyama, sensing an unfamiliar touch, asks if the shampooer is new to the salon. Yoru maintains his composure, looking down at his target while under questioning. He replies that he started yesterday, and Akiyama muses that he could tell. A nervous shuffle of Yoru's feet betrays his underlying tension during the task. Akiyama lies back, completely relaxed and seemingly unsuspecting of the deception. He calls out to the new assistant with a simple, casual, "Hey!" Akiyama's sharp shout questions what on earth Yoru thinks he is doing. The blindfolded client looks up, his expression unreadable after his sudden outburst. Panicked that he has been discovered, Yoru asks if something is wrong. Akiyama laughs it off, complimenting the newbie on his impressive shampooing skills. Yoru offers a relieved thank you, knowing he must not rush his plan now. A phone on a nearby counter begins to ring insistently, signaling the next phase. The ringing continues, and Yoru recognizes that the crucial moment has arrived. He knows the call is from his accomplice, Takanaga, just as they planned. A flashback reveals Takanaga's plan to call and create the opportunity for contact. Akiyama, still blindfolded, asks the new assistant to get the phone for him. Yoru agrees, saying he will bring it so Akiyama doesn't have to get up. Holding the phone, Yoru steels himself, knowing that now is the time to act. He calmly presses the answer button before walking towards his vulnerable target. The call connects, the timer starting as Yoru prepares for the critical handoff. Presenting the phone, Yoru internally begs for Akiyama to make contact. He desperately screams in his mind for Akiyama to finally grab the phone. Akiyama's hand, adorned with rings, reaches out to take the offered device. A row of salon products stands silently on the shelf behind the tense scene. Yoru carefully steadies the phone as Akiyama's hand closes around it. The exchange is made, but Akiyama masterfully avoids any skin-to-skin contact. Takanaga's voice can be heard from the phone, asking if anyone is there. Internally, Yoru is frantic, questioning why Akiyama didn't grab his hand. With the phone now pressed to his ear, Akiyama begins to speak to Takanaga. He confirms to his caller that everything is just as he said it would be. A shocking realization dawns on Yoru, his plan completely unraveling. Akiyama pulls the towel from his eyes, speaking cryptically about this boy. He sits up, revealing his face, and states the boy put himself right there. Yoru understands the terrifying craftiness of his opponent, realizing he was set up.